The story begins with a baby opening his eyes and wondering where he is. In the heavenly city of Huanggu in the Jun family, a golden dragon flew swiftly to the heavenly palace among the light foliage of the trees. Jun Zhangtian raised his hands with a serious expression and loudly asked the Lord to bless his family. The Lord said loudly to give them a unicorn. The assistant loudly called out to the Lord and said that a child was born, a boy. Zhangtian turned around with admiration and loudly said to let him look at him. After some time, the Lord was standing in the room holding the baby with his hands. The main character put his finger in his mouth and wondered if he had really reincarnated. The Lord looked at him with a smile on his face and loudly said that this was his grandson. 2 beams of light quickly headed his way. The beams of light transformed into 2 old men. One of them, with a smile on his face, extended his hand forward and, turning to Zhangtian, loudly said to let him hold the child. The old men quickly looked at the golden dragon sitting on the baby, and loudly asked, "Is this really a holy body?" The old man, looking down in surprise, said that this is indeed it, and it is amazing. In nature, karmic phenomena often occur when a child is sensitive to the surrounding world and therefore can be born in special constitutions. The name of this phenomenon is 3000 physique. The holy body can enter the top 5 of the 3000, however, if it can be cultivated well, it will be able to compete on par with the emperor. Recently, the laws of heaven and earth have changed greatly, and the spread of the holy body has been limited by the so-called 10 heavenly fetters. The old man put his hand on the shoulder of the Lord and turning to him said that this child will be difficult to raise. He calmly extended his finger towards the child and said that given the status of the imperial family in the heavenly city, he would live a good life as a representative of a noble family. The protagonist, with a surprised expression on his face, wondered, was he really reincarnated? Was it all because of these 3000 body types? Was he really such a loser? The system window notified that it congratulated him on successfully logging into the system. The entry point of the heavenly palace was detected. Should he log in now? There is a tip: when logging into the system for the first time, newcomers can deal a critical hit, thereby receiving rare rewards of more than 5 stars. The baby wondered in surprise, did such a system really exist? He thought it would be better to log in now. The system window notified that the authorization was successful and 8 stars were received. The protagonist became the owner of a holy body. The baby thought he logged in, but where did this reward come from? Could it be a holy spirit? The protagonist looked forward with his bright eyes and wondered if he could not move his body. The old men looked forward in amazement. One of them, moving away from the bright light that appeared, loudly asked, "What is going on here?" The bright chains of light quickly enveloped themselves in a yellow glow and broke on the protagonist's body, and to move rapidly to the sides. The people looked at the coffin standing above in surprise. They loudly said that the coffin lid could no longer hold it back, and a bright light quickly lit up the sky next to the coffin. At the same time, Zhangtian put his hands on his hips and said that the 2 lords, Xiao Yao is the owner of a holy body. One day, the consequences will come to light. He said with a serious expression that they will all have to hide Xiao Yao's essence. The old man with long hair looked to the side and agreed with the Lord and said that there are many forces in the heavenly city that oppose the Jun clan. The second old man with a thoughtful expression scratched his beard and said that the one who stands out will get into trouble. The protagonist with a smile on his face showing 2 thumbs up thought that the old man was saying everything correctly, they should not waste time. Zhangtian turned towards Ro, addressed her by status, and told her to show him the child. She held the protagonist in her arms and said that the trouble was that both the grandfather and the clan were already old. The old man with long hair put 2 fingers to his mouth and looked up and loudly addressed the black-faced Lei Gong. The second old man extended 2 fingers upward and loudly addressed the fierce imperial army. Zhangtian, with a serious look, lowered his head down, put the palms of his hands together and loudly called out to the dark killer, and told the spirits to rush to the stars. The protagonist's body was quickly enveloped in bright light. Xiao Yao, surrounded by yellow rays, looked at his hands in surprise and thought that he was floating in the air. There is very strong weightlessness here. The 18th ancestor loudly asked, "What are these unfortunate people doing?" A yellow wall of light appeared near the protagonist's body surrounded by bright light. The old man looked forward in surprise and loudly said that it was him. A powerful stream of bright energy pierced the building of the heavenly palace. Zhangtian looked forward in surprise and loudly said that it was the 18th ancestor. He held Xiao Yao in his hands surrounded by light rays and looked forward. They quickly knelt down, clenched their palms into fists, and loudly said that the younger members of the Jun family welcome him. The ancestor asked with an angry look, Since when did the descendants of his clan hide the child's origin? Can't they protect him? Xiao Yao, holding the strand of hair of the 18th ancestor with a sad look, wondered why another old man was holding it. They all looked the same, he just couldn't tell them apart. Zhang Dian, kneeling on one knee, told the ancestor not to be angry. The Lord was only afraid that his grandson would be harmed. The 18th ancestor, with a confident look and a blue aura in his eyes, said loudly that they should only dare to do so. They must give him their word if anyone harmed the child. The entire clan will stand up to defend him and fight. Will destroy anyone who touches him. The old men conduct a dialogue using the power of thought. One of them with a long beard thought that he was talking about declaring war. It will only turn everything around and force the blood of ordinary people to be spilled. They thought that the Lord was willing to make such a sacrifice for this child. Zhantian put his hand on his heart and turned to the Venerable One and asked loudly, "Does he really mean that he will overcome death to protect the child?" The 18th ancestor asked with a serious expression, "Do they have any objections?" Going beyond death is a dangerous technique that the best monks of the heavenly city master. The body is placed in a coffin to completely isolate it from the outside world. If the outcome is successful, the person will come out. In the worst case, he will be buried alive in a sealed coffin. The ancestor extended his finger into Xiao Yao's hands and said that the holy body was a gift from heaven to his son from the imperial family. This was a very lucky thing, and in the future, all the strength of the Jun clan would be devoted to raising this child. The 18th ancestor scratched the protagonist's nose. He looked serious, illuminated by a bright light, and told them to provide him with a sequence of zeros. The overlord, with beads of sweat on his face, asked, "Is this really a sequence of zeros?" Xiao Yao wondered with a puzzled look, "What kind of sequence is this? Why is it so difficult?" The Jun family members are rich, and their clan can reach 10,000 people. Among them, there are 10 chosen ones who can inherit the sequences from their ancestors. Having them is the same as gaining the ability to fight for supremacy. One can surpass all 10. This phenomenon is called the generation of heads. This is what the zero sequence is. A representative of the previous generation, Xiao Yao's father, Wu Hui. Zhantian addressed the Lord and said that it was risky. Every person with consistency needed to go through countless trials. He asked in surprise, even if he was born with it, how could he convince the public of it? The 18th ancestor said with a determined look that if they refused to accept him, then let them defeat him. He said with a confident look that he didn't care. Xiao Yao clenched his fists in fear and wondered, would this old man really abandon him without help? The ancestor, with a smile on his face, lifted the protagonist up and loudly told him not to cry and to look at how high. Xiao Yao tucked his legs and thought that he was just a child. He just had to put him down. Did he understand it? Zhang Tian thought with a thoughtful look that Wu Hui's child had been born. The protagonist put his hands on the fingers holding him with tears in his eyes and wondered if they would stop throwing him up and bring him some clothes. He was really cold after all. Xiao Yao looked in surprise at the system window that appeared, notifying him that the login location had been updated. He needed to go to the Taiwa Ancient Monument to log in. The protagonist wondered in surprise, what kind of Taiwa Ancient Monument was this? 3 years later, the girl said loudly that it was amazing. The godson of the Jun clan, who had shocked the 18th ancestor, turned 3 years old this year. She raised a stack of newspapers with a smile on her face and loudly told everyone to come and buy a newspaper with the latest news. She gives discounts on them. The sheets of paper quickly hovered in the sky near the heavenly palace. After a while, Zhantian, sitting on the wooden floor, put his hands on his knees and addressed Xiao Yao, saying that he was now going to say important things. So he should listen to him carefully. He clenched his fist with a serious expression and said that they would start with the basics of practice, the physical realms, and there were 5 of them. In order to succeed, they needed to be cultivated with natural resources and treasures. First came the Tibetan kingdom, then 5 more realms. They correspond to the 5 organs, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. When Xiao Yao finished mastering them, he would be able to gather the spirit sea, strengthen the shrine and transform the true spirit. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, put his hands on his cheeks and turned to his grandfather, and asked how long it would take to break through the Tibetan kingdom. Zhantian, with a thoughtful look, rubbing his beard with his fingers, said that ordinary people needed 5 years, and nobles needed 3 years. Maybe a year or 2 would be enough for him. Xiao Yao stood up and looked down and asked, really a year or 2 years? But then why did he feel like he could do it at any time? The Lord asked him to demonstrate it with a serious expression. The protagonist sat on the floor with his legs crossed, agreed with him, and enveloped his body in powerful streams of light. Jian Tian looked at him and thought that, as he suspected, his grandson had quickly mastered the technique thanks to his ingenuity and talent. He wondered in surprise, could Xiao Yao really easily break through two worlds? The protagonist's outerwear was quickly torn off under the pressure of bright rays of light. The Lord looked at the powerful yellow energy spreading around Xiao Yao with amazement on his face and wondered, could this really be the destruction of the five worlds? The protagonist stopped emitting bright light and sighed heavily. He turned to his grandfather with a smile on his face and said loudly that he seemed to have broken through the Tibetan kingdom. Xiao Yao looked down in amazement and loudly called out to his grandfather. Jian Tian, crossing his arms and lying on the ground, said that there was no doubt his talent was too good. The protagonist put his hand on the Lord's body with a puzzled expression and asked if he was okay. Jian Tian put his hand on his chest with tears in his eyes and said that he was just moved. He turned to Xiao Yao with an excited expression and said loudly, in order to celebrate his breakthrough, he wanted to give him a gift. What would the protagonist want? Xiao Yao thought with a puzzled expression that he didn't know much about the world, so there was no point in asking. The protagonist stretched out his hand and turned to his grandfather and asked if he knew what the Taiwa ancient monument was. Jian Tian confidently agreed with him and said loudly that no one knew it better than him. At first, it was an ordinary stone statue standing in the heavenly city. Physical strength could be detected from the attack directed at it. So their Jun family dug up this monument and placed it in the battle arena. Now it is used by the juniors to cultivate the physical body. Xiao Yao thought that he was a good boy, this is already close. The protagonist with a smile on his face put his hands on the shoulders of the Lord and turning to his grandfather asked if they could go and look at him. He had already broken through the Tibetan kingdom, could he test his strength now? Jian Tian put him on his shoulder, laughed, and agreed and said that he would take him. Xiao Yao put his hand on his grandfather's head and loudly said that his grandfather was the best. After some time, an ancient monument stood in the battle arena. Kai and Ling Long leaned over and placed the palm of her hand on the monument. She looked forward with a calm look and raised her hand with radiating energy. Ling Long with a confident look clenched her hand into a fist and stood in a fighting stance, enveloping her body with rays of light. She hit the monument with her hand with great power, shaking the earth. Ling Long looked at her finger with interest and made an interested sound. Rays of light flew quickly to the side. The monument emitting a bright blue glow revealed an inscription. The guy with a drop of sweat on his face said that she was great. A whole 150,000 points. How old is she then? The guy, covering his chin with a fan, asked. This girl is from another family, she seems to be famous, right? Lan Qin, the owner of the 10th sequence, with a smile on her face, said that what a surprise. Ling Long is known as a sincere person and is destined to become a saint. Why, compared to the last test, did her strength increase by only 30,000? The girl watching her said that this was already a good result. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and said loudly that this was Qin, the owner of the 10th sequence, and it was better not to mess with her. Qin, stretching out her hand to the side, called out to Ling Long and asked why she was silent. Did she really have nothing to say? Ling Long, with a calm look, looked forward and did not make a sound. Qin, with an angry look, crossed her arms and loudly told her not to ignore her. She asked loudly with an angry face, did she really reject the invitation from the sword master? Ling Long with a blue aura in her eye said that she needed to choose a master, which meant she had to be careful. Jian Tian's strength was not bad, but his spirit was weak. She waved her hand and said, how could she allow herself to be spoken to? Qin clenched her fists, shaking with anger. She put 2 fingers near her mouth, quickly extended 2 fingers forward, directing the flow of energy, and loudly said to make her proud. She wanted to teach her a good lesson from the master. Ling Long quickly squeezed her hand, preventing her from attacking. Qin with an angry look gritted her teeth and looked at her. Ling Long with a serious look told her to forget about it. Xiao Yao with a smile on his face looked forward and said, here he is. They looked at him in surprise. Ling Long wondered in amazement, when was this child born? The system window notifies that the entry point of the ancient monument of Taiwa has arrived and the authorization has been successful. The protagonist raised his hand to the system window that appeared on the monument. The system window notifies that it congratulates the owner of the holy body on receiving the 6-star award, the divine elephant Jin Eugene. The effect of the award is that the animal's appearance can change. From a baby it turns into a dragon elephant, it lies on its back and turns into a yuan elephant. An ordinary elephant turns into a divine one, and this is a great gift. Xiao Yao was surprised to think that this was a 6-star reward. He put his hand on his chin with a thoughtful look, stretching his other hand towards the system window, and thought that it was obtained the last time he logged in. The saint body is now rated at 8 stars. Perhaps this is an indicator of the level of a master? I wonder how many stars the strongest have. Jean put her hands on her hips with an angry look and asked loudly, "Who the hell is he? Does he even know where he is? There is no place for children here." The protagonist turned towards her with resentment, and thought that she was very noisy. The protagonist confidently put his hand on his side standing amidst the streams of smoke and asked, "Who the hell is he?" "He is Xiao Yao from the Heavenly Palace." Ling Long wondered in surprise, "Is he really from the Heavenly Palace?" The people said loudly in amazement that this child, he was the one who disturbed the 18th ancestor, and was granted the status of a saint. Jean raised her hand and turned to the side and thought that she should not worry. Ling Long knelt down and quickly slammed her head on the ground and said that he was the son of the Jun clan and she should bow to the saint. Jean looked away with a tear in her eye and thought that she did it on purpose. She knelt down and knelt before him and loudly greeted the Son of God and asked for forgiveness for her rudeness. The people looked at them in surprise. The people quickly knelt down and loudly praised the Son of God. Xiao Yao looked forward in amazement and thought what was going on here. Perhaps it was inappropriate to ask them such a question. If he hit himself in the face now, would his prestige increase? The protagonist put his hands behind his back and stood amidst clouds of smoke and thought that he could test his physical strength with the help of the monument. He smiled and pointed his hand forward and thought that if he didn't try, he wouldn't know anything. Xiao Yao stood in a fighting stance and surrounded himself with fiery energy. The elephant changes its appearance, turning from a baby into a dragon elephant. It transforms into an ordinary one, which in turn reincarnates into a divine one. The protagonist struck the monument with a beam of bright energy with great force. Ling Long looked forward in amazement, standing amidst the dark smoke after a powerful blow. The monument shook rapidly and showed the result. Everyone looked forward in surprise. Xiao Yao clenched his hand into a fist and looked at the monument. He created a light energy ball in his hands with a smile on his face and thought that this was very cool. Even without an aura, he got such a good result. The protagonist quickly looked to the side after hearing the dialogue of the people. The man asked, "Is he only 3 years old?" The man said that he has been using the best resources for cultivation since birth. The man said with an arrogant look that one should not expect too much from a 3-year-old child. He said loudly that he was not worthy of the status of God's son anyway. Xiao Yao thought with a grin on his face, "Is he not worthy?" He looked ahead with an ominous look and said loudly that it was interesting. People felt a powerful flow of air in horror. Jean, with a frightened look, clenched her teeth and thought, "What is this powerful flow of air?" Even the young sword master did not feel such a terrible feeling of oppression. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, turned to the side and loudly said that since she thought so, he would show them everything he was capable of. Xiao Yao raised a fist emitting a bright aura and quickly pushed it forward. Zhantian crossed his arms and looked down at the powerful explosion. He looked down with a smile on his face. The protagonist held his fist in the ground and created cracks in the ground with his blow, emitting an aura. The monument quickly collapsed into many pieces under the influence of powerful energy. Xiao Yao looked ahead with a calm look and people opened their mouths in horror. The protagonist stopped with fear on his face and looked ahead. He stood among the ruins and streams of smoke and wondered, is this monument really a treasure? A bright stream of light quickly rose into the sky from under a pile of stones. Xiao Yao, clenching his palms into fists, looked at the beam with the inscription and wondered, is this really an ancient kingdom? He looked in surprise at the bright streams of light rushing into his chest. Zhang Tian, with a smile on his face, said that this is the so-called ancient kingdom. He put his hands behind his back and appeared behind the main character and said that it means that in past eras, at such an age, there was no one stronger than him. The Lord looked down with a joyful look and said loudly that Xiao Yao touched the spirit world immediately after breaking through the Tibetan kingdom. He doesn't even know where his limit is. Zhang Tian, with a malicious smile on his face, sat down, put his hand on his knee and asked what kind of trick he pulled and where did he learn it. The protagonist sadly lowered his head and turned to his grandfather, and said that he had broken the ancient Taiwan monument. Grandfather, with a smile on his face, closed his eyes and said that there was nothing to worry about. Xiao Yao picked up the stone and asked, what difference did it make? It belonged to their family anyway and maybe it could still be repaired. Jiang Tian laughed loudly, throwing his head back and asked, "Does he think so?" He picked up the protagonist by the collar, and loudly told him not to worry. Their family has a lot of treasures and not bad ones. The grandfather, smiling, holding Xiaoyao on his shoulder, loudly told them to go back and he would tell him about the spirit realm. Ling Long quickly stood in their way and loudly told them to wait. Jiang Tian raised his head with a confident expression, emitting a red aura from his eyes, and asked, "What does she want?" She lowered her head with a pitiful look and thought that she felt an oppressive feeling. Ling Lu kneeled down, quickly slammed her fist into her palm and said loudly that she was a disciple and wanted to serve the Son of God. She loudly asked to be allowed to be his servant. The male lead stretched out his hand in surprise. Qin looked angry and shook, thinking that it was obvious that Zhuangjian would not miss the chance and take her away. Did she really want to humiliate him? Xiaoyao quickly ran towards her and asked why she did this. Ling Long raised her head and looked at him in surprise. The male lead asked why she wanted to serve him? He calmly put his hands behind his back and said that she knelt down, although her voice was already quiet. But he could still hear the cheers of the crowd. People whispered that she was a proud daughter of heaven, born with the seventh sequence and a kind heart. She had excellent skills and had every chance of becoming a saint. Since Ling Long was destined to develop, why would she be his servant? She asked with a serious expression. Did he really not guess, or was he just testing her honesty? Xiaoyao looked at her with a puzzled expression. Jiang Tian crossed his arms with a menacing expression and said that she was from a different family. The children of hermits have a hard time, they suffer from a lack of resources and connections. If Ling Long wants to achieve something, she must establish a relationship with the Lord. He raised his head with a joyful expression, closed his eyes and said loudly that this girl knows who to choose. At first glance, the Lord realized that his grandson would have a great career with her. The protagonist thought with shame that in fact, this whole performance was because of the clan and his reincarnation. He clenched his hands into fists, standing amidst streams of smoke, said that he knew her motive. Xiaoyao extended a finger forward, saying that he could let her serve him. The protagonist, with a thoughtful look, bending the fingers of his hand, said that then she should serve him tea and water, wash, sew and play with him when he was bored. Ling Long looked at him in horror. He approached her face, looked into her eyes and said that if she could, he would give her any resource she wanted. She, with a joyful look and flushed cheeks, quickly looked at him. Ling Long is ready to serve the Son of God at any time of the day or night, ready even to give her life for him. Xiaoyao said that this was all clear. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, sitting on her hand, extended his finger forward and loudly said that now forward to the heavenly palace. Jiang Tian, with an angry look, stood in front of them and loudly told them to stop. Isn't only Grandpa able to roll him on his shoulders? Xiaoyao looked at him and did not agree with his words. He laid his head on Ling Long's hair and asked, "Isn't the young lady better than Grandpa?" The Lord raised his clenched hands with resentment and asked loudly, "How could this be?" Jiang Tian, with tears in his eyes, lay on the ground, clasped his legs with his hands and wondered if he would be kicked out of the palace if he crossed the threshold with his left foot. Lin Long, walking away, asked if everything was really okay. The protagonist, sitting on her shoulder, agreed with her and loudly said that they should go, he would show the way. After some time, Qin, running quickly forward through the forest, thought that it was necessary to tell Zhuangjian about what happened as soon as possible. She stopped in the forest between several trees and looked up. A high mountain stands among the clouds and trees in front of the setting sun. Qin, looking frightened, took a step forward. She raised her hand in fear, stopping in place in front of the sword that quickly fell to the ground. The man standing on the tree branch turned to Qin and said that she knew that Zhuangjian was in seclusion. The guy standing on the tree branch put his hand on his knee and said that there was no need to disturb him. She said loudly with a confident look that she had important news. This child named Xiaoyao had overcome the spirit realm, and Ling Long had decided to serve him. If they did not report this to the master immediately. The man crossed his arms, looked down and said that all issues would be resolved when he came out of seclusion. The guy said with an arrogant look that she probably just had nothing to do. She herself went to provoke Ling Long, was rebuffed, and came to complain to the sword master. Qin, with an angry look, clenched her hand into a fist, pulled up her sleeve and loudly asked, "How dare he? Does he really want to fight?" The trees shook rapidly. The man turned around with a frightened look and said loudly that this was a powerful stream. A bright stream of light quickly headed down, spreading over the area near the mountain. Zhuangjian, with a smile on his face, hovering among the rays of light, raised his clenched palm into a fist in front of him. Qin, with an enthusiastic look, clenched her palms into fists and, laughing loudly, said that Xuanjian had come. She happily quickly fell onto his chest, putting her hand on it, and loudly said that he had come. Xuanjian, with a smile on his face, looked at her and asked if she really wanted to see him. Qin, with a plaintive look, asked if those two guys didn't let her in, weren't they fools? He extended 2 fingers forward, waved his hand to the side, and said that it was true. Xuanjian ordered them to slap themselves 20 times each. He looked at her with a smile on his face and said that if anyone upset her, he would get a punch in the face. Qin looked down with a sad expression and said loudly that it was Linglong. He doesn't know yet, but she has become a servant of a very arrogant child, and his name is Xiaoyao. She said what happened to his face. A stream of powerful smoke quickly burst out between the mountains. The guys looked away in surprise, slapping themselves on the cheeks. Xuanjian, with a terrifying look, loudly asked if she called him by name in front of Xiaoyao. He called her a spoiled girl. Qin, with a frightened look, sitting on the ground, having received a strong blow to her head against the mountain, looked down among the streams of smoke. She thought with horror and bruises on her face that Xiaoyao was the son of Rou and Wuhui, and also with the patronage of the 18th ancestor. If you provoke him, then it won't be long before she loses her 10th sequence. She needs to rectify the situation. Xuanjian looked at his palm with a serious expression. At the same time, Jiang Tian looked forward with an angry look and a red aura in his eyes. He crossed his arms while sitting on a chair and said that their Xiaoyao was still young and not good at courting. Since he had a girlfriend, he no longer needed his grandfather. The protagonist stretched out his lips, put his hands together, and sat down next to him and loudly said that no matter what happened, he would always be his grandfather's grandson. Jiang Tian put his hand on his face and pushed it aside and loudly told him to stop and not to flatter. The grandfather asked with a serious look, what kind of technique did he use at the ancient monument of Taiwei? Xiaoyao extended his finger upward and said that it was a reward, the divine elephant Jianyu. Jiang Tian with a thoughtful look said that he had never heard of it. The protagonist said that in general, it was a powerful thing. He learned that if he achieved great success in cultivation, he could become an ancient idol. Then descend to hell and force all the demons to fight by his side. Grandpa rubbed his beard with an interested expression and asked if there was a risk of losing his mind. Xiaoyao said that there didn't seem to be such a risk. Jiang Tian crossed his arms with a smile on his face and said that his diligent cultivation was commendable. When the protagonist turns 10 years old, they will hold a feast to celebrate the occasion. The forces of the heavenly city, the Huanggu family, the supreme clan will come there. Jiang Tian said with enthusiasm that they will wait for the day when they reveal the identity of the owner of the 0 sequence to the entire heavenly city. The protagonist's time is about to come. Xiaoyao looked ahead with a dissatisfied expression. The system window notified that it was congratulating him. A new place to log into the system, a feast to celebrate his 10th birthday. The protagonist looked at the system window that appeared in amazement. He thought sadly, why a feast? After all, there are still 7 years, and is it really that long to wait? Xiaoyao, rubbing his chin, wondered, what are the rules at the entrance? Linglong, quickly appearing behind him, turned to his lordship and said that Xuanjian was standing near the heavenly palace and wanted to see him. The protagonist, with a frightened look, put his hand on his chest and loudly said that why was she sneaking up like that, she really scared him. Linglong, with a puzzled look, said that he told her to make herself at home. Xiaoyao, with a drop of sweat on his face, said loudly that she did not see at all what was happening outside. He sat down on the table, crossed his legs and asked, who wants to see him? Who is Xuanjian? Linglong, with a serious look, said that he was Mr. Qin and from the same family as him, so he could be considered the protagonist's clan brother. Xiaoyao asked with a puzzled grin on his face, who is Qin? She pointed her finger up and said that it was that little girl with the loud voice. He opened his mouth wide and said loudly that it was her. He understood who she was talking about. The protagonist asked why he suddenly needed him. Linglong said that subordinates could not make guesses. Xiaoyao told her to introduce him to him already. He looked forward with horror on his face. Xuanjian, standing in front of the entrance to the heavenly palace, said that he heard that his subordinate had been acting defiantly towards Xiaoyao. So he brought her here to make her admit her guilt. Qin looked down with an exhausted look, tied to sharp sticks digging into her skin. Xuanjian looked forward with a smile on his face and said that he hoped that the Lord would forgive this girl. The protagonist with an ominous smile on his face thought about what guilt he was talking about. This fool obviously didn't just come here. After a while, he said that Zhuangjian suddenly appeared. Linglong said that Xiao Yao only had cheap tea as a treat, so they apologized to him. Zhuangjian, with a smile on his face, put his hand on the table and said that it was still nice of them and he was a little rude. He thought with anger that the protagonist was treating Linglong like a servant. How is this even possible? Xiao Yao raised his head with a serious look and asked, "Will Qin really kneel forever? She is hanging on the cross, bleeding behind their backs." Zhuangjian, with a smile on his face, said that he was joking about admitting guilt, but if she is spared, they will not embarrass her anymore. He put the cup of tea on the table and said that he probably misunderstood him. Zhuangjian does not hold a grudge against her. Xiao Yao put his hands on the table and looked at him, and said that if someone insulted him, he could fight back himself. The protagonist extended a finger with a smile on his face and said that there was no need to do such perversions when apologizing to him. Linglong put her hand behind her back, brought her fist to her mouth and coughed loudly. She clenched her lips, looked down and asked for forgiveness, telling them to ignore it and continue. Zhuangjian looked forward with an angry look and veins protruding on his face. He said with an ominous smile on his face that it seemed like his clan brother was dissatisfied with his apology. Zhuangjian directed a powerful stream of energy and said loudly, which meant that this fool was no longer needed. Qin, with tears in her eyes, quickly looked at the beam of energy flying at her. A powerful explosion of blue energy passed through the building. A powerful trail leading from the palace door remained among the streams of dark smoke. Linglong quickly fell to the ground holding Qin in her hand, said that this was very rude. She looked at her with a serious expression and asked, "Is this really the master she was talking about?" Qin, barely holding back her tears with bruises on her face, could not say a word. Zhuangjian looked away with an angry look and made a dissatisfied sound. The protagonist put the cup on the table and asked that although he was angry, he decided to provoke him with his inappropriate behavior in the heavenly palace? Zhuangjian with a frightened look put his hand on his chest and asked, "Is this just a misunderstanding? How dare he offend his brother, the godson of the Jun family?" Xiao Yao with a smile on his face threw the table with food in his direction and loudly asked, "Does that mean he just does not trust?" Zhuangjian with a frightened look covered his hand from the falling food looked forward. The protagonist clenched his fist with determination and created a stream of light energy. He thought that he had come to him on purpose to teach him a lesson. Did he really want to kill her in front of Xiao Yao? Did he decide to scare him like that? If he really was only 3 years old, he would be at a loss. He jumped up and kicked to the side, and a powerful stream of energy quickly headed towards Zhuangjian. He slid along the ground, leaving smoke behind him, and crossed his arms in front of him. Zhuangjian, with a puzzled look, clenched his palms into fists, wondered how a 3-year-old could be so strong. The protagonist, standing confidently in front of him among the light smoke, addressed him by his status and said that he had not lied to him. If he was insulted, he would fight back. Xiao Yao, with a smile on his face, beckoned him to him and asked, "The weather is very good today. So why don't they learn from each other? They are clan brothers, they should improve their brotherly relations, right? Zhuangjian won't fight, will he?" He, with an angry look, clenched his teeth, thought that he needed to be calm. Zhuangjian wouldn't provoke a 3-year-old. He clenched his fists and said that if one of them wanted to learn, the other would support him. Zhuangjian raised his hand to the amulet that appeared surrounded by bright light and said that he was older, so he would give him 3 components of power. He held the amulet in front of him with a serious expression and said that if Xiao Yao could win, he would give him the highest order of Yuan Tian. If he lost, he would apologize to him for his terrible behavior. The protagonist looked forward with a stern expression and thought that the highest order of Tian was a good thing. Linglong was conducting a dialogue with him using the power of thought. He looked back and thought that Zhuangjian himself suggested this, he would try to take the token from him. Linglong thought that it might be related to the greatest hidden treasure. The protagonist looked to the side and asked her to tell him about it. She thought that the so-called superiors were immortal beings standing on top of the ancient heavenly city. Linglong thought with a smile on her face, imagine how many good things there were. The male lead thought with a grin on his face, that's how it was. He rubbed his palms with a terrifying look and said loudly that his clan brother was very generous, and Xiao Yao thanked him. Zhuangjian, with a puzzled look, held the token in front of him and shook. The Jun family's godson must be very fond of treasures. Zhuangjian, with an angry look, held the sword in his hand and thought that he was the 10th sequence holder in the Jun family. He was a genius recognized by everyone. Zhuangjian, with a frightened look, thought, so why was a 3-year-old child suppressing him? He looked at the dancing Xiao Yao and thought that he was also fooling around. The male lead looked forward with a malicious smile on his face and said loudly, addressing his brother to begin. Zhuangjian, with beads of sweat and bulging veins on his face, thought that he really wanted to hit him. People came to the heavenly palace and asked what was going on here. The man said loudly that the owner of the 10th sequence, Zhuangjian, and the Son of God were fighting each other. The guy looked ahead in surprise and said loudly that the Son of God was only 3 years old. Isn't this bullying a child? The man with a smile on his face said that he didn't even know, so far the masters were suppressing. Zhuangjian sighed heavily and thought that the protagonist would not be able to deceive him. Of course, this child is the Son of God, who has secured the support of the 18th ancestor, and he has his own merits. He enveloped his body in rays of purple energy, and thought that he was too arrogant, he needed to be more serious. The man looked ahead in amazement and asked loudly, "Is this the sword art of the Supreme Immortal?" The guy asked, did he really want to use it on a 3-year-old child? Zhuangjian will not let himself be defeated. Zhuangjian took a fighting stance and extended 2 fingers forward, thinking that he must not lose. They don't even know how strange he is. Zhuangjian spoke loudly to his brother and told him to be careful. He quickly pointed the sword with radiating energy forward with an angry expression, and loudly told Xiao Yao not to get hurt. Ling Long looked away with a calm expression and thought that this was the sword art of a supreme immortal. Even in the core of the Jun family, it could be considered a high-level technique. The 9 sword paths intertwined into a network. They blocked all the enemy's escaped routes, and this guy didn't have long left. She looked up with a calm expression and thought that it didn't matter. Xiao Yao quickly raised his hand with a smile on his face. He casually hit his palm, knocking the sword out of his hand. Zhuangjian looked up with a frightened look and thought that his sword had fallen out. The protagonist looked away with a calm face and said that he had always felt that he was his brother. He quickly jumped up, raising his leg with the intention of attacking, and said loudly that Zhuangjian was weaker than he thought. A powerful explosion hit the battlefield, shaking the ground. Bloody teeth quickly flew across the bright sky to the side. Zhuangjian threw his head back after receiving a powerful blow to the cheek and wondered, is this really his tooth? Why are all his teeth flying out? He quickly fell to the ground and wondered what happened. Xiao Yao picked up the token in his hand, defeating him. The protagonist happily looked forward quickly, clenching 2 fingers on his hand, and said loudly that the highest order Tian is his. The system window notifies that a key element has been found and the authorization location has been updated. Xiao Yao must enter the highest order Tian. The protagonist looked at the token in his hand with a smile on his face, and said loudly that it was unexpected and pleasant. Lin Long, while bandaging Qin's hand, told her to look, this is the same sword master she always talks about. She calmly held her hand with her hand and said that Zhuangjian did not have leadership qualities and had a bad character. Lin Long turned her head to the side and said that Qin might not be very smart, but she should not let people deceive her. Qin, with an angry look, quickly pulled her hand away and loudly told her to stop. She said loudly with tears in her eyes that she did not need her pity. Qin, angrily getting up from the ground, listed the names of her offenders. She turned to the side with tears running down her face and loudly said that she wanted all the members of the Jun clan to pay for this. Lin Long, with a bewildered look and a drop of sweat on her face, looked at her without saying anything. Xiao Yao stood next to her with a smile on his face and crossed his arms and said that she really was very straightforward. No wonder people disliked her. Ling Long looked away in surprise and said that she was just telling the truth. The male lead told her not to come to him if she was beaten up on the street one day. He wouldn't even bother to deal with it. The summer passed in a hustle and bustle, the yellow leaves fell. Winter came and the spring flowers bloomed. Another year of 4 seasons passed and 7 years passed. Jiang Loli looked ahead with a smile on her face and a bird sitting on her shoulder, and laughed. In the heavenly city, the buildings stood under the clear sky. Jiang Shini, the goddess of the Jiang clan, closed her eyes with a smile on her face and asked, "Isn't this the holy island of the Jiang family?" She said loudly that it was very lively. Loli said loudly with a smile on her face that she wished she could meet a handsome little boy. The man said loudly that Dao Jitazong had arrived and presented a gift to the Son of God, 9 volumes of Taoist writings. Yi Dian from the Holy Lands had arrived, presenting the Son of God with a vase of chalcedony and 100 first-class divine springs. The princess of the Deshang dynasty had arrived, taking with her a treasure, a landscape. After some time, an assistant holding a box in his hand, going down the stairs, told the guy to be careful with the evening dress of the Son of God. It was for the banquet in Shirlu and could not be torn. The guy laughed as he went down, and said loudly that so many noble families had come for the saint's birthday. This event was so important to them. The assistant asked, "Isn't it important to him, and what makes him happy?" The guy asked, "Maybe he was just proud?" He looked up with an inspired look, looked forward and said that he himself had said that their son of God was a very talented child. The boy is afraid that solitude will not help him break through the spirit realm. After some time in the heavenly palace, the assistant with a serious look hit his fist on his palm and loudly greeted the Son of God. He loudly asked him to take a bath and change into ceremonial clothes. The assistant with a serious look looked forward and loudly called out to the Son of God. They quickly looked at the scratched wall. On the wall is written that solitude is too boring and he went to have fun, with a signature from Xiao Yao. The assistants loudly said that he is incredibly strong. At the same time, the protagonist bit into an apple that 3 whole years had passed. He angrily held the fruit in his hands and loudly said that he had been starving all this time. Since they can't cook, what's the point of practicing? Xiao Yao said loudly with tears in his eyes that if he retreated, he would no longer bear the surname Jun. Lin Long rested her chin on her hand with a thoughtful expression and asked, did he really want to argue? What irritates her more than the hunger strike is the fact that she has not been able to take a bath for 10.5 months. The male lead, with veins bulging on his face, raised a finger and said loudly that it was true. He asked, what is she doing here? Ling Long looked away with a calm expression and said that the family ordered her to catch a certain son of God who broke the traditions. She needs to bring him back to the palace. Xiao Yao looked ahead with a smile on his face, closed his eyes and turned to the side. He quickly jumped on the roofs of the buildings, leaving a trail of air behind him, and loudly said goodbye to her. Ling Long quickly ran after him and loudly said that he was also running away. Just putting on his dress would take half a day. She loudly ordered him to return immediately, otherwise he would not have time. The protagonist, clenching his fists, jumped forward and turned back and said loudly, what is the point of these formalities? He does not want to walk in such a heavy dress. When the time comes, the protagonist will return. The man loudly called for help and Xiao Yao quickly looked down. He bounced off the roof, stopped and looked at the crowd of people standing below. Loli, with an angry look squeezing the man's clothes with her hand, loudly asked, what is he shouting about? She, with a serious look, holding Gray in her hand, said loudly that she understands that it was he who hurt his paw. The man, lying on the ground, said in a trembling voice that he had already apologized. Loli angrily asked loudly, what good does his apology do to her? Gray's claws are broken. The old man, heading towards her, turned to the lady and loudly said that they should come to an agreement. He turned to her with a puzzled expression and asked her by status, how could he compensate her for the harm he had caused her so that she would let go of his child? Loli angrily gritted her teeth and said loudly that this was outrageous. Who even cared about his compensation? What did he even think of her? What kind of blackmail was he using against her? She grabbed the man by the collar and loudly said that he had broken her Gray's paw. So she would break one of the man's legs and that would be enough. The man stretched out his hand in fear and loudly called for help. Xiao Yao, watching what was happening from the roof, wondered where this spoiled girl came from. The protagonist, with a stern expression, wondered how she dared to bully people in his clan's territory. Was she really that brave? He thought that this looked like a monastic atmosphere. Xiao Yao, throwing up a plant bone, used his hidden weapon, scraps. The protagonist thought that he would teach her a lesson. He quickly pointed the plant bone towards her. Loli quickly turned around with a serious look. She quickly caught the plant bone and looked at the protagonist and loudly asked, who is he? How dare he attack a lady? She looked at the trash in her hand with a thoughtful expression and thought that it reminded her of something to the touch. Loli shook her hand from side to side with disgust and asked, what kind of hidden weapon is this? Xiao Yao loudly said that she deserved it. Who allowed her to bully ordinary people? She clenched her teeth and quickly looked at him. Loli raised her finger in anger and loudly asked, where did this freak come from? How dare he interfere in her affairs? Does the protagonist even know who she is? Xiao Yao put a mask on his face and loudly said that people who call others freaks are freaks themselves. He loudly said that she is a freak. Loli clenched her fists in anger and said loudly that she was indignant. She flew up to him with resentment, wrapped in aura, and looked at him with her hand clenched into a fist. The protagonist quickly looked at her and thought that she was very fast. Loli furiously pointed her fist wrapped in energy at him. Xiao Yao raised his hand to the side, crouched down, not getting hit by the attack, and loudly said that he could not hit. The protagonist quickly jumped towards the trees. He resolutely thought that this power would not hurt people. So, in fact, she did not want to hurt him. Is she really planning to just anger him? Luoli angrily clenched her fist in an angry voice and loudly told him to stop running. He should come here and fight her. Xiao Yao stuck out his tongue, raised his hands and made loud sounds of mockery. The protagonist asked how she was going to fight him if she was not even able to catch up with him. He said loudly for her to catch him if she could. Luoli ran after him furiously and said loudly that she would kill him. Xiao Yao laughed loudly while sticking out his tongue and thought that he would take her away. He didn't want to exaggerate the situation, and Lin Long was also chasing him. She stood on the building among the flying leaves from the trees and looked away. Lin Long looked at the token on Luoli's body and wondered if this was really an ornament of the Jiang family from Qingzhou. She calmly crossed her arms and thought, this girl is the eldest of the Jiang clan, maybe they should be stopped. Ling Lu thought with a smile on her face that on the other hand it seemed interesting, so she would take a look. After a while, Xiao Yao was standing on the rocks among the flowing stream in the forest. Luoli raised her hands with an angry look and told him to stop already. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that it would be difficult for this girl to catch up with him. She looked tired and sighed loudly, saying that if not now, then another time she would beat him. Luoli never gives up. Xiao Yao crossed his arms and thought that he just wanted to help. He didn't think that things would turn into such big trouble. What should he do in this situation? They quickly looked at the exploding fireworks at sunset. The protagonist looked up and thought that the banquet was about to begin. He confidently turned to the side and stretched out his hand forward and apologized to her. Xiao Yao said that he was in a hurry, so they would finish playing games for today. Luoli looked forward in surprise. The protagonist jumped up and quickly sent yellow energy from his hand forward. The bright light from the explosion quickly illuminated Luoli. She looked at the particles of light in amazement. At midnight, near the heavenly palace, bright fireworks quickly flew up into the sky. The assistant loudly said that the Jiang family from Qingzhou had arrived. They offer the best divine weapons, the 3 medicines of immortality, first-class miracle pills and excellent springs. The man looked forward in amazement, raising his hand and said loudly that this was a very generous gift. The girl looked towards the men and said that after all, the Jiang and Jun families had been related by marriage for several generations. The Jiang family is the clan on the mother's side of the godson Jun. The girl told them to look forward. This beauty in a white dress must be Shini, the goddess of the Jiang clan who carried the divine fruit. The little girl next to her is the Luoli Pearl, the owner of Yuan Lingdao's body. The guy, holding a sword in his hands, asked in surprise, "Why does this Pearl look so unhappy?" The man said with a smile on his face that they said that she had a relative in the Jun clan. Children are probably the ones causing trouble, in their day, the young love freely. Shini turned her head to the side with a serious expression and quietly asked, was she really caught? She would see if Luoli dared to escape next time. Luoli, with red cheeks, said loudly that if she caught that freak, she would kill him on the spot. Gray asked if she was sure she could handle it. Shini, with a drop of sweat on her face, put her hand on her elbow and said that if that hero didn't have noble intentions, she wouldn't be able to attend Xiao Yao's 10th anniversary banquet. Luoli, with an angry expression, raised her hand and loudly addressed her sister, saying, "Why is she twisting her elbows?" Yi Xingyun, from the Huangyi family, walked forward and loudly called out to Luoli. He smiled and extended his hand and asked, "It's been a long time since they've seen each other, how is she doing?" She, with a puzzled expression, apologized and asked, "Who is he?" Xingyun, spreading his arms out, asked, "Did Luoli really forget? In the secret kingdom of Luoyu they..." She interrupted him and said that she remembered it. "And who is he anyway?" Xingyun's with a grin on his face hit his fist on the palm of his hand and loudly introduced himself. Luoli walking forward waved her hand and said goodbye. Shini excitedly put her hand to her mouth and quietly said that she was behaving rudely. She, turning to her sister, said loudly that she knew that she had a bad memory for faces. Luoli could not even remember famous people. The old man looked away with a serious expression and turning to his lordship asked if he was okay. Xingyun's clenched his teeth and agreed with him in a trembling voice. He hugged himself with an offended expression on his face and loudly said that it was a shame when Luoli neglected him. The old man closed his eyes, turned to the side and sighed and agreed with him. Zhang Tian walked quickly up the stairs to the table and said loudly that there were already quite a few guests. He extended his hand with a serious expression and said that they had come all this way to attend the banquet in honor of his grandson's 10th birthday. The Lord thanked everyone loudly. The people talked among themselves and said that they had heard that the god's son from the June clan had achieved the 10th sequence. He was only 3 years old at the time. The man said that he didn't know what stage he was at, but he was afraid that he had already reached the spirit realm. Jiang thought with a smile on his face that there were many brave people here. The 10th sequence holder Zhuangjian. The 7th sequence holder Jun Xiaohuang. The 5th sequence holder Wang Jie. Xingyun looked to the side and thought that he wanted to sit next to Luoli. Even members of the Jiang family, Shini, and Luoli had gathered there. The man with a smile on his face stretched out his hand and asked, "Where is the god's son from the June clan? Does he really not want to show up?" Jiang with an angry look thought that this was a good question. He also didn't know where that fool was now. The Lord could only think of a way to delay. Before he could think, smoke quickly poured out from the ceiling. A powerful beam of energy quickly flashed behind Jiang. Xiaoyao with a smile on his face laughed, and said that Grandpa shouldn't worry. After all, the protagonists are always the last to show up. The Lord turned to the side in surprise. The protagonist with an arrogant look lay on a pile of broken ceiling, crossed his legs and said, "Here comes Xiaoyao." He with a smile on his face thanked everyone who came to the banquet in honor of his 10th anniversary. Jiang with an angry look looked at him and quietly asked, "This is his holiday, why did he come so late? What is the protagonist even thinking about and what is on his mind?" Xiaoyao, with beads of sweat on his face, thought that he had angered his grandfather. Luoli looked away in surprise. She thoughtfully thought that his hairstyle and clothes reminded her of something. It was that guy. Luoli extended her hand towards him and said loudly that it was him. Xiaoyao, with beads of sweat on his face, thought that he had better leave, otherwise that fool was here too. He needed to hurry up and distract her. The protagonist, with a smirk on his face, raised his hand to his hair and turned to the beautiful lady and asked if they had met before. Luoli looked at Xiaoyao, who was handsome in her eyes, with a tense expression. She thought that indeed, if you look closely, he is certainly ugly, but with a cute face. The protagonist, with beads of sweat, said that he must have been mistaken. Shini wondered maybe this guy is also a master? She thought with a drop of sweat on her face that Luoli was really annoying. Sometimes every charm instantly turns into complete ugliness. Shantian looked forward in amazement, and laughed loudly said that this is how it is. He, with a smile on his face, hit the protagonist on the back and quietly said that this is what he gives. Xiaoyao, with a surprised face, shook and asked, "What is he talking about?" The Lord looked at them and said that although they already knew each other, he was obliged to introduce them to each other formally. Jiang told Xiaoyao that this is the pearl of the Jiang family, Luoli and his fiancée. She looks very small, but in fact, she is a little older than the protagonist. Xiaoyao and Luoli looked away in surprise. Xingyun's, with a frightened look, shook and made a loud sound in surprise. The protagonist thought with embarrassment, why did everything turn out like this? He is God's son, but he can't avoid an arranged marriage? He looked at her seriously, and thought that since they didn't like each other, he would tell everyone that he teased her today. Luoli took his hand and put a golden pill in it with her hand and said that it was for him. The protagonist looked at her and asked what it was. She folded her hands in admiration and said loudly that it was a pill made from the water of the fountain of youth. Luoli loudly asked him to quickly take it and promised that he would keep his cute face and not grow up. Otherwise, the protagonist would stop being so cute. Xiaoyao held the pill in his hand and thought that this girl had serious problems in her head. He thought with a tired look that he needed to calm down and think. The protagonist quickly looked forward and thought that there must be a way to avoid this marriage. Xiaoyao quickly looked at Linglong and pointed his finger at her. He calmly gestured for her to jump out. Then she told them that they were getting married without parental consent and the price was not an issue. Linglong looked away in amazement and thought that the son of God who was worthless turned out to be. She seriously told him with quick gestures that she did not agree to this and refused. Linglong wanted to get out of here alive. Xiaoyao with an arrogant look told her with gestures that she was his servant, so she should follow his instructions. Linglong stretched out her hand and gestured for him to forgive her, but she would resign. The male lead with an angry look and veins protruding on his face closed his eyes and said that she was a strange girl. She with a malicious smile on her face gestured that she just wanted to watch this performance. Linglong gestured for him to smile. The people looking at them loudly congratulated them and said that a talented guy and a beautiful girl together. This is a match made in heaven. Xiaoyao with a fake smile on his face wondered if they knew that he was 10 years old. He thought that someone should stop this. Xingyun slammed his hand on the table with great force. He clenched his fist in anger, and said loudly that he did not agree with this marriage. The protagonist looked at him with tears in his eyes from happiness. The old man addressed his lordship and said loudly that he should not act stupidly. Xingyun slammed his fist in anger, and said loudly that he was not acting stupidly. Jiantian looked forward and asked loudly, "What was that noise? Since when did the Yi family interfere in the affairs of the Jun clan?" Xiao Yao extended his hand to the side and turned to his grandfather, and told him to wait. He walked up to Xingyun, and hit his fist on his palm. The protagonist bowed and asked for permission, and asked what his name was. Xingyun introduced himself to him with a confident look. Xiao Yao said with a smile on his face that the Yi family had been kidnapping brides since ancient times. He extended his hand in the air and told him to show him his strength. Xingyun, she asked with a stern face, "Does God's son Jun want to fight with Master Yi?" Xiao Yao asked with a smile on his face, "Why not?" A guy standing in the crowd of people said loudly that this was a fight between God's son of the Jun clan and young Master Yi. A man with a smile on his face laughed loudly and said that it was not a bad performance. Shui Huang, she said with a serious face that she heard that he avoided seclusion this time. Maybe it was to attend Xiao Yao's 10th anniversary banquet? She looked at Zhuangjian while sitting at the table and said that the protagonist had defeated him, his clan brother, when he was 3 years old. So she was curious to see their fight. He crossed his arms with an angry expression and thought that this girl was strange. Zhuangjian looked at Wang Jie, who was kneeling, and thought that he had forgotten to attend the banquet, with his character. After a while, in the courtyard of the banquet hall, Xiao Yao stands among the streams of smoke. The old man asked them to stop in amazement. Xingyun stood in a fighting stance, wrapped his body in energy, raised 2 fingers in front of him, and told his uncle not to worry. He knew his limit. He sent a powerful stream of energy forward, fanning the air currents with force, and turning to God's son Jun, loudly told him to study. The protagonist looked forward with surprise on his face. People with smiles on their faces, conducting a dialogue, loudly said that Xingyun is truly a heavenly body. He is worthy of his nickname. Will the son of the Jun clan defeat him? Xiao Yao, with his tongue sticking out, quickly raised his hand. He threw his hands back and created a stream of smoke. Xingyun confidently pointed 2 fingers forward and thought that he also had a left hand. The protagonist looked at the hand that was quickly striking forward with fear. Xingyun gritted his teeth and sent a powerful stream of energy in front of Xiao Yao's face. He slashed his hand down with an angry expression. The protagonist jumped to the side, barely standing. Xingyun's breath was heavy in amazement, thinking that he had dodged. Could it be that this was a joke, and Xiao Yao had managed to avoid his blows? It seemed to the audience that he was barely dodging the attacks. In fact, he had not been able to hit him even once. Xingyun's eyes were wide open, looking at Loli in surprise. He gritted his teeth and raised his hand, enveloping his body in powerful energy, thinking that he would never allow himself to be exposed as weak in front of her. Xingyun's eyes were glowing, and a magic circle had appeared on his forehead, looking forward with an angry expression. The streams of powerful energy created a vortex around him. Xiao Yao looked at the bright light in amazement, and thought that this was not bad. Xingyun, she raised his hands with a terrifying look and directed the energy forward, loudly saying that he would watch the protagonist dodge it. Xiao Yao, looking frightened, was enveloped in energy, and said loudly that he could not do it. The protagonist rose in a stream of energy, and screamed loudly. He wrapped his hand in fiery energy with a smile on his face and thought that if he continued like this, he would kill him. A powerful stream of his energy quickly flew to the ceiling of Xingyun's blue energy. Xinyi said loudly in amazement that this was a golden aura, the holy body of Huanggu. The man looked forward in amazement and asked, "Is this really it? No wonder he sent a vision 10 years ago." The man asked, "After all, according to rumors, the holy body has lost its former power, is that not so?" He rubbed his beard with a serious look and said that he believed that the Jun family had spent a huge amount of resources in order to help him throw off the shackles. In this case, the path to the holy body of Huanggu is not long. Xiao Yao, shaking, quickly rose into the air under the streams of energy. He flipped over and flew down quickly. Xingyun Zhentian looked at him in surprise. The protagonist fell to the ground at great speed, raising steam. People looked at what was happening in amazement. Ling Long looked forward with a bewildered expression and a drop of sweat on her face. Xiao Yao fell to the ground, covering it with his blood after receiving a blow. The old man, with an angry look, loudly addressed the master. He picked up the protagonist in his arms and loudly asked how he could do this to a 10-year-old child. Xing Yun's, standing in amazement among the streams of smoke, loudly said that this was not so. He remembered what happened during the fight. Xiao Yao, with a smile on his face, winked at him and Xing Yun's looked at him in surprise. The protagonist, directing fire energy, quickly stopped directing it and rose into the air. Xing Yun's, coming out of his memories, thought that he had deliberately arranged everything. Xiao Yao, clutching the old man's clothes with his bloody hand, coughed and turned to his uncle. He looked at him with a smile on his face and asked him not to punish Master Yi. After all, he himself proposed this battle to him. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and said loudly that Master Yi had outstanding skills and that was why he lost. As they all knew, Huanggu's holy body was trash. Xiao Yao's future was already determined, so he could not postpone the wedding with Miss Jiang. The protagonist, with a bloody face, closed his eyes and said that it was better to cancel the wedding. Jiantian, with a calm look, thought that he was a freedom-loving boy, he would still get it from him. Luoli, with a tense look, thought that she was unpleasant to him. She put her hand on his hand and turned to Xiao Yao's elder brother, and said that he should not worry. Even if he was considered useless, she would not abandon him. The protagonist asked loudly in horror why she called him elder if she was older. He loudly told her not to come near him. Wan Jie, sitting at the table, broke a cup and loudly said that this was madness. This is the behavior of descendants ready to receive a golden spoon. Zhuangjian, pouring a drink into a cup, disagreed with him and said that they were all born with it. He said calmly that it was unknown how long it would take to extract resources. Others were born already possessing what they only wanted to obtain. Shui Huang's asked loudly with an angry look, "Is this the same Huanggu body?" Everyone quickly looked at the people who appeared in the wind on the heavenly palace. Master Long Zi, Long Haotian, with an arrogant look, crossed his arms and asked loudly, "After all, even fireflies were ready to defeat the boy, and he is still worthy of possessing it?" Xiao Yao looked up in surprise. Zhang Tian looked ahead and wondered, could these be ancient Nagas? Haotian turned to Qin, quickly opened the door with his foot and asked loudly, "Is she really joking with Uncle Ben?" He looked away with an angry expression and said loudly, "Uncle Ben, heard what she said, the owner of the holy body broke through the shackles. He came here on purpose." The protagonist looked at him with a serious expression among the falling leaves. A few months ago, under the bright sky, there is a mansion of the Long clan. People hit the plates of water and said loudly that they would drink to the bottom. They loudly congratulated Master Long Zi on the successful reunification of Long Yuan. The people loudly turned to the master and said loudly that if he were an ordinary person, his body would have exploded long ago. Only a genius like Long Zi can cultivate Long Yuan. Haotian asked with a serious expression, "How to do this?" His brother has already created and refined 3. He said loudly that sooner or later he will become like him. Haotian laughed loudly and wished Long Zi success. The monster looked at the bird in surprise and asked, "So what kind of Long Yuan is this?" The bird held a plate in its hand and asked, "Doesn't he know?" "This is an essence made up of the flesh and blood of a dead supreme dragon. It has various talents, magical powers and runes. It is a unique essence." The demon said loudly with an enthusiastic look that it was cool. "Can he really use it?" The bird said loudly that he was saying such a thing. After all, its particle was enough to tear his body apart. Qin, with a sad look, holding a cup in her hand, said that one fusion with Long Yuan, and he will appear. A child was born in the neighboring Jun family who possessed the holy body of Huanggu. All the saints worship him, and it is really funny. The man stood up with an angry look and asked loudly, "Who said that?" He quickly threw Qin aside. The girl looked forward with an arrogant look and asked, "Who is so arrogant here? Do ordinary people really dare to appear in the family of direct dragon ancestors?" The man turned to Haotian with a smile on his face and loudly asked, "Maybe he could cut her up and feed her to his brothers?" Haotian put his hand on his knee with an angry expression and disagreed with him, asking if she really said anything about the Jun family. He thought that the Long clan had a grudge against her, and rightfully so. Qin asked with a tense expression, "Didn't he know that a god's son was born within her?" Xing Yujian handed over the invitation letter. All the noble families from the heavenly city and the outskirts had come to the banquet to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the possessor of the holy body, Huanggu. The attendants laughed loudly and asked, "Could it be Huanggu?" It was significant thousands of years ago, but now it is useless. Do they dare to invite 4 noble families knowing this? Haotian loudly told them to be quiet. He sat in front of Qin and asked, How is it that Huanggu holds the attention of the Jun family? She said with a serious expression that the possessor of the holy body is called useless only because of the existence of the so-called heavenly fetters. But what will happen if he breaks them? At this moment, Qin gritted her teeth and put her hand on her wound and thought that Long was ugly. Ling Long quickly caught Qin as she fell. Xiao Yao put his fists on his hips with an arrogant expression and said that this brother had beaten him up in the clan territory with dignity. Isn't this too much? Hao Tian pointed his finger forward with a malicious grin and asked what he was talking about. He said loudly that Qin was his slave, so he could treat this fact however he wanted. She closed her eyes with a fake smile and agreed with him, and said that she was the Long family's slave. Ling Long looked at Qin with a serious expression and spoke to her. At the same time, the cup was rapidly breaking into many pieces. Xuanjian looked to the side in amazement, and raised his hand and thought that she was an idiot. Qin dared to bring the Long family members to ruin the celebration. This was simply a blow to the Jun clan. He gritted his teeth with an angry expression and thought that if this didn't stop, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back. Xiao Yao looked ahead and asked, "Is she really a slave?" "She's very strange," she decided to run away to serve. The protagonist joyfully pointed his fingers to the side and said loudly that he understood, he is the legendary Fu Ruiquan. They looked at him in surprise. He coughed and ordered Ling Long to put her down. Xiao Yao turned to the side and put his hands behind his back and thought that he was cold and awkward. The protagonist picked his ear with his finger and said that his grandfather said that their family's relationship with the Long clan was not very smooth. He raised his finger up and looked ahead and said that especially after that incident. His father tore the head of the dragon clan apart without regret and tore the skin off his convulsing body. So for the Long clan, their family is a sworn enemy. Xiao Yao blew on his finger and said to his brother that since he wanted to take revenge, he should fight him instead. He quoted Hao Tian's words and said that he could bully women and use this method to disgust the Jun family. The protagonist loudly said that this was low and a waste of time. Hao Tian, with an angry look and protruding veins, gritted his teeth and looked forward. Xiao Yao, with a smile on his face, said loudly that it was no wonder that people had turned a blind eye to this for so many years. The head's assistants quickly flew towards him with the intention of attacking and loudly said that he was very arrogant. How dare he humiliate the head of the Long family? The protagonist looked forward with a stern expression and said that he was the only one who was arrogant here. Powerful blows struck the faces of the head's assistants. Hao Tian clenched his palms into fists and stood in front of the assistants' lying bodies. Xiao Yao stood amidst the streams of smoke and with the assistants with sequences said that this was the Jun family's home. The protagonist said with a determined expression that he could not stand it when such a country bumpkin cursed on their territory. Xuejian confidently rushed forward and thought that he had given Qin to the Jun family. Now he needed to find a way to deal with them, otherwise he would be punished. He flew through the assistant with a red aura in his eyes. Xuehuan spread ice crystals around and loudly said that this was an ice lotus. She quickly looked up at the flying head's assistant. Xuehuan said calmly that she was a member of the Jun clan. Why would anyone provoke her? The people looked forward in surprise and said loudly that these were the 10th and 7th sequence holders. The two servants standing behind Lord Long were members of the Taiku royal family. Maybe that was why they were so vulnerable to Jun. The man said with a smile on his face that the 5th sequence holders would not be able to handle this power. He was afraid to imagine how powerful the first 5 holders were. The people said that this was the heir of the Huanggu family. Hao Tian, with an angry look, gritted his teeth, raised his hand, enveloping his body with energy, and loudly said that they were too arrogant. Xuanjian looked forward in surprise and was blown away by the powerful flow of energy from the leader. He thought with a drop of sweat on his face that this was very powerful. The dragon's paw was the great power of the Long clan. Hao Tian furiously sent a beam of energy forward and loudly said that he would let it kill him. Xuehuang directed the streams of crystal energy to the ancestor dragon and loudly told him to stop this. Hao Tian said with rage that she was in the way. He quickly slapped his hand trying to attack. The leader confidently struck Xiao Yao, radiating energy. He looked forward through the smoke in surprise. The protagonist squeezed his hand and brought it to his body. Xuehuang asked loudly in amazement, "What is the Son of God doing?" Xiao Yao looked forward with a determined look, squeezing Hao Tian's hand. He quickly squeezed his hand, tearing the bracelets on it. Hao Tian angrily screamed loudly in pain and turned his head towards the attack rushing towards him. The protagonist with great force struck him on the cheek with his hand. Hao Tian quickly slid back, leaving smoke under his feet. He, with a smile on his face, laughed loudly, said that here he is, the owner of the holy body of Huanggu, the one who broke the shackles. Xiao Yao turned to his clan brother and sister with a serious expression and said that they had better retreat. This brother had only come for him. His clan mates looked at him in surprise. Zhantian quickly looked at them and said loudly that if they allowed themselves to retreat, they should make room for them. He said with a smile on his face that today was the celebration of this boy's 10th birthday. Let him entertain all the noble families himself. The protagonist looked at Haotian, who was standing among the streams of smoke. They quickly moved towards each other, creating a powerful and bright explosion that shook the ground. They looked forward with ominous faces. Xiao Yao attacked him several times, emitting streams of light energy. Xing Yun, with a frightened look, thought that it was very fast. He couldn't even keep track of their movements. No wonder he couldn't hit him. The old man, looking at the bright light, turned to the master and told him not to be distracted and to watch carefully. The era of battles between the top clans has arrived, but it is not the leaders who behave like this, but monsters. In front of him now is a monster. Haotian, with a confident smile on his face, quickly raised his fist with lightning emanating from it, and said loudly that this is Long Quan. Xiao Yao bit his tongue, pointed 2 hands with fire lightning forward and said loudly that this is the master's seal. 2 energy beams quickly headed towards each other, creating colored smoke. A powerful whirlpool of energies approached the heavenly palace. Luoling clenched her teeth and covered her face from the air currents. She looked forward in surprise. The armor closed the battlefield from people. Zhantian, with a serious face, pointed 2 fingers forward, creating armor, and said loudly that energy was emanating from the boys. They looked at each other standing in the dark smoke. The protagonist asked with a smile on his face, "He's too happy, didn't he want to take revenge on him?" Haotian asked with a grin on his face, why should he care about the quarrels and grievances of previous generations? He finally fought with the owner of the holy body who broke through the shackles. Haotian took off his cloak and threw it aside and asked loudly, "Why not rejoice at this?" A bright star appeared on his clothes, shining brightly. Haotian raised his hands with an ominous look and loudly said for the holy body of Huanggu to fight him again. He quickly released beams of energy into the ground, creating light circles on the ground and shaking the earth. The beams merged together, creating a huge energy dragon. Xiao Yao stood under the powerful currents of air and looked ahead. The protagonist looked at the sky and loudly said that they would fight together, giving their all. He quickly pointed 2 fingers forward with a smile on his face and told him to answer honestly, according to etiquette. Xiao Yao will show the holy body that he has been waiting for so impatiently. Zhantian looked forward in surprise and wondered what kind of pose this was. The protagonist thought that taming the deep, endless, like the sky. Yin and Yang unity, all things that have form. The Taishian Sutra is the supreme practice hidden from the Jun family. The ether protects the chi energy and condenses it into a sword blade, turning into a holy army. Many light swords flew to the ground. People looked forward in surprise and loudly said that this is the martial art of the Jun clan. It is said that after successfully performing the technique, the aura condenses and turns into thousands of holy soldiers, cutting through the sky and destroying the earth. Haotian, with a confident grin, sent the dragon forward. Many swords quickly struck the dragon's body. Air came out of its body, splitting the dragon into pieces. Haotian looked at the powerful vortex of energy. He looked forward with a grin on his face as he stood in the air currents, and said that this is what the holy body of Huanggu deserves. Xiao Yao quickly sent a powerful beam of fire energy towards him. Haotian received the blow and knelt down. He looked down with a tired expression and wondered if he would reach the same level one day. A huge trace of the beam remained on the ground between them. The protagonist raised his clenched hand into a fist in front of him with a smile on his face. The people looked at him and loudly said that he deserved to be the heir of the Jun family. He simply had natural talent. They loudly congratulated the Jun family with a laugh and said that they had found a leader. Zhantian laughed with a confident smile on his face and turned to his grandson. He quickly looked forward with fear. Haotian jumped over the protagonist's head with a terrifying look, raising his clawed hand, preparing to attack. Xiao Yao turned his head towards him with fear. Some time ago, Haotian, kneeling, thought that he needed to get up. He couldn't lose, he wouldn't let the Jun family defeat him. In the present, Haotian swiftly struck Xiao Yao's back. The protagonist looked to the side with the clothes on his back torn. Haotian, with a red aura in his eyes, stretched out his hand and looked at him. Xiao Yao, with an angry look, swiftly turned to him and loudly asked, "What is he doing?" He delivered a powerful kick to the enemy's neck. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Haotian, with the crescent moon shining on his clothes, created huge beams of energy, shaking the earth and creating streams of wind. The protagonist clenched his palms into fists and looked forward. The man asked with an arrogant look, "Z force Yuan to break through Xinqiao's realm? This will shake the support, and it will have a bad effect on him. Why did he dare to take such a step?" Haotian opened his mouth with an aura in his eyes, exhaling air vapor. He rushed forward with an ominous look, shouting loudly. Xiao Yao, with a tense look, thought that he was in bad shape. The protagonist quickly jumped forward, pushing off from Haotian's body. He looked towards the glowing threads on his body and wondered if these were spirit threads. Someone was definitely controlling him from the sky. Xiao Yao sent a stream of yellow lightning into the sky, thinking that what was hidden should come out. A beam of energy quickly rushed into the sky. The lightning turned into an arrow wrapped in energy. The protagonist looked at the broken arrow with a frightened look and asked loudly, "What is this?" Haotian quickly jumped on him, holding his back with his hand. Xiao Yao, gritting his teeth, looked at him and putting his hand on his head, loudly told him to wake up. What kind of dragon is controlling him from above? The protagonist quickly raised his head and loudly told him to answer. He, with an angry look, hit his head with great force on his head and loudly told him to wake up. Haotian, with his mouth wide open, flew to the side having received a blow. The system window notifies that the entrance place is a banquet in honor of the decade and activation confirmation from the host. He must click on yes or no. Xiao Yao looked at the system window in surprise and thought that he almost forgot about it. He clicked his finger on the agreement thinking that he needed to confirm faster. The system window notifies that the entrance is successful. It congratulates the host on receiving the 7-star Supreme Bone reward. The Supreme Bone is among the top 30 items among the 3,000 bodies. Its owner can use the highest level supernatural powers. Xiao Yao looked in amazement at the bone that appeared in his body emitting a bright light. The system window notifies him to open the supreme power. The heavens took away their light. A bright light spread throughout the battlefield. People said loudly in surprise that there could be no supreme bone. Could this be divine power? This Jun family is all evil. How terrible is this? Zhang Tian wondered in amazement. When did he manage to have a supreme bone? The protagonist remembered Linglong's words. She raised her finger and said that she was supreme because she belonged to those who stood at the top of the ancient kingdom. They were immortal beings. He came out of his memories and put his hand on the bone and thought that this was a supreme bone from the immortals. Xiao Yao threw his head back and looked at the huge dragon in the sky. The dragon lord quickly blew a stream of air from his mouth. The protagonist looked up and thought that this was it. This was the dragon lord. He wanted to kill him, but he couldn't do it himself, so he used Z as a puppet. Xiao Yao heard that his father, who was from the Saint Realm, had exterminated the Supreme Dragon clan. Today, he wanted the protagonist, his son, to inherit all the wealth. The protagonist quickly raised his hand and, enveloping everything with fiery energy, loudly said that he should stop hiding. A bright light shot into the dark sky, covering the dragon with its glow. The dragon lord looked down and loudly said that the light was burning him. He opened his mouth wide, spewing out naked energy and asked, contrary to expectations, would this guy be able to expel the body of the most honorable sovereign? The people opened their mouths wide and loudly said that this was the lord of the Long clan. No wonder he dared to come to Jun's house. He wanted to provoke him, since there was a lord behind him. Could it be that the god's son Jun would cultivate in the Saint Realm? Could it be that he caused the lord to appear? Could it be that this happened after several decades? Xiao Yao calmly clenched his fists and said loudly, the coward has finally come out. The lord said, the youngest son of the Jun family is worthy of praise for his courage. He hopes that the incident is over. Xiao Yao with a smile on his face laughingly asked, is that all? First he provokes Jun, and then uses unfair methods to get through to him? The protagonist with an angry look raised his hand and asked, is that all he praised? He wants Xiao Yao to stop? How shameless is this? The lord angrily asked, what does he want? The protagonist raised his hand creating an energy ball in it and asked, was he not clear? He wants his son to inherit his father. Xiao Yao will kill him, the dragon lord. The lord widened his eyes and said loudly, this is brave. He quickly looked towards the heavenly palace. The protagonist clenched his fists and stood on the shaking ground. The lord thought with a smirk that a mere child would not be able to resist him and his power in the spirit realm. Wan Jie confidently raised his hand with energy radiating. Zhang Tian put his hand on his shoulder with a serious look. The Lord asked, "Since when did this child from June act so arrogant?" Wan Wanjie looked up and said loudly, "It was that voice." A powerful stream of lightning quickly flew up from the roof of the building. A bright light hit the Dragon Lord. The lightning enveloped his body, burning with its light. The Lord quickly fell to the ground, creating powerful dust. The people looked away in fear and said, "This is the sky, it is so easy to be the supreme ruler." Xiao Yao quickly looked back. The ancestor squeezed Haotian's neck and said that he could calmly leave, taking the child with him. He lifted Haotian up by the neck, saying that he decided to provoke the youngest son of June. Everyone looked forward in surprise at the falling bright particles. The Lord opened his mouth wide, emitting energy from his mouth, and turning to June 18th, loudly told him to stop, otherwise he would kill him. The ancestor said with a serious expression that it was not only him, but also the dragon. The protagonist, looking frightened, told them to wait. The ancestor struck Haotian and said that now that he was here, he should stay. The Lord rushed forward and asked loudly, "Has he gone crazy? Does he want to start a war between the June and Long families?" The ancestor, looking calm, waved his fingers and said that it was noisy here. The Lord stood above the stream of bright rays and asked, "What about the Battle of Immortals?" Jiashan had been in the kingdom for countless years. Had he seen it? Lightning quickly enveloped the dragon's body and it quickly fell to the ground. The people among the streams of smoke looked at the dragon. Jiantian, looking at the heavenly struggle with a frightened expression, loudly said that this could not be. The ancestor said with a serious expression to deal with this dragon and amuse the guests. The Lord confidently agreed with him loudly. The boy put his hands behind his back and asked if it was necessary to eat the flesh of the supreme ruler of the Long clan. The man turned his head towards him and said that if he did so, he would arouse the displeasure of the Long family. The June family would also not like it. What should be done then? The ancestor stood on the roof of the building holding Haotian in his hand and said that surely everyone present would realize this. There are 10 sequence holders in the June family, each of them is incomparable and a source of pride. There is something better than these 10. His sword cut through the Long ancestor, the sun, hitting the supreme ruler. He is talking about the god's son Xiao Yao. He is the holder of the 0 sequence. After all, in addition to the supreme bone, he has the holy body of Huanggu, capable of breaking through the shackles. His spiritual realm can summon the supreme ruler. How many people in the world can do this? In other words, the last great ruler of the ancient kingdom comes from the June family? He is afraid that it will become imperial again. Xiao Yao looked forward with a puzzled expression. The ancestor, holding Haotian in his hand, wondered if this bothered him. He quickly threw his body down. The protagonist looked at Haotian, who had fallen in front of his feet, in horror. The ancestor said with a calm expression that there was still Long Yuan left in this child's body. Xiao Yao should extract it, process it and assimilate it. The ancestor, walking away, said that when the jar was finished, he should come to him. The protagonist clenched his palms into fists, looking at the lying body and said nothing. After a while, people were standing near the boxes of fire. Shini, with a smile on her face, holding a plate in her hands, turned to Luoli and asked if she wanted meat. She said with disgust that she would not, because it was strange. The old man turned to my lord and told him to eat. The flesh and blood of the supreme dragon are useful. Xingyun looked at the piece of meat on the plate in his hands with disgust. Wan Wanjie said with a serious expression that he had a question. Jiantian asked with a stern expression, did he really want to ask if Xiao Yao participated in the sequence battle? The Lord said that he did not participate. His 0 sequence was personally designated by the 18th ancestor at birth. He raised his hand and said that he knew that this might be unfair to him. Wan Wanjie can arrange a sequence battle at any time. The 18th ancestor will not interfere in it. Wan Wanjie raised his hands and bowed and apologized for being rude, saying that he still had important things to do. Jiantian thought that he was behaving well. He was not a fool at all. If Wan Wanjie fought Xiao Yao in the near future, the June family would lose its status. The Lord turned to the assistant and asked, "Where is the protagonist?" The assistant said that the Son of God went to cleanse Long Yuan. There is a possibility that he can directly break through the realm and build a bridge of gods in his body. The Lord eating meat thought that it was quite a big leap from the spirit realm to the bridge of gods. He raised his hands in front of him with an angry look and said loudly that they urgently need to find him. At the same time, Xiao Yao, sitting on the fence, looked at the dark sky. Ling Long, with a drop of sweat on her face, asked, "Is this really Haotian's body?" The protagonist, holding out a box to her, told her to help him find a place and bury him. Ling Long held the box in her hand with an interested expression and said that he seemed upset. Xiao Yao asked, does she really think he should be happy? Indeed, he had defeated another family's young talent. He had surpassed himself and broken through 7 or 8 realms. The protagonist looked at the pill in his hand and said that he should be happy that he had raised the family's prestige. In this world, human life is worth nothing. The rule here is that the meat of the weak is the food of the strong, and the strong are respected. Hao Tian came to the Jun family's house, wanted to make trouble, and was prepared to die. Ling Long looked at him and asked, why should a god's son care? He asked with a sad expression, what was the difference between a human and an animal? She looked at him with a calm expression. Ling Long said with a smile on her face that his thinking was completely different from other people's. If the protagonist was dissatisfied with the rules of this world, he could change them by becoming the Almighty, the only emperor in the world. Ling Long looked ahead and said that only in this way would he have the opportunity to change the order. Xiao Yao laughed with a smile on his face and said that she was right. He put his hand on his knee with a serious expression and thought that whether it was the system or rebirth. Now that he had everything he needed, he had a goal. Heaven and earth, 3,000 worlds, and he was Emperor Xiao Yao. The protagonist confidently clenched his hand into a fist, creating lightning in it. Ling Long looked at him with a frightened expression. She quickly found herself in her vision. Ling Long stood behind the adult Xiao Yao with fear. People bowed to him loudly and said that he was the emperor. She covered her eyes with sweat on her face and wondered if this was the future that her heart had seen. Ling Long returned from the vision and wondered if the Son of God would really become the emperor. Xiao Yao turned his head in her direction and asked what was wrong with her. Her face had changed somehow. Ling Long said fearfully that it was okay. The protagonist quickly jumped down and said that once he absorbed the dragon's sphere, he would break through the realm. He turned to face her and said that every time Huanggu's holy body broke through the realm, it would attract thunder and tribulation. So Ling Long had better leave to avoid being caught in the thunder. Xiao Yao calmly said that she should not forget to prepare new clothes for him. She closed her eyes and agreed with him. The protagonist quickly jumped to the ground. He created a fireball in his hand and said that it was time to start. The people looked at the bright lightning that appeared in the sky. Jiantian clenched his hand into a fist with an angry look and asked, was it thunder and someone intervened? Had the protagonist already started? A bright beam of energy quickly rose up from Xiao Yao's body. He threw aside the cauldron that appeared on his hand. The protagonist raised his hands up, creating a powerful stream of light energy. The protagonist closed his mouth with 2 fingers in concentration and pointed his hand forward with lightning emanating from it. There are 4 dimensions in the elephant's supernatural power, namely, the strongest attack from the underworld, it penetrates all things. The strongest defense of everything is the guardian of the underworld. The highest technique of the body is the devil of the wind. At the head of the perfection of everything is hell. Xiao Yao, with a yellow aura in his eyes, turned to 100,000 thunderstorms and said loudly, so that they leave his immortal holy body. The protagonist raised his hand up, creating a powerful stream of fiery energy. People looked in surprise towards the bright rays of light. The guy put his hand to his head and loudly said that this is a golden aura. Is this the son of the Jun family overcoming the Huanggu disaster? Xiao Yao put his hand on his heart, dispersed the rays and became more mature. He spread his arms out to the side, shrouded in dark smoke, looked up and asked, isn't it time? People looked at the bright light circle that opened up in the sky. The elephant made of light quickly made a sound, dispersing the clouds. People looked at the bright moon in amazement and asked, did he really smash the thunder cloud? The Son of Heaven overcomes tribulation without trembling or fearing to fall. This world full of contradictions will become a stage for only the Son of God. Xiao Yao thought with a calm expression, Dantian is gathering the spiritual sea. The mind builds the divine palace, and the physical body finds true peace. After completing these 3 steps, a divine bridge is built. It connects the spiritual sea of Dantian and the divine palace of the mind. The protagonist put his hand on his body, feeling his bones and thought that the divine bridge is not yet finished. This supreme bone has absorbed most of the power of the heavenly tribulation and the Dragon Lord. Xiao Yao looked at the bright light of his body and thought that it seemed that he needed to find heavenly and earthly treasures to nourish it. Ling Long stood on the ground holding clothes in her hands and addressed the Son of God. Xiao Yao said with a calm expression that she was right on time. The protagonist put on his clothes and said that after the banquet he would leave the heavenly palace. He would go on a trip around the world to study. Xiaoyao asked her to find places worth visiting. Ling Long agreed with him with a calm expression. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that now he needed to see his grandfather. After some time, in the nest of the ancient dragon Hong'o, the beasts are kneeling with their hands on their heads. Pot asked what happened. What could have made the ancient dragon so angry? When will the thunder stop? Why are you so angry? Does he really want to kill the Jun family? The elder said loudly with an angry expression that this 18th dared to kill the dragon, the successor of his lineage, and also gave the sword to kill the lord. Do they really think that the nest can be manipulated so ruthlessly? The man with a red aura in his eyes said that the 18th of the Jun family is simply crazy, and it will be difficult for him to take revenge. The second man asked why, if he dared to destroy the successor of his lineage, then why can't they kill the bearer of the Jun sequence? That son of the holy body holder Huanggu, whom they spoiled. It's time to see the real world, right? A man among the many people asked if it was necessary to report this to Aotian. The man said there was no need. He would retreat and purify the essence of the fifth dragon. He would be able to crush the younger generation in the immortal realm. After he purified the 7 dragons and added the blood of the divine. In addition, it would be possible to kill the god's son of the Jun family, all at will. The elder clenched his teeth in anger and said loudly that the Jun family must pay in blood. After some time, in the night sky under the moonlight, a bird quickly carries people. The old man sitting in the carriage turned to the Lord and asked how he feels. Xingyun with a smile on his face laughingly said that the Son of God has 2 unusual treasures. The holy body of Huanggu and the supreme bone. Xiaoyao strikes much better than him, but at the same time is not as arrogant and relatively polite to him. Xingyun looked to the side and said that he is a real freak. The old man looked at him and thought that his heart was broken. Xingyun said that he is not going to give up. He put his hand on his chest with a smile on his face and said that he should not be a stumbling block on his path to becoming an emperor. However, there are things he will have to fight for. The old man with a smile on his face said that it is good that he thinks so. After some time in the Jun family estate, Xiaoyao hit his palm with his fist and addressed his ancestor. He stood in front of the stairs and asked if he was really looking for him. The ancestor looked at him and said that it was very good. The protagonist looked majestic, like an emperor. He looked down and turned to Xiaoyao and said that he wanted to ask him something. What would happen if he became an emperor in a year? The protagonist raised his hand and said that if he were one, he would comprehend the era and kill all the enemies. Xiaoyao, with a smile on his face, said that that was not all, otherwise it was too boring. Any great emperor who had existed from ancient times to the present could do this. As a ruler, he would definitely create a world that would shake the past and decorate the present. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, stretched out his hand and said loudly that a new era would be beyond the imagination of every person. He thought that there would be a mobile phone, the internet, and an era where people raced on horseback and could touch the stars. The ancestor, with an interested look, said that it was interesting. He quickly stood behind Xiaoyao and created a stream of smoke and asked if he wanted to learn the art of the infinite sword. The protagonist, with a drop of sweat on his face, asked if this was the technique he used to kill the dragon lord. The ancestor created a yellow circle behind his back and laughed and said that the sword of the king of weapons, it was as huge as a desert or a sea. The blades above are called the 5 divine mysteries in the world. The ancestor looked forward with a serious expression and said that the Jun family's infinite sword technique was one of the 5 gods' arts. He closed his eyes and said that it was unfortunate that it was powerful and very difficult to learn. Therefore, the secret skill was not available to ordinary family members, so that they would not waste decades trying to comprehend the art. Now he could go out and explore the world. This was the skill he gave him. Xiaoyao confidently slammed his fist into his palm and loudly thanked the ancestor. The 18th ancestor said that there were 3 styles of the immortal sword technique. The first was the magical power concentrated in the physical body. The second was the soul from the gods, and the third was the unification of the soul and body. The ancestor had killed the dragon lord with this sword. As he walked away, he said that once he mastered the first style, he would be able to break through the mountains. The ancestor looked back and said that from now on, he would have to solve all the problems on his own. He couldn't support him every time. Xiaoyao said loudly and confidently that he understood him. 3 months later, in the emperor's castle, the man asked if all the gifts received at the banquet to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the god's son had been sorted into place. The guy said with a smile on his face that they were trying. Most likely, they would not finish everything before half a year. He looked ahead and said that Ling Long was not so much a servant, but rather, it would be better to say, a housekeeper. She looked at the package with a serious expression on which there was something written. The package said that Ling Long's father was seriously ill and could not attend the banquet to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Jun's son. The Jun family, a noble clan of the ancient supreme lineage, must bestow on him the potion of immortality. In order to save the emperor of her country, hundreds of millions of people. The ancient kingdom of Sadaka was ready to repay in kind. Ling Long wondered, this Yu Jian was not writing to the god's son, but to her, or was it she who wrote it? Ling Long quickly looked forward and shook. She turned around and looked at the powerful explosion that thundered on the ground of the Jun family. A beam of bright energy quickly rose into the clouds. Ling Long asked with a frightened look, could it be the son of God? Jiantian looked at it with a surprised look and asked loudly, how can one master the immortal sword technique? It was the 18th ancestor. A man walked up to him and said that this couldn't be. Although this skill is amazing, it is not up to the level of the ancestor. It was most likely Xiao Yao. It has only been 3 months since this guy learned the immortal sword technique. What kind of evil is he? At the same time, in the Jun family mansion, the 18th ancestor laughed with a very surprised look and looked at his grandson. Xiao Yao stood in front of him in a fighting stance and asked if his immortal meteorite could be considered worthy. The ancestor laughed very loudly and said that it took him a whole year to understand this. He was able to surprise him. He walked up to him, patted him on the back and said that he should go, because it was his time to create his own era. After a while, Xiao Yao walked outside with a satisfied look and stretched his arms. He thought with a small smile that he could finally leave the house and head to the mountains. I wonder if Ling Long will help him choose a better place? By the way, he needs to say goodbye to his grandfather. Zhang Tian quietly approached him and asked with a smile, is he looking for him? Xiao Yao turned to him and asked where he and Ling Long were going all the time. The old man looked at him and said that he made a lot of noise in the ancestral land. Couldn't he have looked at it? So he learned the immortal sword technique? Xiao Yao said with a satisfied expression that he had only learned a little of it and was trying to master the first style. Zhang Tian looked at him and said that he was surprised at the person who had grown up right in front of him. He didn't even know that he was hiding a superior bone. Xiao Yao said that, to be honest, he had only recently found it. It was obvious that he was his eldest grandson and a real treasure, and he became stronger when he encountered danger. Zhang Tian said that he hadn't come here to listen to the nonsense he was talking. He had 2 holy bodies, and cultivating them required double the effort. Especially the Huanggu holy body, which was important because it had manifested when he was born. He also had 5 visions that had not yet manifested. This needed to be understood and manifested by oneself, but he knew how and where to speed it up and manifest the second of them. Xiao Yao was very happy with what he said and immediately approached him and asked him to tell him about it. Zhang Tian was embarrassed by this and wondered why this scene seemed familiar to him. He pushed him away and said that he should stop clowning around. Had he heard of the Panwu dynasty? Xiao Yao remembered this and asked, isn't this a supreme power? Is it on par with the immortal dynasties, right? Jia Tian said that this was the correct answer. The founder of this empire was an emperor named Panwu. However, this does not require attention. Their family also had a ruler. The only important thing is that there are rumors that the emperor possessed the holy body of Huanggu. He heard that in the depths of their dynasty's palace, there was a mausoleum that could be directly related to the emperor. Xiao Yao asked with a thoughtful look, but this dynasty would not allow outsiders to infiltrate them so easily, right? Zhang Tian agreed with him and said with a smile, however, nothing in the world is absolute, and he simply told him one of the ways. It may not work, but he needs to get there for the sake of his future. Xiao Yao looked at him with a smile and thought that his family's confidence was indeed inherited. He said with a confident expression that he understood everything and would look for a way to visit the Panwu dynasty palace. After a while, Xiao Yao walked along the path in the forest and thought that at this moment he had activated 2 entry points, the Panwu Mausoleum and the Yuan Tian Treasury, but he wouldn't be able to go there anytime soon. His attention was drawn to Ling Long, who was standing in a small pavilion. Xiao Yao walked up to her and asked with a smile, she was waiting for him, right? She turned to him and said with a smile that she was his assistant and should stay here until he came. He felt embarrassed by this and said that she shouldn't do that, because he gets nervous when she does that. If she has something to say, she should tell him. Ling Long looked down with a worried look for a few seconds and said nothing. She took out the scroll she had received recently and handed it to him while kneeling down and said that she really had something to ask him for. Xiao Yao asked. Didn't he say that he didn't like it when she kneeled down? He took the scroll from her hand and said that she should let him take a look at it. He started reading it and asked, did the ancient state of Zhuke request the immortality potion? He said with a smile that he had no shortage of it, so he could give it to her. The system notified that the login location had been updated. He should log into the ancient palace of Zhuke. After a while, in the ancient state of Zhuke, Huizhou Imperial City. The monarch of the ancient state coughed loudly, called Yue and tried to ask her something about the immortality potion. He started coughing again and said that she shouldn't blame herself. Princess Yue, who was standing next to him, said that Wang Anqing's father had an idea. She would definitely cure him. A girl came to them and told His Majesty that the prince of the ancient Qinglong kingdom was waiting for him in the hall. The monarch began to cough loudly, clutching his chest, and said that she should kick this freak out. Yue took his hand and told her father that he should not be angry. She looked at him with a calm face and said that she would deal with him. After that, she came to the hall and said that she had not seen him for a long time and forgot to say hello. She apologized to His Highness. Xiao Chen, the first prince of the ancient Qinglong kingdom, turned to her and asked why they had to part. He had not seen her for several days. She looked very tired again. Yue looked at him with a calm face and said that she was grateful for his worries. Xiao Chen said that she didn't have to worry. On their wedding day, the ancient kingdom of Qinglong would give them an immortality potion as a gift. Yue looked at him with a smile and said that it was all thanks to His Highness. She thought that, however, she wanted him to be generous. After that, she left the hall and the dissatisfied maid loudly said that His Majesty was poisoned when he was exploring the secret kingdom with the monarch of Qinglong. They used this method as a threat to force her to marry. How could he show false sympathy towards Her Highness? Yue calmly called Eru and said that she should be quiet. They could be heard since they were in the corridor. The maid sadly said that he was just sympathizing with her. Yue went further and thought that if she really married the prince of the ancient Qinglong kingdom, then Zhuke would lose her strength, and her ancestral heritage would sooner or later be seized, but she had no other choice. A guard ran to them, loudly calling Her Highness and saying that he had urgent news. He tried to catch his breath because of the fatigue after that, and loudly said that the Jun family had responded. Yue said loudly that he should quickly open it. The guard agreed, gave her the scroll, and she happily said that this was great. She had received a response from Linglong, and her father would be saved. At the same time, in the heavenly palace of the Jun family, Xiao Yao looked at something with a thoughtful look and said that this will not do. Of course, he needs to choose what is necessary now. The protector of the Jun family, Grandma Hua, looked at him and asked, "What is the Son of God doing?" Linlong stood next to her and said that he was probably choosing a mount to ride to Huizhou. Grandma Hua asked, "The Son of God has a 9-dragon chariot. Why would he choose among these exotic beasts?" Linlong calmly said that he just didn't want to be loud. It's not that he's afraid of causing trouble. Xiao Yao said that she declared her willingness to pay. Does this mean that she should surrender to him and become his vassal? Linlong said that this is true. Linlong said that in fact, behind every member of the Jun family there is a vassal. There is the king of the 10th sequence, and then there is the ancient sword sect that carries out his every command. The ancient kingdom of Zhuke has been in decline recently, but a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Moreover, Princess Yue has the power of Zhuke's divine fire and is considered a genius among the younger generation. Xiao Yao asked with a smile. He wasn't just asking for his younger sisters, was he? Linglong was taken aback by this and stared at him silently for a few seconds. She turned away and asked in a frustrated voice, how could she? She was loyal to the Son of God. How could she deceive him, asking for the immortality potion for the sake of strangers? Xiao Yao said that she should stop acting like this. However, he didn't really want to take everyone under his wing. He wanted to see with his own eyes whether the ancient kingdom of Zhuke was worthy of receiving this potion. Linglong looked at him and thought that the Son of God, as usual, was acting as if he was not of this world. Indeed, that day she had inquired about the future. Xiao Yao walked up to the beast, called her loudly, and said that they would ride it to Huizhou. It was a first-class mythical beast. Linglong looked at this with a shocked expression, looked at him silently for a few seconds and said that she refused. After a while, she said that, by the way, before she went on her way, there was one more thing that needed to be decided. He did have time for that, right? Xiao Yao, sitting on the lamb with a happy expression, turned to her and asked what she wanted to say. Linglong calmly said that for now, she had locked Lan Qin in the dungeon, but the clan elder asked him to look into the matter. Xiao Yao calmly looked at her and asked, "Is that what she was talking about, that noisy girl? What did she think he should do with her?" Ling Long was very surprised by this question and looked at him silently for a few seconds. She said that if a person colluded with other clans to harm the Jun family, then they should be punished according to all the rules. Xiao Yao asked, "Is she suggesting to nail the offender's limbs to wooden stakes, expose him to the sun and leave him to dry?" He thought that for them, such torture was just a joke. He waved his hand, called Ling Long, and loudly said that she should bring him a brush and paper. She was embarrassed by this, and thought that if he called her by name, it meant that he wanted something from her. Xiao Yao asked with a smile, "What is the point of sadness if the Jun family has him?" By the way, this is a quote from the future emperor. When he becomes the emperor, they will give every school-age child to read this. He asks you to pay attention. Freaks like Lan Qin do stupid things whenever they get into trouble. The first quote in the Jun family emperor's collection. Killing without training is cruelty. Ling Long was very surprised by what he said and silently looked at him. Some time later, in the Jun family dungeon, Lan Qin sat calmly in her cage and a loud sound caught her attention. She looked at Ling Long and said that she had finally come. She only had one request. She asked them to let her have a good time. Ling Long looked at her calmly and said that she had come to pass on the punishment from the god's son. She had colluded with foreign clans to harm the Jun family. The god's son would punish her like this. She would kneel outside the imperial palace and spend a year reflecting on what she had done. During this time, she would not be able to leave no matter what. After a year, the punishment would be over. She would be expelled from the Jun family, and they would no longer bother her. If she still harbored a grudge against the god's son, then she should cultivate and challenge him. He would never give up on it. If she doesn't want to repent, she can continue to collude with foreigners and harm their family. Only the Son of God will crush any forces she colludes with and eventually kill her with his own hands. At the same time, Xuanjian sat on the rock and asked, "Wasn't this the reason the Son of God attacked him?" Shuehuang looked at him and asked, "Perhaps he didn't care at all about being offended. What was he so worried about?" Xuanjian thought about her words and was silent for a few seconds. At the same time, Jiantian said that in the end, he was quite merciful. The man standing next to him said that in an era when all the people ruled the world, he would follow the path of the emperor and force them to surrender. Jiantian said that this choice was much more difficult than the path of power. How many people in this world could really force everyone to submit? After some time, in the ancient kingdom of Zhuke, the imperial palace, Yuer saw Ling Long with a happy look and called her name loudly. She took her hand and said loudly that of course she had to rely on her sisters because she couldn't rely on men. Ling Long looked at her with a calm look and said that she shouldn't praise her. She had an immortality potion, but she didn't bring it. Yuer was surprised by this and asked what this meant. Ling Long said that Xiao Yao said that he wanted to see with his own eyes whether the kingdom was worthy of this potion, so they didn't come together. Yuer asked what kind of person he was that she was willing to follow. Ling Dong was a little embarrassed by this question and said that she would understand as soon as she saw him. At the same time, in a restaurant in the Forbidden City, a restaurant worker poured tea into a cup. Xiao Yao took it in his hand and said that it was good tea. He looked away and thought that it would have been better without those noisy guys. The evil man grabbed the worker by the throat and asked loudly, "They want the best food and wine they have, and he brought them this? Does he even know who they are? Because of him, his brothers are now in a bad mood. How is he going to compensate them for this?" The man he was holding by the throat began to choke and was screaming loudly because of this. A man approached them and grabbed the bandit's arm to stop him. He turned to him and asked in an evil voice, "Has Zhu Ku's envoy arrived to spoil his brother's mood?" The man refused and said that perhaps the Qinglong envoy shouldn't be angry with a man like Xiao Shi. If they don't like the food here, they can find something better. The bandit thought about his words and let go of the worker of this restaurant. He turned around and said with an evil look that he forgives him this time. He started to leave and asked, if the food was so bad, then what was the point of this restaurant? They should close down and not embarrass themselves. Xiao Yao looked at this with a dissatisfied look while eating his food and thought that wild boars don't like to eat plums. But this was very tasty. The man sat down next to the worker and asked him if he was okay. He put some gold coins in his hand and said that he should take this. He should be patient and everything will pass. The restaurant worker started to wipe his tears, agreed with him, and said that they would definitely cope. Xiao Yao looked at them with a calm look, thinking about what was happening, and remained silent. After a while, the restaurant worker brought him another dish and said that this was his portion of fried lamb chops. Xiao Yao looked at his dish and asked, "Who are those people just now? They are so arrogant and walking around the imperial capital. Does the emperor really not care?" The worker said sadly that unfortunately there was something he didn't know. For the past few years, their emperor and the ruler Qinglong had been exploring the secret kingdom together. In the end, their master was injured by one of the 9 ancient demon snakes. After that, they tried to find an antidote, but in the case of the emperor, it was only the elixir of immortality. It just so happened that the ruler of Qilong had it. He promised to give the elixir as a gift on the condition that their princess would marry their prince. And these people, the subordinates of the heir to the ancient kingdom of Qilong. Xiao Yao thought that they seemed to be in deep despair. He said that the elixir of immortality was a magical medicine. It was difficult for practitioners to find. Is it really not important to the emperor of Qilong, since he was willing to give it away? The worker said that no one knows this. These envoys of Qilong have been bullying men and women every day since they arrived in the imperial capital. However, they thought that since Her Highness was suffering humiliation and bearing a heavy burden, they should also find a way to endure it. Xiao Yao almost finished eating his dish, and said that he seemed to respect the princess very much. The worker said that after all, she carries the divine fire of the Zhuge kingdom. Xiao Yao wiped his face and thought that the divine fire was not the best of the 3,000 physiques. The worker said to this young master that he was probably a foreigner who visited their ancient kingdom. They are the people of the sacred bird Zhuge. It was born in the flame and died in the flying fire. The divine fire will never go out, and this bird will never die. Therefore, Her Highness is a symbol of faith for them, the people. Xiao Yao looked at him with a calm face and said that he understood it. After some time, in the palace of Princess Zhuge, he came to the palace and calmly walked through the courtyard. Then several guards saw him. They looked at him with surprised faces, and one of them loudly asked who he was and what he was doing in the princess's palace. Xiao Yao looked at them with a calm and confident face and looked at them with a smile. He ran behind them with incredible speed, and they were very surprised by this. The guards were very worried about this, and one of them said loudly that an assassin had entered the palace. Immediately after this, Xiao Yao was surrounded by a large crowd of guards, and they loudly said that he should state his name. Xiao Yao, with a calm look and a smile, said his name and said that he was from the Jun family. The guards were very surprised that he turned out to be a member of this family. One of them gathered his strength and loudly said that, however, even he, a member of the Jun family, cannot break into the princess's palace without permission. Xiao Yao looked at him with a smile and thought that he was extremely brave. Yuer came out to them and loudly told those idiots that they should stop this immediately. They turned to her and called out to Her Highness in surprise. She looked at this with a very worried look and thought that it was all over. She ran out as soon as she noticed the aura, but she still didn't make it in time. Yuer remembered that a while ago, Linlong said that she should warn her about something. Although the god's son was young, he was quite eccentric. Even she often couldn't understand what he was thinking, so she had to be careful. He wouldn't look down on her since she was her friend, but she shouldn't expect her to stand up for her. If she dared to open her mouth, he would be even more offended. Since she wanted the elixir, she should be nice to him. At this time, Yuer looked at the current situation with a worried expression and thought that she had made a mistake. What should she do to save the situation? She bowed and said that she didn't know that an important guest was coming and was a little confused when she saw him. The subordinates were also confused. After all, it was not often that such important guests visited them, and she apologized for this. Xiao Yao looked at her and thought, so she is Linlong's best friend? Does that mean she decided to take responsibility? He said that she must be the princess of the ancient Zhuge kingdom, then she should understand why he was here. However, she did not know about his arrival. This does not seem like a greeting. He turned around and began to leave from here. Yuer immediately knelt down, hit her head on the floor and loudly told the god's son that she asked him to wait. He can punish her if she dared to offend him. She raised her head and said that she wanted him to give her another chance. Xiao Yao turned around abruptly and looked at her with a serious expression. He directed his energy at her, and said that how improper it was for a princess to kneel in front of a foreigner. Yuer was very surprised because she was engulfed by his energy and thought, was he able to do this from a distance? Xiao Yao snapped his fingers and said that he would give her another chance. Immediately afterwards, Linlong, who quickly walked over to him, took out a chair and placed his chair. He sat on the chair and looked at her with a calm expression. He said with a calm expression that he would like to ask for a cup of tea. How could she convince him to stay? Yuer raised her head and looked at him with a worried expression for a few seconds. He said that Huizhou covers an area of 3,000 miles, a vast area rich in resources. All of this is the territory of the Zhuge kingdom. If the god's son agrees to give them the elixir of immortality, it will save the life of their emperor. Hundreds of billions of people live in this territory, including the imperial family. They can obey him and will never surrender even if they are at death's door. Xiaoyao looked at her with a sly grin and said that it seems she made a mistake. Jun's territory is hundreds of times larger than Huizhou. Not to mention that Daozhou surrounding him is also under the control of his family. Why would he want to control the territory of such a small kingdom? Yue was worried about what he said and grabbed her hand tightly. She didn't show what she was worried about, and said that she was willing to serve him as a master, willing to become his slave for life. She only asked him for mercy and an elixir. The guards were very surprised by this and loudly told Her Highness that she should not do this. Xiaoyao laughed at this, pointed at Linglong and asked if they had seen her. He called her name and said that she was 23 years old. She serves him tea, water, washes his clothes, folds his things. She is also experienced in murder and arson, and she also benefits from it. She is his servant, and does she really think she can replace her? Yue looked at her with a surprised look, agreed and said that it was really impossible. Xiaoyao said loudly, they don't have to think that they can profit by selling themselves into slavery. He'd better show her the right path. He's not some kind of devil. It seems that the people of the kingdom respect her, but he's not sure that she deserves it. As the saying goes, the people are the foundation of the state, and a country is only stable when the foundation is solid. They, the Zhuge imperial family, are real trash that can't even protect their own people. Why would he waste the precious elixir on them then? He'll be leaving in 3 days. During this time, she can make him change his mind, and until Emperor Zhuge obtains the elixir of immortality. After a while, Xiaoyao and Linglong walked down the street without saying anything. He turned to her and looked at her with a worried expression, but said nothing. She looked at him with a very serious expression and also said nothing. Xiaoyao turned to face her and asked, does she want to blame him for embarrassing her friend? Linglong looked at him with a displeased expression and asked, how dare she do such a thing? She personally did not kill anyone or set anyone on fire. She looked at him very intently and said in a threatening voice that she did not gain any benefit from this. Xiaoyao was very embarrassed by this and apologized to her for this. Yue came to her father and said that she wanted to do something, but she did not know if it was right. If she acted rashly, she would endanger the ancient kingdom of Zhuge. The monarch looked at her calmly and said that since she really intended to act, she could try. After all, he trusted her. The divine fire would never go out, and Zhuge would never die. After a while, Xiaoyao sat on a bench and held a musical instrument in his hands. Linglong looked at him and asked the divine son, can he really play this instrument? He said that he can't play it. What about her? She said that she knows some chords, but she doesn't know how to play it at all. Xiaoyao looked at the system window, which said that the entrance to Zhuge's ancient palace was successful. He received a 4-star award, an ancient saint soldier of the Tang dynasty. Xiaoyao turned around and said that she should learn how to do it, and then he would teach her. Linglong calmly asked, why was he suddenly interested in playing this musical instrument? Xiaoyao asked with a smile, using tricks to beat the game, isn't it boring? He will learn not only how to play, but also how to dance. If he had the opportunity, he would become a carpenter or a blacksmith. Then she should learn how to assemble a computer and develop video games. Linglong was confused by his words and thought that he was talking nonsense again. She didn't understand anything at all. Xiaoyao asked, by the way, what did her friend come up with to make him change his mind? Linglong said that she didn't know, but her character was much more vivid than it seemed. Their attention was drawn to Grand Manhwa, who said that her character was indeed very vivid. They looked at her and asked what happened to her. She told this lady with a very serious look that just now this friend of hers came to the eldest prince of the ancient kingdom of Qinglong with a letter proposing to become a confederation. Xiaoyao laughed and asked loudly, is there already a rumor about their marriage or divorce? They should quickly go there and watch the performance. At the same time, Xiao Qin asked Yue with a serious look, what is she talking about? This joke was not funny at all. She said that from now on, the marriage between the ancient kingdoms of Qinglong and Zhuge is dissolved. His Majesty knows that Zhuge has been busy with state affairs lately. His Majesty must return immediately. He will come to apologize again in the future. Xiao Qin asked angrily with a serious expression, did she really want to humiliate him? Yue said with a very serious expression, that he was the one insulting her and the ancient kingdom of Zhuge. She heard that the marriage would be concluded, and the elixir of immortality would be given as a wedding gift. The date of the celebration was set for 3 years from now. Will her father be able to live to see that day? His people humiliate her people every day, even in the imperial city. Has he ever cared about this? She took out a piece of paper and asked if he wanted to check her profits. She threw the paper in his face and loudly said that he could take a look at it. Xiao Chen was very angry about this and said that the situation was complicated. Now that it was behind the scenes, it would be different. He heard that a few days ago, a gentleman in white clothes had barged into her bedroom. After that, he walked out the front door with an air of importance. He felt like he was her lover. He hid his anger behind a smile and said that she had become another person's plaything. She would have to exchange her body for the elixir of immortality, and she would also have to put up with it. She was not worthy of entering his Qinglong kingdom. They stood opposite each other for a few seconds in silence and watched. Xiao Yao watched this with a serious expression, using his invisibility skill, and thought that this guy was good at brainstorming. He continued to watch this with a smile and wondered how she would react. Yuer said that at first she thought he was just a freak. Now she realized that he was very pathetic. Xiao Chen was angry about this and asked with a dissatisfied face, "What did she say?" She calmly said that in order to save his low self-esteem, he only relied on speculation and insults. As a man, he is very pitiful, isn't she right? Xiao Chen swung his hand, which he channeled his energy into, and loudly said that she should shut up. He hit her really hard and released all that energy into her body. Yue was thrown back very hard and her back hit the wall hard. Xiao Chen thought with a slightly worried look that he couldn't control himself. Xiao Yao calmly continued to eat and silently watched this. Yue slid down and left a bloody mark on the wall. Xiao Chen continued to look at her with a worried look and thought, she doesn't know how to defend herself or dodge. What is this despicable person trying to achieve? Xiao Yao continued to chew while watching this and thought that this last blow must have damaged her internal organs. He was very surprised by what he just saw in front of him. He saw Yue was engulfed in a strong energy, and quickly stood up. She wiped the blood from her face and said that from now on, the friendship between their countries was broken. They were no longer welcome here, so he should leave here. Xiao Qing became even more angry because of this and quickly ran towards her and loudly bid her farewell. Yue took a fighting stance with a serious expression and looked at him with a serious expression. They collided with each other, and a large cloud of dust rose up because of this attack. They both looked at something with very surprised faces and did not say anything. Xiao Yao stopped his attack by grabbing his arm and said that he liked his reaction. He looked at Xiao Chen with a smile and said that she was able to convince him. Yue looked at him with a happy expression and loudly said that she was grateful to the young master. Xiao Chen looked at him with a displeased expression and asked, "Who is he?" Xiao Yao said with a smile that he is just a passing little lover. Is he surprised by this or not? Xiao Chen, with a very angry expression, looked at him, swung his fist and loudly said that they are a shameless couple. He used the skill Azure Dragon's sky-breaking fist and dealt a very strong blow. Xiao Yao easily blocked this attack and calmly said that he apologized for getting a little irritated while watching the dragons fight. He used the skill Dragon's slashing hand and released a very strong stream of energy. Because of this attack, Xiao Chen was thrown back very far and began to cough up blood. Yue looked at this with a surprised expression and thought that this was just a simple blow. She turned around and quietly asked Linglong, "What is her level?" Xiao Chen is an outstanding genius of the ancient kingdom's Azure Dragon. How could he be defeated so easily? She had already gotten used to the young master's sudden appearances and calmly said that he was currently at the limit of the Divine Bridge, the final stage. Yue thought about it and realized that Xiao Yao's cultivation was the weakest among them. She was very surprised when she realized this and asked loudly, "Isn't this a direct skip of 2 important limits? How old is this young master?" Linglong, with the same calm expression, said that he was 10 years old, although he looked quite old. Yue's mouth fell open in great surprise at what she heard and thought that this world was truly mysterious. Xiao Chen, who had suffered greatly from the last attack, was able to sit up and loudly said that this was impossible. He abruptly stood up, threw off his robe, and loudly said that he should not underestimate him. He started to emit a strong aura because of the skill 6 Heaven's Boundary Divine Palace. Xiao Yao looked at him with a calm expression and asked, "Has his dragon chi recovered yet? It seems like he is lucky." Xiao Chen is very angry at him and loudly called him a freak. He used the skill Azure Dragon Heavenly Seal and loudly said that he will make him kneel. Xiao Yao continued to look at him with a smile and thought, does he deserve this? He used the true dragon trap technique and created a dragon from his energy. This dragon destroyed the seal created by his opponent and headed towards Xiao Qin, who looked at it with a shocked expression. This attack collided with him, and because of this, a very strong explosion of bright energy occurred. He is lying in a funnel and with a confused expression, thinking what happened, and why is he lying on the ground? Xiao Qin remembered that he was attacked by Xiao Yao, and as he stood up he thought that it was true, and he was completely defeated by the guy in front of him. He looked at Xiao Qin with arrogance, and he thought that those childish eyes shouldn't have such a look. He got angry and walked towards him and then said that it was impossible, and he didn't dare to pity him. Xiao Yao looked at him with a serious expression and made a gesture with his fingers and then attacked him with a bunch of swords. He was about to finish his attack, but Iyer said loudly that she asked the young master to spare his life. He looked at her questioningly, and Xiao Qin was surprised, and she guiltily raised her hand and said that he should understand that if he died in their blessed bird palace, it would be too expensive. Could he throw it away first before continuing his fight? Xiao Qin looked at her with an enraged expression and then loudly said that she was a despicable woman. Xiao Yao agreed with her with a smile, and then lifted it into the air. Xiao Qin couldn't move, and he thought, could he really use remote object capture? Xiao Yao swung and took his dragon, and then laughed and asked, could this be the Qi dragon he was so proud of? Xiao Qin, looking annoyed, said loudly that he should return it. He clenched his fist and said with a serious look that he was too noisy for his position. Xiao Qin couldn't move, and he said that his name was Xiao Yao and he was from the Jun family. He should remember this name, and he could also come and take revenge on him at any time. He threw it into the sky and said as he left that now he should disappear. After a while, Xiao Qin fell in the city, and people looked at him in surprise and asked what was going on. Who was this, and why was he beaten so badly? Isn't he the crown prince of the ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom? They laugh and say that they will serve him well, and he was definitely beaten by the princess. Yer looks at him awkwardly, and she must be in a panic, and Xiao Yao said that they shouldn't worry, after all, he's not dead, just gloriously crippled. One of the villagers is holding Xiao Qin, and he said that luck is still on that child's side, but sooner or later he will get up. Xiao Yao is holding a Qi dragon in his hand, and he said that it was a joke. He sent the dragon at her, and now Yer is holding it in her hands, and he said with a smile on his face that the Azure Dragon is of the wood element, she is of the fire element, and wood produces fire, so this Qi dragon should help her break through the true spirit limit. She awkwardly thanks him, and he raised a finger and said that she should hold off on her thanks for now and take him to her father. She looked at him with a sparkle in her eyes and a satisfied look, and then she walked to the side and said that the young master needs to come here. After a while, the doctor took Shuka's hand and then said that his condition was getting worse again, and if they didn't find the elixir as soon as possible, everything would be disastrous. Shuka opened his eyes and said that the minister should be ready to sign the decree transferring the title of ruler to Yer. The minister wanted to say something, but Yer ran into the room, saying that her father needed to know that she had a cure for his illness. They looked at her in surprise, and then they asked, what is the princess talking about? Shuka coughed and stood up, and then was surprised and asked, who is the man behind her? She said with a smile on her face that it was Xiao Yao from the Jun family. He was surprised and thought, could it be that this is the one who confronted the Supreme Shadow Dragon some time ago? He is the first person in the Jun family's ranking, right? He didn't expect him to come here in person, but what is he doing here? They supported him, and he said that Yer should help him up. After all, he couldn't be so disrespectful in the presence of a noble guest. Xiao Yao said that the ruler didn't have to do this, and they could skip these tedious formalities. 4 elixirs appeared in his hands, and he said that the princess of their kingdom had passed his test, so he was willing to keep his word and give him an elixir. Shuka, with a stunned look, thought that every time one of the phoenix elixirs appeared, the entire limit of immortal madness shook. And he could casually make 4 of them. Could this really be the foundation of a prestigious family of antiquity? He said with a smile on his face and a satisfied look that if he accepted the elixir, he should also keep his promise. He wanted the ancient bird kingdom to obey him from now on and become his personal vassal. He was surprised, and then turned his gaze to Yer and asked if she agreed to such conditions. She nodded to him, and he knelt down and folded his hands, and then said that the ancient bird kingdom was willing to swear allegiance to Lord Xiao Yao. After all, danger must be met head-on, and there was no need for them to refuse. He said with a smile on his face that this was very good, and they could begin. Xiao Qin wandered around the city, and people looked at him with a smile and said that this must be the prince of the ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom, but they did not understand why he looked like a beaten dog. One of them laughed and said that he heard that this child received a letter of rejection from the princess of the Bird Kingdom, and that was why he was beaten like that. Most likely, the one who told him to be so arrogant before was to blame for this. Xiao Chen walked to the tree, and then gritted his teeth and hit it with an irritated look, and said that Xiao Yao was a scoundrel. He hit the tree so hard that he broke it in half, and then raised his head and thought that he himself did not understand what he was doing. He was acting like a fool. He was surprised, because he suddenly heard a voice that said that he wondered if all the descendants of the ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom were as plain as he was. He looked around and asked in confusion, "Who just said these words?" His pendant shone very brightly, and he picked it up, and a second later a stream of wind formed next to him. Xiao Chen was surprised, because a man with horns appeared in front of him, who asked, "Have the descendants already forgotten this man?" Xiao Chen asked with a surprised look, "Is he really the founding ancestor of the ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom, the supreme Azure Dragon?" He folded his hands in respect and said that the unworthy descendant Xiao Chen was paying respect to the founding ancestor. He said that when he woke up a few years ago, he felt that he was the son of the current ruler of the Azure Dragon realm. He transferred a large amount of qi into his body, and suddenly it became someone else's wedding robe. He said loudly that the founding ancestor was already about to break through the immortality limit. So why didn't he directly do anything to suppress that Xiao Yao earlier? He pursed his lips and said irritably that it was impossible. After all, one must consider that his current strength was only a fraction of what it used to be. Now they needed to talk about Xiao Yao. Does he know who he is? Xiao Chen stretched out his hands and asked, "Isn't he a mere offspring of Emperor Zhou of the Jun family?" The founding ancestor sighed and said that ever since he was a child, he had been unimaginably talented, but he was confined to a small piece of land in front of him. He closed his eyes and said that the news did not reach the spiritual consciousness of the old man who had hidden himself from the entire world. He introduced Xiao Yao and said that he should listen to him. Xiao Yao is the divine son of the Jian family who ranks 0. And not long ago, the founder of the Jian family killed a supreme shadow dragon of the same level as him. The Jian family produces geniuses generation after generation, and if someone at the same level as him takes action against them, in less than half a day, the ancient Azure Dragon realm will become ruins because of the Jun family. Xiao Chun looked down and asked with a sad expression, "Does this mean that he will never get revenge on him in his entire life?" The ancestor founder smiled and said that he should not be so dejected. After all, he is the son of the ruler of the country. He will definitely not allow him to end his life like this. Xiao Chun was surprised, because he said that although his abilities were lost, his fate was intertwined with blessings and disasters. He will pass on to him the supreme technique of Quasi, the technique of transforming the Azure Dragon. He extended his hand to him and said with a satisfied expression that when he transforms, the Azure Dragon falls and rises again. Today's great revenge must be repaid to Xiao Yao 100-fold. A few months later, Xiao Yao is meditating and there is a fire burning in his hands, and Yue, looking at this, said that in just a few months he has reached the limit of the divine bridge and his cultivation speed is truly amazing. She looked at her, and Lilong said with a smile that she thinks this speed is low for the young master. She said dissatisfiedly that he spends more time training the killer sword technique. Xiao Yao opened his eyes and asked, "What brought these two here?" She reaches into her robe, and then takes out a message and says that this is a message from the Jun family. This is news that was sent by young Master Huang. He looked at her questioningly, and then put his hand to his chin and asked, "Who is young Master Huang?" He remembered his appearance and asked, "Is this really that child with thick eyebrows? Then what does young Master Huang want from him?" She agreed with him, and then read the message and said that it says that there are abnormalities in southern Yuan Daoru and the supreme energy is permeating the surroundings there, and if nothing unexpected happens, then it must be the appearance of a secret supreme treasure. Jiantian looks at the surroundings and she said that this is all that Jiantian informs him about. Xiao Yao looked at her questioningly and asked, "Is he really so polite to him?" Linglong said that she felt that it was because of what happened to Qin Jia. He felt that they had helped him out of a difficult situation, and he wanted to repay. He closed his eyes and said with a satisfied expression that since such kindness came from a member of a friendly clan, he would accept it. They should prepare a carriage. After all, he was riding the 9-dragon chariot to southern Yuan Daozhu. Linglong left and only Yue and Xiao Yao remained. He asked what was the king's condition? She said that thanks to the young master, after the ruler took the elixir, his body was now in good condition. She imagined Juka sitting and meditating, and then she said that at the moment, He was using the effects of the elixir to get closer to trying to break through the sacred boundary. Xiao Yao looked away and thought that sick king was actually a quasi-saint. Truly, appearances are deceiving. He said that this time she would not be able to keep him company. In that case, she should carefully manage state affairs. There would be many more opportunities in the future. He pointed his finger at her and said with a serious expression that she should remember that she should not let pride overcome justice, and if something unexpected happened, she should not hesitate to send a letter to Ling Long. He smiled and said that those who belonged to him should never put up with humiliation. She bowed, crossed her arms, and agreed with him. After a while, the 3,000 mountains, Kunro, a desert region ravaged by bandits, and a desolate land where monstrous beasts fly in the sky. Monsters are flying in the sky, and on the cliff stands the great crown prince of the Azure Dragon Kingdom, Xiaoqun. He swung his arm and then jumped and used the Azure Dragon fist on the monster. He killed the monster and landed on the cliff, and the founding ancestor said with a smile on his face that it was not bad and he had developed the Azure Dragon transformation technique to the 4th level in just a few months. And his strength had increased to the middle of the divine bridge limit, and it was truly worthy of the son of the people of his Azure Dragon Kingdom. He looked at him and said that he was very grateful to him for mentoring the founding ancestor. After a while, a girl was riding a deer, and she was being chased by several bandits who pointed their swords at her and said that they should hold her. And does the beautiful lady know where she is moving? One of the bandits said with a smile on his face and a sly look that no one in Kunro's territory had yet escaped from them, the Monster Wolf Gang. Xiaoqun and the founding ancestor are looking at this, and he said that this is the Monster Wolf Gang and they have recently gained a bad reputation in Kunro, and judging from the aura, their leader has reached the limit of unification. Xiaoqun said that the divine bridge has been mastered to perfection, and the body and spirit are in harmony. He thought about it, and said that it was strange that he with such strength of his own free will descended to the desolate land. The girl looked back and said that it would be good if she could only use her strength, so that she would not be entangled by those scoundrels. The leader is holding the horse's bridle and he said that this miss had better go after him. Suddenly, Xiaoqun appeared above him. He landed next to the girl and she looked at him questioningly, and then he said with a proud look that the group of thieves should disappear. They looked at him with annoyance, and the leader asked where this man came from, since he dared to interfere with the affairs of his Monster Wolf Gang. The leader wanted to say something, but Xiaoqun hit him in the face, and he flew far away from the blow. All the bandits looked at this in surprise, and then one of them pointed at him, and said that he dared to attack their boss. They all galloped towards him, and one of them said that he should die for what he did. He looked at them with annoyance, and then used the Azure Dragon fist and threw his enemies back. He looked back at the girl and then asked if she was okay after what happened. She looked at him and asked who he was to decide to help her. The founding ancestor looked at her with a serious expression and said that he felt that this woman had a lot of life experience. After all, on her body there was a treasure that could hide strength from his inspection. She must be an honorable daughter of someone of the immortal family, and a good relationship with her might be useful in the future when he deals with the Jun family. He greeted her and said that he was Xiaoqun, from the ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom. If the young miss wishes to explore Kunro, she can head to the southeastern mountains. He extended his hand and said that there should be many lonely demonic beasts there that are easier to deal with than the maddened bandits. She looked at him with a serious expression and asked, could this really be the name of the crown prince of the ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom? Her name is Wu Mingyu and she is very grateful to the young master for saving her from the bandits. Suddenly a monster flies towards them and Xiaoqun looked at it questioningly, and then they jumped off the cliff and he hit it, and Mingyu took out her blades. After a while, they are sitting in the forest and roasting the monster's meat over a fire. Xiaoqun handed her a piece of meat and said that it was for her. She thanked him, and then took off her hanfu and said with a happy look that she owes him a lot for helping her along the way. He holds a piece of meat in his hand and looked at her with an embarrassed look. He was surprised, because she laughed and covered her mouth with her hand and asked, what is he looking at? He thought with a stunned look that the vile woman named Yue rejected her, but he unexpectedly met someone better. Could this be fate? He looked down, and then sighed and said that he just remembered his unfaithful fiancée. She asked in surprise why did he say that she was unfaithful and for what reason. He said that she did not know the whole situation, and now he would tell her the whole situation. When Xiaoqun finished his story, she asked with a shocked expression, could such an absurd thing really happen in the world? He should tell her who this unfaithful bride from a good family was. He should let her help him seek justice. He calmly said that she should not be angry. After all, he should seek revenge himself, and he could not shift it to others. Manhwa stood up and said that he did not need to say such words anymore. After all, his affairs were now her affairs too. Despite the experience of his enemies, she was not afraid of anything. She said with a serious expression that if he dared to continue to use his influence to suppress others, she would make him regret it. Xiao Chun laughed and said that she was too excited and should eat something first. He thought with a sly look that now Princess Manhwa of the martial god clan was helping them, and now he wondered how much longer Xiao Yao could be arrogant. At the same time, he sneezed and Ling Lao looked at him questioningly and asked if he was okay. He looked down and said that he was fine, and most likely someone remembered him and was plotting against him behind his back. She looked to the side. They were flying on a carriage in the sky, and she said that they had already arrived in Nantian City. Nanyan Daozhu, Nantian City of the Daijinchen sect. Shui Huang and Zhang Tian were standing nearby and waiting for the carriage to land. Xiao Yao got out of the carriage and said with a smile that it was quite lively here. They greeted him, and Zhang Tian said that the members of the Jun family pay their respects to the Divine Son. He said that as a brother of the same clan, there is no need to show politeness, since they are both descendants of the Jun family. There is no need for such formality. Zhang Tian, with a satisfied look and shining eyes, said that the Divine Son was unexpectedly so beautiful, and he does not hold a grudge. Xian Yao stretched out his hand and said, "Can Brother Zhang Jian tell him who this old man is?" The old man said that he was an old Taoist from the Daijinchen sect, and their Daijinchen sect was truly blessed by the personal visit of the Divine Son of the Jun family. Xiao Yao thought that the old Taoist from the Daijinchen sect was probably higher than the sect leader. He showed his respect and said that he personally received them, and this was more than he deserved, and he, Xiao Yao, felt unworthy. He extended his hand to him and laughingly said that the Divine Son did not need to be so polite. He pointed to the entrance and said that the old Taoist had already prepared the dwelling and they needed to go here. One of the townspeople asked if the other had seen the Divine Son of the Jun family. He asked him if he was talking about the one who killed the Supreme Dragon at the age of 10. He was very attractive, and he regretted that he was not born a girl because he could have married him. The other laughed and said that even if he was not a girl, he could still try. The girls looked at him in surprise, and one of them looked at him with a satisfied expression and said that young Master Xiao Yao had just glanced at her. Another girl pointed to herself and said that it was impossible, and he definitely looked at her. He said that he felt that many girls would not be able to sleep peacefully tonight. One of the girls asked, "What is love in this world? What makes life and death acceptable?" Endless tears shed from lovesickness, unable to complete the blooming of cherry blossoms and flowers. They awkwardly walked forward, and Zhang Tian and Shui Huang were too scared to speak, and Xiao Yao, who was 10 years old, heard everything. He looked at him and asked if his brother would tell him who from their Jun family was here this time. He said that besides them and their sister from the Snow Phoenix clan, there was also brother Wang Ji from the 10,000 tribe who had received the supreme governance of Yuan Tian. He asked in surprise, since he doesn't know him, "Then who is brother Wang Ji?" He looked at him with a serious expression and said that he is the 5th most important person in their Jun family, and he also attended the banquet for his 10th birthday. Brother Wang Ji has mastered the Calamity Thunder martial art. It seems that he has doubts about his appointment as the Zeroth in the sequence, and it is better to be careful. He thought with a proud look that it is not that he does not understand his brother's feelings, but that he is too good after all to be normally jealous. Zhang Tian looked at him with an admiring look, and he proudly walks to the side, and he said that he does not need to worry, because as long as they are all members of the same clan, he will not do anything against him behind his back, so he will be magnanimous. After a while, Daoji Tianzong, the guest room. Wang Ji is meditating, lightning emanates from him, and he opened his eyes and asked, "What happened?" In front of him sits the 5th most important disciple of the Black Cloud tribe, Black Soil, and he said that Sir should know that he is here. He snorted in displeasure, and said that this was expected, and he knew from the beginning that he had stolen the supreme control of Yuan Tian from Zhang Tian. But he didn't know that Zhang Tian would actively try to please him. He said with an irritated expression that those fools from Daoji Tianzong were also blind. After all, how could a child whose life had just begun compete with adults? Wang Ji stood up and said that no one was born unrivaled and he would prove everything to the Jun family. Hong-O, the ancestral dragon nest. A girl walked along the cliff to the waterfalls and a dragon rose up from the water in front of her, and she said that Bai Qi was paying respects to the patriarch. He was the arrogant and power-hungry leader of Yuan Tian at that time. He took away some priceless ancient dragon bones from their ancestral dragon nest. At this time the secret treasure was opened, and she should go and extract those dragon bones. She agreed with him and said that Baichi would obey the patriarch's orders and return the ancient dragon bones. He said that she should also be careful with the divine son of the Jun family, because at this time the secret treasure was opened and he might come to fight too. The ancient dragon queen, the dragon Baichi, asked how strong the divine son of the Jun family was. The patriarch approached her and asked her what she thought of who could easily defeat the dragon Han Tian. She said that the dragon Hao Tian only had one dragon element, but she had already obtained two and was much stronger than the dragon Hao Tian. He closed his eyes and worriedly said that she should be careful anyway. She put her hands in front of her and agreed with him, and then said that she would obey and was leaving now. He looked at her back and thought with burning eyes that if he thought about his ancient imperial dragon bloodline, there was originally a direct descendant in it who had sealed the divine power. Now it was lost, and with it, the complete Qin Tian dragon transformation technique was also lost. He looked up and thought that if they could find this descendant and unseal it, then what would the divine son of the Jun family expect? After a while, Shao Chun looked at the founding ancestor and asked, what ancient dragon bones was he talking about? He looked at him and said that the supreme head of the secret treasure Yuan Tian originated in Nanyan Dao Zhu. The supreme head of Yuan Tian stole some ancient dragon bones from their ancestral nest back then. He looked down at him and said that he should understand this. Manhwa walked up to Shao Chun and asked, is he already leaving here? He agreed with her and said that the supreme master of the secret treasure Yuan Tian had appeared and he should look for an opportunity. She said with a smile on her face that in that case he could go and should be careful. He jumped down from the mountain and sat on the back of the bird, and she looked at him questioningly, because he called her name and said with a satisfied look that one day he would come to the kingdom of the martial god and marry her. She looked after him, and he said that he was Shao Chun and he kept his word and he would never break a promise. She covered her face in embarrassment and thought that this child was talking about some nonsense. Her expression changed, and with a serious look she thought that he knew that it was impossible for them. After a while, Xiao Yao was lying on the sofa and said that he was very bored. Several days had already passed, so why hadn't the Supreme Master's secret treasure opened yet? Xue Huang said that he didn't have to worry, it had only been a few days since the secret treasure was discovered. This time, under the leadership of the Antarctic Taoist sect, the leaders of many tribes had united. Zhuangjian said that they intended to turn the Yuan Tian Supreme Treasury into a place for the younger generation to gain experience, so it would take time. Xiao Yao calmly drank his tea and thought, was there really nothing else to do? Linglong looked at him and asked, wasn't he interested in learning to play the zither? It just so happened that Miss Xue Huang was here at the right time. Why not ask for her tutoring? Xiao Yao immediately stood up, looked at her and asked, so she was skilled in playing the zither? She said that compared to the venerable girls of the dancing zither immortal sect, her skills were not worth mentioning, it was just a pastime. Xiao Yao walked up to her and said that it was okay, she was definitely better than him, so he asked her to teach him. Xue Huang agreed to this and said that if the master did not mind, she would show him her modest skills. Zhuangjian was surprised by his behavior and asked, is the master always like this? Linglong said that when times are serious, he can be serious. She looked away and her attention was drawn to the tea he had just been drinking. After a while, the man said that if she wanted tea, she had asked the right person. The specialty of the Nandao area is Zinkenling tea. This tea is soft and sweet with a long aftertaste. It so happened that he had a box of ancient tea that was 10,000 years old. He was about to name the price, but Linglong began to take out money from her wallet and said that no more words were needed, she was buying it. Suddenly, Haida came to them, put his hand on the tea box, apologized and said that he would take this tea. He turned around with a sly smile and looked at Linglong who was standing next to him. She calmly looked at the seller and asked where else she could buy the same tea. Haida said loudly with a wide smile that he bought all the tea from this street. Linglong looked at him and asked, does he really like tea that much? Could it be that he is the Taoist from Guan's Haidong district? She was showing him her respect. Haida was embarrassed by this and wondered why this woman didn't fall for it at all. Linglong looked away and thought that this familiar stupid provocation reminded her of someone. Zhuangjian came up to them and said that such a provocation was from the respected lady of his house. Is he really that tired of living? Haida suddenly jumped back a few meters to the side and stared at them intently. Zhuangjian calmly looked at him and said that this person is a follower of Jun Wanjie, he is deliberately aiming at her. Linglong looked at him calmly and said that she almost guessed. Haito looked at him in surprise and said that he was the 10th most important martial sword of June. He heard that because of this woman, he was beaten by Xiao Yao. Now she becomes their loyal dog? Zhuangjian calmly exhaled and walked towards him. Haito immediately got into a fighting stance and looked at him with a slightly worried look. Before he could do anything, Zhuangjian stood behind him and put his sword to his throat. He asked with a serious look, he dared to provoke him even though he knew who he was? Haito worriedly thought that this guy from the June family was very fast, and he was not his equal. He turned to him and asked with a smile. He, knowing who he was, still dared to be arrogant. Wan Jie called him over and said that he was at least the 10th most important person in the June clan. But now he was acting like a dog wagging his tail in front of Xiao Yao. This way, he might lose his importance in the June clan sooner rather than later, don't you think? Zhuangjian turned to look at him and asked with a surprised expression, what was he actually trying to do? Wan Jie released a powerful stream of lightning at him, and said loudly that he was just going to teach a lesson to the unworthy youth of the clan. Zhuangjian looked at that stream of lightning with a serious expression, swung his sword and deflected the lightning. Wan Jie looked at him with a calm expression and thought, did he use his sword to cut through the falling thunder? This doesn't make sense, since he doesn't even have that opportunity. How is he going to become part of the June clan? Zhuangjian looked at him with a worried expression and wondered why he was attacking so ruthlessly. If this lightning had hit Linglong, she would have been on the verge of death by now. He called out loudly and asked him if he was trying to create a conflict in the family and put on a show for others. Wan Jie said with a very serious face that it was just a warning from a senior clan member. He should go back and tell Xiao Yao not to stick his head out in the future. Haito jumped onto the roof next to him and said that he should let him speak. Master Dongmeng, this is the pillar of the new generation of the June family. Wan Jie said with a calm face that he should shut up. It was time for them to leave already. He agreed with him, and immediately after that, they both left the place very quickly. Linglong went outside and asked if he was okay. Zhuangjian turned to her and saw her standing there with a box of tea in her hand. He started to cry because of this and thought that while he was being beaten, she was still buying tea for Master. He sheathed his sword and said that nothing serious had happened, just a little numbness. Linglong asked if they should tell Master about this. Zhuangjian worriedly imagined that Xiao Yao would say that revenge is best served fresh, they just need to get rid of him directly. He said that she could forget about it, he had experienced the Master's temper firsthand. Since the treasury was about to open, it was better not to have conflicts within the family. Linglong looked at him silently for a few seconds, and he felt a little embarrassed by this. She said in a calm voice that he had not changed much. After a while, they both returned home and heard very loud sounds. Zhuangjian pointed his finger at the building and asked, what was that sound? Linglong, with a slightly wary look, said that it was probably the master playing the zither. That was exactly how it was, and Xue Huang sat next to him and listened with a very nervous look. They went into the room where they were and Linglong said that she was right after all. Xiao Yao looked at them with a smile and asked, where did they go? He wanted to say something else, but suddenly his face became more serious, and he stared at them. Zhuangjian turned around and said that they went to Nandao district to buy tea for the master. He was about to say something else, but he stopped because Xiao Yao grabbed his hand and called him brother. He looked at him with a very serious face and asked who he fought with. He saw what was happening to his body and thought that the power of lightning was accumulating in him, but he himself seemed to be unaware of it. If left untreated, incurable internal injuries might occur. Xiao Yao began to radiate his aura and told his brother that he must gather his strength. Zhuangjian felt a bad premonition and looked at him with a very worried expression. Xiao Yao struck his stomach with a very strong fist and directed his energy there, which surprised him greatly. Zhuangjian looked down with a surprised expression and thought, is this Wan Jie's thunder? After a few seconds, Xiao Yao continued to channel his energy into him to help him. Zhuangjian thought with a surprised expression that he didn't feel numb at all now. Did the Lord use his spiritual energy to purify him? Xiao Yao looked at him with a serious expression and said that he should let him ask him one last time to think carefully before answering him. Who harmed him? At the same time, Haito asked, the Lord's strength suppresses everyone, so why can't he directly defeat Xiao Yao? Wan Jie said that if he had any brains, he would wait until the treasury was open to head for him. Moreover, when the treasury was about to open, fighting Xiao Yao would only affect his condition. But then he was afraid that the elders would criticize him. Haida said with a dissatisfied look, these are old dogs who look down on people. Wan Jie calmly said that he would take care of it after the opening. Suddenly, he felt a strong pressure, raised his head and asked with a worried look, "Who is here?" At the last moment, he managed to jump out the window and a huge palm of energy was directed at the building he was in. Xiao Yao, who was floating in the air, said that he was a person who never held a grudge. He said with a smile that if someone attacked him, he would immediately retaliate. Wang Jie looked at him with a serious look and said that he was completely crazy. He called his name and asked what he meant by that. Xiao Yao said that he was going to ask the same thing. When the treasury is about to open, he attacks his own clan brothers. Who gave him such a right? Wang Jie said that it was only a small punishment, he did not really harm him. Is the respected son of the Jun family really that narrow-minded? Xiao Yao smiled slyly at this and said that he was right about this. Suddenly, something flew past Wang Jie at an incredibly fast speed. He turned around abruptly and thought that this was very bad. Xiao Yao ran past him and grabbed Haita's head, which surprised him greatly. After that, he gave a very strong punch and released very strong energy upward. Xiao Yao said that this was only a light punishment, he did not harm him. Accepting their brotherly temperament, he should not be offended. He said this while Haitu, whose head he had just broken the roof of the building with, was lying next to him. Wang Jie immediately turned to him, used the ability Devastation of 8 losses and loudly called his name. Xiao Yao raised the hand he had directed his energy into and said that he was very hypocritical. After all, he preached a benefactor, but so easily lost control. He calmly attacked him back and Wang Jie was very surprised by what happened. He was thrown back and noticed that his arm was broken by this attack. This attack sent him flying very high. Haita looked at this with a worried look and loudly called out to his master. He used the skill Black Mist Incarnation and loudly said that he must die. Xiao Yao looked at him with a calm look and Haita was very surprised by his reaction. He released a beam of his energy, which sent him flying far away. Xiao Yao calmly used Hell Furnace to release this energy. Haita looked at him with a very worried look and asked what was this. He began to be pulled in and he screamed loudly because he was worried. Wang Jie looked at this with a worried look and loudly said that he must stop. He began to emit strong energy and said that he was creating the supreme law, with the body of thunder punishment. He was torturing with heavenly punishment, controlling the myriad thunder disasters. He used the ability of the 8 thunder taboos and summoned thunder from another world. Xiao Yao looked at this with a calm expression and asked, does he even deserve to be tortured with heavenly punishment? He created many swords and a dragon with his energy. He used the first skill, the divine technique of the true dragon realm. Xiao Yao looked up with a serious expression and said that relying on strength to bully the weak will only lead to decline. He should think about his actions. He launched a huge dragon with many swords at the lightning that was flying towards him. Wang Jie looked at this with a very surprised expression while using his ability. Because of this attack, a very large explosion occurred, which Xiao Yao looked at. Wang Jie was very badly injured and was thrown very far away because of this attack. Haitu, who had shrunk in size, was in the furnace and loudly called for help. Wang Jie fell to the ground and the lid of the furnace closed, and he fell silent. Xiao Yao jumped down and looked at him with a calm expression as he lay on the ground. Wang Jie tried to get up but he couldn't because he had run out of strength from his last attack. Xiao Yao walked up to him and kicked him back. He flew a few meters and fell into the hole left by their fight. Xiao Yao turned to the side and looked at Zhuangjian and Xue Huang who were standing nearby. Wang Jie tried to get up and said that if he had 10 more years, how could he? Xiao Yao jumped down to him and asked why they always thought they could suppress him after only 10 years of hard practice. Even though he was 10 years old, he said that he couldn't defeat him even if he was 10 years old. But he thinks he can defeat him who is 20 years old. A large crowd of people gathered near the pit and asked, "What's going on here? Why is there such a commotion here?" Most of the building has been destroyed. It seems like there is a battle going on among the Jun family members, and it's quite intense. Zhuangjian looked away and thought, this is not good, people are starting to gather. If this continues, the Jun family will become a laughing stock. He hopes that the Lord will resolve this matter quickly. Xiao Yao walked forward with a calm expression and said that he understood. He picked up Wang Jie by the hair and asked, did he offend him somehow? Because of his petty pride, he did so many things, it was very stupid. They are in the same clan, brothers, not enemies. They should support each other, not fight. Wang Jie was about to say something to him about the Jun family, but he couldn't finish. Xiao Yao looked at him calmly and said, he was born into a secondary family, never valued by the Jun family, and was envious of him. Does he think that he is just a piece of trash, born beyond his means and inferior to them? So this is his reason for attacking his clan brother, using force to suppress the weak? With his pathetic way of thinking, does he even deserve to be called a divine punishment? Now he will give him two choices: submit to him and become his servant, or die. Wan Jie asked with a surprised and worried expression, does he seriously want to kill him? Why not? Even if he kills him, will the Jun family punish him? Xiaoyao looked at him calmly and said that in the end, he is just a powerless swindler who is trying to harm his clan brother. Wan Jie started to stand up and was about to say something to him with a serious expression. Xiaoyao looked at him with a calm expression and said that he should kneel down. He started to emit a strong pressure, causing him to kneel down. He said that he would only give him 3 seconds to make a decision. He started to count and Wan Jie thought, is he really going to die like this? Is this kid really going to kill him? He raised his head and saw the silhouette of a girl appear in front of him. She looked at him with a smile and called him brother. Xiaoyao counted to 1 and looked at him with a calm expression. Wan Jie knelt down and said that he would obey the young master. Xiaoyao calmly asked, if he only knew that this day would come, why would he do such a thing in the first place? He raised his hand, in which he concentrated his energy, and directed it towards Wan Jie's head. He looked at him with a very surprised expression and thought, this is a slave mark. A slave mark is when the soul is imprinted in the divine palace. Those who are marked lose the ability to resist their master forever. Of course, such a mark can only be made with the consent of both parties. Xiaoyao said with a calm expression. His choice surprised him. He thought that he was the kind of person who would rather die than submit. He thought that he was about to praise him and let him go. Wan Jie said that he had a sister, she was banished to the lower realm, so he cannot die. Xiaoyao thought about it. Did he mention the lower realm? Breaking through the barriers between the 9 heavens and 10 lands is not that easy. He waved his hand and asked, since he has such an important duty, why did he provoke him without reason? Is it worth it to behave like this in a meaningless argument, so as not to do right by his sister? If he has time, why doesn't he use it to cultivate? As long as he's here opposing him, who knows what kind of troubles might happen to his sister at the lower realm. Wan Jie started to cry and said sadly that he was very sorry. Zhuangjian looked at this with a surprised look and wondered, is he really crying? After a while on the street, people were asking, has everyone heard the latest news? He's talking about the discord in the Jun family, right? This son of the Jun family is really ruthless, making his own clan brother a lackey. He heard that Wan Jie provoked this, is that true? In such a competitive world, if he's not ruthless, how can he rise to greatness? If he were a child of the Jun family, he would directly destroy whoever dared to provoke him. Not to mention being a child of the Jun family, he doesn't even deserve to hand over shoes to the defeated Wan Jie. At the same time, Linglong said to the master with a serious expression, he is an adult after all. Xiaoyao looked at her and said that it's not like he wanted to make a scene, he was just trying to help his brother. Zhuangjian thought about it with a surprised expression, so it was his fault. Linglong said that she didn't blame him, it's just that no matter whether it was Lan Qin or Wan Jie, it seemed like every time he dealt with something like this, he was a little lenient. Zhuangjian looked at her with a happy expression and thought that he was surprised that she would scold the master, it was worthy of her. Xiaoyao asked with a smile, so she wanted him to kill him? Linglong looked at him with a calm expression and said that she apologized for her stupidity. His behavior in dealing with Lan Qin and Wan Jie had undoubtedly proven that the son of the Jun family was a compassionate person. Even if he was provoked, there would be no consequences, at least not fatal ones. If one was lucky, one could even gain his protection and patronage. After that, the number of those who provoked him would increase. Xiaoyao looked at her and asked, she did understand that he couldn't accept everyone, right? He would just kill the child who was with Wan Jie. Linglong was about to say something to him, but Xiaoyao said that she could forget about it. She should let him tell her a story. Once upon a time, there lived a young man who had been an orphan since he was a child. He was adopted by a blind fortune teller and lived a life of poverty and loneliness. The old man asked, who had offended him this time? The Xiaoyao from the past said that he didn't even need to remind him of it. 2 idiots were swimming in a river and almost drowned, so he pulled them out. However, those 2 bastards thought he was trying to drown them. They beat him up good and now he's really furious. The old man asked if he felt hurt by this. Xiaoyao asked loudly, how could he not feel hurt? Those 2 bastards only dared to say such things because they thought he was an easy target. The old man asked if he thought that if he were a respectable person, those two kids wouldn't lie about him. Xiao Yao calmed down, refused, and asked if it seemed like they would lie anyway, maybe even try to extort money from him. The old man asked with a smile if he was in this situation again, would he save them? Xiao Yao thought about it and said that he probably did. In fact, he didn't care whether they lived or died. He would even clap if they were killed one day and taken away from him. However, if it was happening in front of him, he couldn't just ignore it. If he did that, he would feel awkward. The old man said that he should just follow his heart, which people usually called Xiao Yao. The old man walked up to him, patted him on the head, and said that one day the heavens would reward him for this, and he would stand on top of the world. Xiao Yao looked at him with a slightly embarrassed look and asked, is he trying to calm him down? Ling Long asked, is he implying that the young man from history was him? Xiao Yao looked at her with a smile and asked, who knows? Whoever it is, even if he kills them all, the idiots who provoke him will not decrease. In this world of fierce competition, where geniuses are praised and kings are subjugated, who will obey him or fear him because he killed a few people? He spares their lives not because he is kind and lenient, but only because he thinks it is right to do so. He will worry about the opinions of others over every little thing. What will he be then? Zhuangjian looked at him with a surprised look and thought that the master was so cool. Ling Long noticed his reaction and said that she understood him. She will obey him in everything. At the same time, the guy went out onto the balcony and said the name Xiao Yao. The three aristocratic families have been the most prestigious in the cruelty of the immortal territory since ancient times. The Jun house, which includes the 10 major clans, gives birth to geniuses generation after generation. The Yang house, which includes Taoists from the embryonic state, the primitive spiritual body of the Tao, countless geniuses. The Yi house, the reincarnation of the sword demon, Yi Guqin, unrivaled among his peers. At the same time, in the southern heavenly city, several people are sitting at the table and asking if they have heard about the incident with the son of the Jun family. All he can say is that they are acting like they are the first among the three aristocratic families. Speaking of the three aristocratic families, isn't the Ji family one of the three aristocratic families? Ji Xian, a junior sage of the Sacred Spirit Academy, said that this is already in the past. Everyone knows that his family has long been rejected. The guy sitting next to him said that he doesn't need to be modest. After all, he holds the title of junior sage and he is the son of the Sacred Spirit Academy. He doesn't see why he should be inferior to these descendants of the Jun family. Now that he remembers, wasn't he the one who defeated one of their descendants? Ji Xian said that it was only because of his cultivation level that he barely won a few moves. There's nothing to talk about here. The guy sitting next to him said that he was still the same gentleman as always. He really deserved the title of junior sage. Xian laughed and said with a kind smile that they were all praising him too much. He thought that they were a bunch of idiots trying to incite him to compete with the Jun house. Do they really think he is that stupid? Moreover, the title of junior sage does not match his behavior. He needs to avoid Xiao Yao as much as possible. After all, he is not part of his journey. The secrets of the supreme elemental limit and this thing, if he can obtain them, he will occupy the highest place among the younger generation. Why does he have to care about the three aristocratic families now? At the same time, in the forest of great wildness, an explosion of extremely strong energy occurred. A beam of extremely powerful energy rushing into the sky illuminates the surrounding area and attracts the attention of the creatures nearby. There are several people standing next to this pillar of energy, watching it closely. The Taoist elder from the extreme heavenly Tao sect asked, "There seems to be something wrong with the supreme elemental hidden treasure, right?" The elder of House Jun asked, "This dark energy, it seems to be something similar to the dark matter from the alien limits, right?" The Jun family elder looked at him and said that it was somewhat similar, but still too far from being compared to the genuine dark matter. The Azure Dragon elder laughed and said that if the Jun house was scared, they could just hide like turtles. Elder Jun turned to him and asked with an evil look, "What was wrong? Does he really want to follow in the footsteps of the Black Mud?" The Azure Dragon elder sneered and asked what he just said. The Yang family elder walked over to them and said that now was not the time for the two of them to quarrel. The question now was whether the expedition should continue. Elder Ji said with a smile that of course they should continue. If they were to run away at the slightest difficulty, then what about opening the Emperor's path? Those young geniuses wouldn't need to participate then. Xiao Yao walked out onto the balcony and looked into the distance. He said with a calm look, it had finally begun. Someone launched a very strong and bright energy high up. It turned out to be a huge mirror that hung above the city and emitted bright rays of energy. Zhuangjian said with a smile that this was the sacred weapon of the June house, the heavenly surveying mirror. It could reflect the sky and earth. The elders could observe their actions and the hidden treasure through the mirror. Projections of several elders appeared in the sky, and one of them said that he congratulated everyone on opening the secret treasure of the supreme elemental limit. The immortal tradition of the Tao sealed the sky and earth. Senior cultivators are forbidden to enter. This secret treasure is very dangerous. Those who are weak should retreat and live. And now the secret treasure is open. Xiaoyao walked forward with a smile and said that it was time for them to go. All the companions from his family who were following him agreed with him. They all jumped together at high speed across the rooftops in the right direction, and Xiaoyao said that they should let the wild immortal territory witness the strength of the younger generation of their house. Many cultivators ran in one direction and loudly said that they must fight to reach the secret hidden treasure first. They heard a loud sound behind them and immediately turned around to see the source of the sound. They saw a huge ship flying next to them and asked, "What is this?" "It is the Jiang family's spiritual boat. At this rate, they will get there first." They began to use artifacts and abilities and were angry at the big families. A huge dragon attacked the ship, and one of them loudly said that they should look at these treasures. So be it, they should let them go. Xiaoyao jumped onto the ship that the dragon had captured. He attacked this monster with his energy, and it felt great pain. He looked at the people standing on board and asked, "Isn't that his aunt?" Jiang Xingyi of the Qingzhou Jiang family looked at him and asked, "His name is Xiaoyao, right?" His family members who were following him landed next to him, and he asked if they needed help. He turned around and called out to Linglong with a smile and said that she should clear the road. She agreed to it with a calm face. Immediately after, she jumped down and ran forward at high speed and defeated the cultivators along the way. Zhuangjian watched her with a happy expression and said that it was so exquisite and elegant. Xingyi looked at them and thought that this was the 10th, 7th, and 5th in sequence. A smile appeared on her face, and she thought that the three lords who attended the 10th anniversary celebration were following close behind him. It seemed like her nephew was making progress. At the same time, Linglong was attacked by someone. She was thrown back hard and cried out in pain. She landed on her feet, grabbed her injured arm, and looked up with a dissatisfied expression. A huge bear walked up to her, giving off a strong aura, and let out a loud cry. Shigui said loudly with a worried expression, "This is too bad, because it's a bear with a ghostly face. It's heavy, like a cultivator of the final stage Divine Bridge realm. This monster seems to be a little out of it, it's just furious." Xiaoyao asked with a smile, "Last stage Divine Bridge realm?" He used magic to tell Linglong that he could rush over to help her at any time. She said with a dissatisfied expression, "While she appreciates the young master's kind offer, she doesn't need it." Immediately after, she ran forward toward this huge monster. The bear swung its paw, roaring loudly before attacking. It slashed very hard with its paw, but missed with that strike. Linglong ran behind him with great speed and swung her fist to attack. She put energy into her fist and sent it flying with a very strong punch. Many cultivators who were running in the same direction stopped and looked at her. They asked, "Who is this girl who was able to defeat the ghost-faced bear with one punch? Does she look like a simple servant of young Master Jun's family? Could this be the power of the three leading families?" At the same time, Xian used his weapon to defeat the same kind of bear with one punch. The cultivators looked at him and said that the young saint from the Ji family should not be underestimated either. He heard that he had inserted a piece of the sacred king's brush into his right hand. Is it his imagination, or does he see his invincibility? One of them pointed to the side and said loudly that they should look there. "Who is this person?" Xiaochen, who was attacked by one of the monsters, swung his fist and poured his energy into it. He defeated that monster with one blow, and the surprised cultivators asked if anyone knew him. He didn't know, maybe there was an expert among the wanderers. As long as the Jintian Supreme Treasury was opened, no one could know what kind of treasures were inside. Which family would win in the end? Xiaoyao sensed someone and said with a sly smile that one of his acquaintances was also here. It looked like it would be fun. Zhuangjian turned to him with a surprised look and asked if he had a falling out with that person too. Xiaoyao asked, "So he didn't get along with him either?" He turned around and said with a dissatisfied look that he had a grudge against that yellow-robed guy. That kid's name was Xian. He was called the Little Sage because he had implanted a piece of the Sage King's arm bone into himself. He had fought him before. That time he took advantage of the fact that he had a cultivator of a higher level than him, and was able to defeat him in one move. Since then, he has been bragging about defeating a June clan member everywhere. The worst thing is that this guy always pretends to be humble. It is really annoying. Xiao Yao asked with a smile, when they enter the Supreme Treasury, will their clan restore its reputation? Zhuangjian said with a serious expression that of course it will be like that. Xiao Qin stood still, looked at the ship and said that Xiao Yao will pay for it. He continued walking and did not pay attention to the silhouette that was in the thicket of the forest. That person was Mingyu, who was riding on her pet and silently watching him from afar. After a while, Shigui said that they had arrived at the right place. The Supreme Treasury of Jintian should be in the crevice below. This black dense fog doesn't look very nice. It seems that some kind of mutation has occurred in the treasure, and the dense fog is suppressing their internal energy. Shui Huang said that they should be careful and resist with their techniques. Xiao Yao stood still and asked, are they serious? He doesn't feel anything at all. Shigui said that because the divine ancient wild nature is so durable and valuable, evil spirits can't invade. He naturally resists this impure aura stronger than them. Xiao Yao asked, is that really the case? He looked ahead and said that they should be more careful, something huge is coming. Immediately after his words, a huge monster with several horns ran towards them. The cultivators immediately began to use their skills and said loudly that this was a primordial demonic ape from the Unity Realm. They must protect the young lady as soon as possible. The elders were watching through the mirror and said that the divine bridge had been completed, the spirit and flesh had merged, revealing a harmonious entity. Elder Ji said that after meeting this primordial demonic ape from the Unity Realm, the divine child of his family seemed to have encountered a big problem. Elder Jun chuckled as he looked at him and said that this was not necessary at all. Elder Ji said that he had better underestimate the descendants of his family. At the same time, Zhuangjian and Shui Huang attacked the huge monster and used their abilities. The monster became very angry because of this and swung its fist, into which it directed strong energy. It delivered an extremely powerful punch with its fist and threw her away with this attack. Zhuangjian managed to catch her to reduce the damage. Xiao Yao said that it seemed like this animal was trying to keep them away from the treasury. Then he would let it go back to where it came from. He created many swords from his energy and sent them all towards this huge monster. Shui Huang looked at what was happening with a surprised look and asked loudly, will everything be okay? Xiao Yao hovered next to them and said that it was not over yet. He looked forward with a calm look and told his clan brothers that they should retreat back. The dust cleared and they saw a huge monster that was standing in place after his attack. He raised his head and a large amount of energy was directed into his horn. He fired a very strong beam of energy from this horn towards their ship. Xiao Yao raised his hand and a very bright energy appeared in front of him. A huge statue made of his energy appeared in front of him with a sword in his hand with several heads. The huge monster that stood in front of them was very surprised because of what he just saw. He turned around and saw Xiao Yao, who was hovering above his head with wings on his back and waving his hand. He looked at this monster with a calm expression and said that this is the end. He created a very strong and bright energy above the head of this monster, who looked at it in surprise. He attacked him with his energy and a very strong explosion occurred. After a while, when many cultivators gathered at the scene of the battle, they said that the mad demonic monkey from the Unity Realm was killed like this. Was this done by Xiao Yao, the divine son of the Huangzhou family? Biki came up to him and asked, is his name Xiao Yao? He turned to her and thought, is she from the dragon race? She asked, wasn't he the one who defeated that big monster? He looked at her and asked who she was. She told him her name and said that she was from the ancestral dragon nest, the Azure Dragon clan. Xiao Yao was embarrassed by what she said and stared at her silently for a few seconds. He asked how much her parents hated her to give her such a name. Suddenly, a powerful explosion of energy occurred next to them due to someone landing. The nine-headed lion asked Biki, does she like this guy? The ability to kill a ferocious ancient primeval beast from the Unity Realm is truly impressive. This young man of the human race is strong enough to follow this deity. Xiao Yao and Biki looked at each other in confusion and said nothing for a few seconds. A swallowing sky sparrow flew over and asked this stupid cat, what qualities does a human race member have to become a follower? They are only suitable to become a blood sacrifice. Xiao Yao asked, are all ancient beast races this stupid? Biki turned to him and said that of course, most of them are as idiots as their human race. The swallowing sky sparrow got angry at this and asked, so he dared to call a deity an idiot? He released many magical feathers and asked loudly, did he decide to die? Xiao Yao suddenly flapped his wings and released a strong stream of air in all directions. Beaky raised her head and looked at this with a slightly worried look. Xiao Yao began to flap his wings rapidly and reflected all the feathers that flew at him. After a few seconds, he stopped attacking with his feathers and they stuck into the ground around him. The nine-headed lion asked this little chicken with a big smile, "Can he do anything normal?" This guy didn't even use his hands to reflect his attacks. The swallowing sky sparrow got very angry at this and loudly told this stupid cat to shut up. Shigui, who was on the ship, loudly called out to Xiao Yao and told him not to be reckless. The nine-headed lion is a descendant of the 9 elemental saints, while the swallowing sky sparrow enjoys eating the flesh of the human race. They both belong to the ancient races that inhabit the entire earth. It is too dangerous to confront them alone. Xiao Yao said to Auntie with a smile that she was too nervous. How dare these two beasts test the heavens? The swallowing sky sparrow became even more angry at his words and loudly told the man that he was too arrogant. He created many large projectiles from his energy, and loudly said that he would punish him for such impudence now. Bai Qi looked at him with a calm expression, and the swallowing sky sparrow noticed that there was no one next to her. He did not notice Xiao Yao, who was behind him, about to attack with his energy, and asked where he went. He realized what was happening too late, and when he turned around, Xiao Yao had already cut him down with his energy sword. He looked at him with a serious expression and asked, "How many people did he eat? Why did he stink so much?" The dissected swallowing sky sparrow looked at him with a shocked expression as he fell to the ground. 2 parts of his body fell to the ground and rolled for several meters. A part of his body rolled towards the nine-headed lion, who was shocked because of what just happened. He raised his head and looked at him with a very worried expression. Xiao Yao landed next to him and said that he felt like he was stronger than that chicken. He could become his horse. He should just lie down and then he would let him go. The nine-headed lion turned to him and looked at him silently for a few seconds. His hand began to shake and he wondered, was he scared? He had never felt this way before. After all, he was not like that chicken. Xiao Yao said with a calm expression, although he looked powerful, he didn't give off any bloodthirsty aura at all. He wasn't someone who lived off of eating others, so he might as well give him a chance. He should become his horse and serve him. The nine-headed lion looked at him with a serious expression and thought, what kind of shameful proposal was this? He took a very deep breath and released his energy with a very loud roar. Xiao Yao looked at him with a sly smile and thought, is this the roar of a real lion? He was quite ferocious. Because of such a strong roar, the weak cultivators were thrown back, but some of them were able to stand upright. Xian looked at this with a very surprised and worried expression and thought, this is really crazy. This doesn't look like a battle that the Divine Bridge realm can participate in. The nine-headed lion ran towards him very quickly, preparing to attack, and said loudly that if he wanted to fight, he had to do it, and he couldn't be a slave. He struck with his hand very hard, but Xiao Yao easily dodged this attack. He looked at him with a sly smile and thought that he was really fierce. The nine-headed lion continued to strike with his hands and said loudly that he had to come closer to him. Beaky looked at this with a smile and said that he had stepped on his sore spot. The ancestors of the nine-headed lions were once tamed by the great emperor and became his mounts. So they regard the word horse as an insult to their blood. Xiao Yao said with a smile that under the throne of the Blue Eastern Emperor, connecting the 3 saints above and reaching the 9 springs below. Even though they are demons, they value loyalty and righteousness, and are therefore worthy of admiration. The nine-headed lion was surprised by his words, but quickly came to his senses and thought that he couldn't be distracted. Immediately after that, he filled his body with very strong energy. Xiao Yao also released his energy and asked with a smile, did he decide to become even more serious? That's exactly what he wanted. They both put their hands forward and released very strong energy. Because of their attacks, a very strong magical explosion occurred. Because of this, Xiao Yao was thrown back very hard, but he still managed to stay on his feet. He raised his head and noticed a nine-headed lion standing in front of him in a cloud of dust. It came out of the cloud in the shape of a lion and with several heads of energy flying around it. Xiao Yao looked at it with a calm face and used a martial art technique. The nine-headed lion was very surprised by this, looked around and saw that several swords had appeared around its heads. Xiao Yao with a sly smile ordered to start cutting and his swords immediately carried out this order, causing the nine-headed lion to receive a large amount of damage. Due to the injuries he received, his body could not withstand it, and he fell to the ground. Xiao Yao slowly walked towards it, and it was very scared of this. he asked with a smile. Maybe he would still become his horse? The nine-headed lion looked at him with a worried look and did not say anything for a few seconds. He lowered his head and said one word, food. Xiao Yao didn't understand what he meant by that and asked him what he meant. The nine-headed lion looked at him with a pitiful expression and asked, what about the food? Xiao Yao raised his hand with a serious expression, pointed 5 fingers at him, and stood silently for a few seconds. He said loudly with a happy expression that he would have 5 dishes and 1 soup, and there would be meat at every meal. The nine-headed lion shrank in size, immediately became kind to him, and asked why he didn't tell him about this earlier and picked him up so late. Shigui watched the situation from the ship, laughed, and asked, was it really resolved peacefully? Biki laughed at what had happened and asked, is he really that kind? The nine-headed lion looked away with a confused expression and said that he just knew how to sense the atmosphere and understood the situation. Xiao Yao asked with a calm expression, so is she also going to fight him? Biki was surprised by this and immediately refused and asked why she would do such a thing. Xiao Yao asked if she was not going to avenge Long Haotian. She calmly showed her hair and said that even from the color of her hair, one could tell that they were not related. Besides, he was the one who went crazy and started calling everyone out, right? She has such a famous brother like him. If he wants to fight, he can look for him, and she is just a chill dragon girl. Xiao Yao asked then why she was still standing in front of him. Biki said that she just heard that there was a demon in his family, and wanted to take a look, that's all. He said that he couldn't believe what she was saying about the feud between her family and the Zulong nest. She said that when her family and that nest were feuding, they hadn't even been born yet. After all, his family's divine son is exactly the same. She started to leave and said that she was sorry for disturbing him. Xiao Yao began to emit strong dark energy, and said angrily that he never said that he would let her go. She should explain what she meant just now. Biki turned to him with a sly smile, and said that she was so scared. Doesn't he already understand this? The divine son of his family, they and he and all those who were at odds when they smelled the treasure, fought like dogs, killing each other. In essence, there is no difference. So she was surprised. Doesn't he already understand this? Xiao Yao looked at her with an angry expression and asked, is she trying to provoke him? Biki looked at him with a serious expression and said that, to be honest, she felt like he wouldn't want to kill her. Xiao Yao asked with a smile, does she seriously think he is the kind of crazy person who kills people? Their attention was drawn to someone next to them loudly saying that it had been activated. The entrance to the Supreme Treasury was finally opened. Xiao Yao looked in that direction with a smile, and said that it seemed like now was not the right time to quarrel. He looked at his hand and thought that he had not received any response from the system. It seemed that they should penetrate the depths of the treasury and check it out. Zhuangjian landed next to him and told the young master that it was time to leave. Xingyi told the Jun clan brothers and sisters that it was time for them to leave. There was an abnormality in the treasury. Usually the disciples from her family would stay outside. Xiao Yao walked past Biki, who was standing there silently, with a calm expression. She turned around and silently watched him leave, and Zhuangjian, noticing this, stuck his tongue out at her. Xian jumped off the slope and ran very quickly towards the Supreme Treasury with a serious expression. Xiao Chen also ran towards the treasury very quickly with a serious expression. The other cultivators who were nearby also started running towards the treasury, hoping that they would be the first. They started fighting with each other, and said loudly that anyone they met along the way would be killed. The treasure would definitely belong to him. Biki flew into the air and watched from above. She asked with a calm expression, they were really fighting fiercely, but what was there to worry about? She took out her sword with a cruel smile, laughed, and said that she would help them. She released a very strong beam of her energy towards the entrance of the treasury, and this surprised the cultivators. They started coughing loudly due to the dust that was raised and asked loudly, what was that? Biki stood by their path and said with a smile that that was all for today, so they should leave here. The mountain where the entrance to the treasury was located was covered in cracks due to her last attack. It collapsed completely and the entrance to the cave was blocked by many rocks that fell to the ground. The dissatisfied cultivators loudly said that this crazy woman blocked the entrance. They should dig a passage as quickly as possible. Elder June said with a smile that when did such an interesting girl start up in the Zulong nest? Although they warned the young cultivators about the high level of danger in the treasury, but this young generation, driven by greed, has no idea about the value of these warnings. The cultivators who got inside said that this is what the inside of the treasury looks like. One of them started coughing and said that the air was getting heavier, Breathing was becoming more difficult with each passing second. Suddenly, his veins began to bulge, his body was engulfed in dark energy, and he began to scream loudly, which made the others start to worry. The cultivators looked at the guy who was engulfed in dark energy and loudly asked what was happening to him. Many cultivators who couldn't handle the dark energy lost their minds and started to roar loudly. They started to bite the ones who were okay, and they loudly asked, "What's going on with them? Have they all gone crazy? What is he even doing? These guys are possessed by evil spirits and have gone crazy. They have no choice but to kill them." Suddenly, someone standing behind them used bright energy and attacked those who were possessed and saved the rest. Xiao Yao calmly said, "He can't stand this, they don't have enough skills, but they still have the audacity to barge in here. Do these people think they're here for a spring stroll?" One of the cultivators recognized him and loudly said, "This is Xiao Yao from the Jun family. They have to be careful, they shouldn't provoke him, otherwise they will all be killed." They all stood there silently for a few seconds and looked at each other. The cultivators began to worry because they noticed the dark aura emanating from him. Xiao Yao remembered Biki's words and thought that he now understood what it meant. As long as he was acting aggressively in front of them, he was a crazy killer just like them. He looked at them with a cold expression and said that they should get lost. Immediately after that, all the cultivators dispersed in different directions and made way for him. Xiao Yao walked past them with a satisfied smile and thought that being a bad guy was quite enjoyable. After that, he and his brothers and sisters walked along the dark corridor and came out into a wide hall. Zhuangjian looked around with a surprised expression and asked, "Is there such a huge underground palace in the secret treasury?" They noticed many corpses of cultivators who had been killed, and he said that it looked like a fierce battle had already taken place here. Xiao Yao looked at the corridors that were in this hall and noticed that they were emitting different colors of energy. He thought that there were two different auras that were leading in two different directions. It must be Xiao Qin and that little saint Xian. He turned around with a sly smile and called out to his brother. He pointed to the passage with a smile and asked, "Shouldn't he find that little saint and restore justice?" He walked out of here. Zhuangjian ran into the corridor he pointed out with a very serious expression and told the young master that he would be back soon. Xiao Yao called out to his sister Shui Huang and said that his brother from the Sword Clan was very impulsive and easily angered. If he faced Xian alone, he would get into trouble again. He wanted to ask her to secretly follow him and not do anything, but if something happened, she should just send him a message. Shui Huang looked at him calmly and said that she understood everything. She ran after him very quickly, and Xiao Yao said to Brother Wan Jie that he had something to ask. He looked at him seriously and told the young master that he didn't have to be so kind, he was already his slave, so he could give orders directly. Xiao Yao looked at him for a few seconds and said nothing. He said that he and Linlong would have to chase after a certain guy. She knew that stupid freak. She guessed who it might be and was about to ask something about it. He said with a smile that it was that stupid guy. After all, they had a gift to give to his sister. Linlong said that she understood everything. Wan Jie said that in that case, they should go. Xingyi looked at him and wondered why they ended up staying here alone. Even though he was her nephew, they hardly interacted. What kind of topics are guys his age interested in? Speaking of which, he didn't look like a 10-year-old boy during this trip. Xiao Yao turned to her and told his aunt that they should take a walk around this underground palace and see if they could run into anyone. He walked on with a smile, and Xingyi, surprised, agreed with him. At the same time, Biki walked through the treasury and wondered why the myriad creatures lived in this desolate land. Was it for fame, profit, or to become an emperor? Or was it simply because they didn't want to be trampled and humiliated by others? Every cultivator, pursuing their own goals, would spare no effort and eventually go crazy. However, there are always exceptions. Suddenly, she heard Xiao Chun laugh loudly and say that he would become rich. He looked at it with a very happy expression and said loudly that this was the legendary bone of the Supreme Dragon ancestor. He would definitely become rich now. Biki looked at it with a slightly dissatisfied expression and said that this was very annoying. How could someone's ancestor's bone lead someone to such a state? Could he be crazy? She thought back to the past and thought that the world was unfair. Some people are born with a golden spoon in their mouth. They have a higher status and more talents than others. Someone said that this was impressive. She really lives up to the reputation of her dragon clan. Biki thought that some people think that they are unique protagonists and lose themselves. However, this child is an exception. She is a genius, but they are not only geniuses, they are also monsters. At present, Beaky jumped down from the high ledge and landed next to Xiao Qun, which caught his attention. She raised her head and said that her mission this time was to retrieve the remains of some ancestors. Regardless of his intentions, she asked him to leave, since there was no need for a fight. Xiao Qun looked at her and thought, was she a person from the ancestral dragon nest? How did she get here so quickly? He calmly said that she was asking too much. Could it be that she did not want to settle accounts with him? Beaky looked at him with a slightly confused expression, but quickly came to terms with it and asked, wasn't she quite polite? What should she settle accounts with him in? She looked at him with a very serious expression and said that he should forget about it, since it was useless to give advice to a stubborn ghost. She began to draw her sword and said that since he refused to retreat, they should return to their usual routine and fight. Xiao Qun looked at her with a serious expression and thought that he could sense killing intent from her. He ran towards her very quickly and struck with a fist filled with energy, but she immediately struck back with her sword. Beaky looked at him with a calm smile and said that she was so scared. Xiao Qun looked at her with a slightly surprised expression and thought that she was reacting very quickly. There was indeed a big difference between aristocrats and these wild animals. Beaky swung her sword and sent it flying a few meters away. Xiao Qun was able to stay on his feet and slid a few meters on the ground. An ancestral spirit appeared behind him and said that this girl's cultivation was lower than his. He should quickly end this and win with one blow. If they attracted the attention of others, there would most likely be trouble. Beaky stared at him and felt a strange feeling. Suddenly, Xiao Qun began to move at such a fast speed that it was as if he had disappeared from her sight. He quickly ran up to her and delivered a very powerful punch with a large amount of energy. Bai Qi blocked his punch with her hand and said with a calm face that this was her Qin Tian Azure Dragon Clan's technique. Where did he know about it? Xiao Qun swung his hand and released a large amount of energy. He was very surprised when he noticed her incredibly fast attack, which caught his attention. Bai Qi did a backflip and delivered a very powerful kick to his chin. She landed on her feet, while Xiao Qun lost his balance and fell to the ground. She delivered another punch, but he managed to jump back a long way at the last moment. He landed on his feet and immediately looked at her. He thought, okay Xiao Yao, can he even defeat this woman? He was very surprised because of what he just saw in front of him. Someone attacked Bai Qi from behind while she was not expecting and did not see it. At the last moment, she noticed this attack and jumped to the side, while many ribbons filled with bright energy flew past her. She was a little surprised that this attack was able to leave a small cut on her cheek. They all turned around and saw Mingyu, who was sitting on her pet. Xiao Qun, with a very surprised look, loudly called her name and asked, why was she here? She looked to the side with a slightly confused look and couldn't think of how to answer this question. After collecting her thoughts, Mingyu said that she heard that the great treasure Yuan Tian was opened, so she came to not miss the fun. However, she didn't expect that he would be here too. Bai Qi looked at her with a calm expression and thought that she was a late-stage divine bridge realm cultivator. Could it be that she was using cultivation suppression to the primordial realm? Mingyu looked at her and screamed to attract her attention. She calmly said that she should leave since there was nothing here that could belong to her. Bai Qi laughed at this and asked, does she mean that she can't touch the remains of her own ancestors and should leave it to them to destroy? She looked at her with a very serious expression and asked angrily, what kind of nonsense is this? Mingyu was embarrassed by this and thought that she was right, and she was speechless because she felt a little ashamed. Xiao Qun, with a worried expression, called out loudly to her and said that she shouldn't listen to this nonsense. Since the dragon bones are in the great treasury of Yuan Tian, it belongs to the great Yuan Tian kingdom. During the treasure hunt in the secret kingdom, the treasure is obtained by the worthy one. So what do they care about her dragon nest? Mingyu looked at him with a worried expression and thought that it was true. When hunting for treasure, everyone behaved the same. Xiao Qun stomped his foot and called out loudly for this dragon lady. He said loudly with a calm expression that he could leave without these 4 ancient dragon bones. However, the great dragon bone was very important for his future cultivation, and he had to take it. He turned to Mingyu, called her name, and said that she did not need to interfere. He said with a valiant expression that a man should rely on his own strength to seize opportunities. Mingyu was moved by his words and looked at him with a happy expression. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qun took a very strong kick to his face because he was distracted by talking to her. Bai Qi, who kicked his face, said that he was talking too much nonsense. She landed, looked at him with disdain and said that it was better for him to rely on his own strength. Xiao Qun also landed on his feet, wiped the area where she had struck with his hand and said loudly that she had attacked unexpectedly, and it was dishonorable. Beaky ran towards him very quickly and asked very angrily. The abacus bead had bounced off into her ancestral bones, and he expected her to be honest with him? Mingyu was very worried about Xiaoqun and called out his name loudly. She released many ribbons filled with her energy and said loudly that she had to stop. Beaky reacted very calmly to her most obvious attack and looked at it with a calm expression. She took out her sword and with very fast attacks around her stopped this attack. Mingyu looked at her cut ribbons falling to the ground with a surprised look and wondered, was that a chained sword? Baichi looked at her with a calm expression and said that she covers her face with a white veil to hide her divine sense. It seems that she does not want to be recognized, right? She does not care who she is, but if she interferes with this, she will become an enemy to her. Xiaoqun threw a punch with his fist filled with his energy and loudly asked, how dare she talk to Mingyu like that? Baichi easily dodged his attack, struck back with her sword and asked with a smile, is this how fair he is? Qin Shao calmly called out loudly to Mingyu and said that she should not believe her sweet words. He dodged the attack, sent energy into his hand and loudly said that during treasure hunting, everything is taken by the worthy. He continued to concentrate the energy in his hand and said loudly that it had been like this since time immemorial. This is the rule of the secret realm. After saying this, he released the dragon created from his energy towards her. Beaky's skin became covered in scales and she ran towards him with incredible speed and grabbed his head. She slammed his head onto the floor very hard and he was unable to resist it at all. She looked at him with a very serious expression and asked who he thought was the rightful heir to the Azure Dragon transformation technique. Xiaoqun looked at her face through his fingers and thought that he saw that look again. He remembered Xiao Yao's face and thought that he saw that damn look again. Xiaoqun filled his hand with energy, pushed her away and said loudly that she should not underestimate him. Beaky's hand was damaged due to this attack. She looked at him and thought, turns out he is already a master of dragon transformation. Xiaoqun, who had just transformed, looked at her with a wide smile and asked, who is the rightful heir now? Mingyu called out loudly and said that he must not get angry. If they fight here and both get hurt, how will they deal with the rest of the treasure hunters in the secret realm? She quickly flew towards Beaky and told him with her mind that she had a magical treasure that would bind her for a while. He would have to take the dragon bones and escape from here. Mingyu, who had gotten close to her with a serious look, immediately used her artifact. Beaky was very surprised by this and looked at it with a shocked look. Her body was bound by magical threads and she could not move because of it. She wondered what kind of magical treasure this was. She could not use aura while she was bound. Mingyu called out loudly for Xiaoqun and said that he should take advantage of this opportunity. He jumped very high and agreed to her proposal. Because of his next action, the girls were very surprised and looked at what he did. Xiaoqun flew towards them with a crazy smile and pierced Beaky's body with his hand, which made her very surprised. Because of this attack, she started coughing up blood with a worried and surprised look, and he said that if they let her go, the dragon's nest would definitely track him down and cause trouble endlessly. He looked at her with a cruel smile and said that this is also the law of the secret realm. After that, Xiaoqun mercilessly pulled his hand out of her body, and a large amount of blood flowed out of her wound. Because of this attack, Beaky fell to the ground because she had just been pierced through the heart. Mingyu said with a worried voice that he shouldn't have done this. Xiaoqun called her name and said that this was a move of desperation. He hoped that she could understand this. In a fair fight, one cannot show weakness. Mingyu thought that, however, hitting someone trapped in a magical artifact was too much. How could he be so ruthless? Baichi, kneeling, fainted from blood loss, but noticed that the string around her had loosened and wondered if she had lost. The owner of the artifact hesitated. She took advantage of this moment and surprised Xiaoqun by striking a very strong blow with her hand. She hit him with a very angry look, but he managed to block it at the last moment. His hands began to shake because of this attack and he wondered what kind of monster was this that could still move with his heart pierced. He ran towards her with great speed and said in an angry voice that he had no choice but to take her head. Baichi smiled as she looked at him and was lost in her childhood memories. In this memory, Haodian said that he was talking to her, from the Azure Dragon clan. She has such talents, and she's wasting her time. What's on her mind anyway? Beaky lay on the ground with a dissatisfied look and thought, is he thinking about that guy who beat him in the last competition? She sat up and asked, he trains so hard but still can't beat her, right? Haodian asked loudly, why does she have to talk like that? He wants to warn her that one day she will lose because of her mouth. Beaky looked away and said, so he admits that he can't beat her. Really, she can't understand why he's so eager to fight every day. Haotian looked very enthusiastic and said loudly, of course it is, to stand on the top and become the emperor. Isn't that enough for her? Beaky looked at his cheerful face with a puzzled look and didn't say anything for a few seconds. She smirked and thought that even he, who can't beat her, dreams of becoming the emperor. Over the millennia, how many people have there been in the city of the 9 heavens, senselessly drawing their swords, taking lives for their own purposes? She said with a calm expression that she was not interested in such things. Haotian looked at her and asked, so why did she evolve? Beaky turned to him with a smile and said, of course, it was to travel the world. She asked with a happy expression, did he even know how vast the 9 heavens and 9 lands were? Crystal deserts, stormy seas, colorful mountain slopes, she wanted to see every corner. However, if she didn't evolve, then how could she go on a trip? Haotian asked with a puzzled expression, if she had a purpose, then why did she evolve? What would happen if one day she ran into someone who wanted to take her life? Beaky said with a calm expression that it meant that this was fate and she was willing to accept it. At present, she completely transformed into a dragon, bit Xiaoqin, and thought that before she died, she should take a piece of his flesh. She slammed her head into the wall very hard, causing a loud impact sound. Due to the strong attack, Xiaoqin started coughing up blood and was very surprised by what happened. He channeled energy into his hand and loudly called her a dragon brat. He released a very strong beam of his energy, and was able to injure her head. Due to what happened, she fell to the ground with him, and made a loud sound. Xiaoqin sat up and looked at her with a worried and tired look. The badly injured Beaky laughed, and told this little one that he should accept his fate. He is just a worm writhing on the ground. No matter how many inherited dragon techniques he stole, he will never become a real dragon. Xiaoqin ran towards her very quickly and loudly told her to shut up. Beaky stared at him, laughed, and thought that he was foolish enough to charge in again. As soon as he got close enough, she began to concentrate strong energy in her body and thought that in this case, he should follow her. Mingyu immediately understood what she was going to do and said loudly that this was bad. She was going to destroy her dragon essence, so he should go back as soon as possible. Suddenly, both of them were stopped by a strong lightning strike between them and they turned away because of the bright light. The lightning that struck near them dissipated and the one who used this technique turned out to be Wang Jie. Linglong asked with a smile, she was very sorry, they wanted to know the winner, why did he interfere now? Baichi looked at him with a puzzled look and was silent for a few seconds. Wang Jie said with a serious face that he could not bear it, so she could report to the divine child if she wanted. Mingyu looked at this with a surprised look and thought, is he a descendant of the Jun family? Linglong jumped down next to them and asked, what difference does it make? Even if she destroyed her dragon flesh along with this young girl protecting him, she wouldn't be able to harm this guy. Beaky gritted her teeth and said that however, it could at least destroy these dragon bones. She turned around and asked, is he a descendant of the Jun family? Wang Jie told her his name and said that he was from the imperial Jun family. Beaky was surprised by this and asked, is he from the 5th generation? Hearing this, she returned to her human form and stood next to him. She asked with a calm expression, is their family also interested in the bones of her ancient ancestor? Wang Jie turned to face her and said that they were here because of this guy standing in front of him. Mingyu gritted her teeth and thought, the Jun family is looking for Xiaoqin, but because of what situation? Baichi said that these dragon bones hold the laws of the Azure Dragon origin, and even the bloodline of the ancient dragon. It seems that even the divine child of the Jun family would not be willing to let her go, so why are the two of them pretending not to care? Wang Jie asked with a serious expression, who told her that they did not care? The bones of a supreme dragon, this is a rare treasure, of course he wants it. His family has always been honest and upright, but they took advantage of others, putting them in danger. She can take the dragon bones if she wants. After all, his family will ascend to the ancestral nest and settle things there. After that, everything in her ancestral dragon nest will belong to his family. Why use despicable tactics against her in a place like this? It's dishonorable, especially against a young girl. Xiaoqin looked at him with a very vicious face and said nothing. Baichi said with a slight smile that of course this was the way of the Jun family. She sat down on the ground and calmly said that he could take these dragon bones. After all, she couldn't take them back now. But could he do her a favor? She wanted to ask him to give that freak a good punch in the face. Wan Jia walked up to him with incredible speed and slapped his hand very hard on his face and said that her wish had been granted. Xiao Chun was very surprised by his speed and the force of his punch, and wondered if he had been defeated that easily. And it wasn't Xiao Yao but just Wan Jia? He fell to the ground and the worried Mingyu asked loudly, what did they intend to do now? Wan Jia looked at her with a very serious expression and said that they wanted to. He himself didn't know this, so he turned around and asked, so what are they planning to do? Linglong was surprised by this and asked, so he didn't know this? This guy was going to devour the extinct princess of the ancient Zhuge people. Princess Yue was her friend and the young master intervened to help her people. Who could have known that this freak would slander the young master for treason, which would make him furious and cause him to beat this guy? Wan Jia was very surprised by this and asked, did he spread such rumors? He's a real freak, after all, the young master is only 10 years old. Mingyu was very embarrassed by what she said and thought about it. This isn't the version she heard, right? Xiao Chen stood up and said loudly, this is absurd. In fact, it was Yue who shamelessly abandoned him. They, the Jun family, interfered and stole his dragon essence. Not to mention losing face, he's aiming at him? He began to concentrate his energy in his hand, used the Azure Dragon Claw rending skill to attack, and said loudly that he could try it. Wan Jia calmly stood still and used his lightning to reflect his attack. He said with a calm smile that he would try it. He released an extremely strong lightning, using the 8 Absolute Thunderclaps skill. He also used the Heavenly Thunder Execution skill, which hit Xiao Chen. He felt extremely painful, and began to scream loudly because of it. Mingyu looked at this with a worried expression, and thought that because he was blinded by rage, he couldn't fight against the high-ranking experts of the Jun family. She channeled energy into her hand, and thought that if she didn't help him, he might die here. She swung her arm to attack, and thought that she couldn't worry about it now. She released many palms that she created from her energy towards him. Wan Jia looked at it with a surprised look and thought, is this the chaotic primordial hand of the divine Panwu dynasty? He was able to overcome his surprise immediately, got into a fighting stance and said with a smile that this was very interesting. He used the 8 Destruction Thunder Hand technique and released an extremely powerful beam of his energy. Mingyu at this time picked up Xiao Chen who was badly injured and thought that this was her chance. She needed to hurry up and take him away from here. Linglong ran up to her very quickly, swung her hand filled with energy to attack and said with a serious look that as they had said before, they were here because of the guy on her back. She struck with her hand and released an extremely powerful stream of her energy. Because of this attack, the veil that was hiding Mingyu's face fell to the ground. After that, Linglong remembered what happened earlier. Xiao Yao was drawing on the board with chalk and said that his class was currently in session, so they should take their seats. Today's lesson is incredibly important for all the female cultivators present. Do they know about the disease that female cultivators have? Of course, some male cultivators do, too. Yue looked at him blankly and asked, what kind of disease is he talking about? Xiao Yao adjusted his glasses and said, it's nothing more than a love-stricken brain. No matter how far they've progressed in cultivation, no matter how noble they are, if they're infected with the love-stricken brain, they'll be doomed. Yue looked a little confused and asked, is it really that bad? Xiao Yao said it was absolutely true. If their brains were love-stricken, their entire world would revolve around one person. No matter how terrible he was, they would always find excuses for him, and would only stop when they'd given him everything. They think that if they put so much effort into him, they will be reciprocated, but they know very little. They will become a stepping stone for him to step over to achieve more. Of course, this is the most terrible disease in the immortal world. Yue raised her hand and asked the teacher, since love brain damage is so dangerous, there should be a cure, right? Linglong turned to her and thought, what kind of stupid question is this? Xiao Yao took off his glasses and asked this stupid child, if this is an incurable disease, then where will the cure come from? They must remember that if they encounter someone infected with this disease and are indifferent to him, they should just keep their distance, respect him, and bless him. But if that someone provokes them, they must beat that person and not retreat. Linglong looked at Mingyu with a calm expression after her attack and thought that this was very strange. Why didn't she dodge, but chose to take her palm strike to the forehead? Moreover, at the moment of the attack, she pushed Xiao Chun to a safe distance? Could it be that in order to protect him, she was willing to take a blow on herself without a second thought? She needed to check if this could really happen. Linglong ran towards him at a very high speed and swung her hand to attack Xiao Chun. As she expected, Mingyu immediately ran towards him to protect. At the last moment, Linglong stopped her attack, and her opponent was embarrassed because of this. She immediately delivered a strong kick and threw Mingyu very far away, who blocked it at the last moment. She wondered, could it be that she couldn't even distinguish a trick from a real punch, due to being so worried? Linglong said with a sly smile that she was surprised that someone was actually thinking about this guy. Are her eyes really okay? Mingyu looked at her with a dissatisfied look and asked loudly, what did she say? Xiao Chen managed to get back on his feet, started using one of his techniques, and said loudly that they should get out of his way. He created a large dragon with his energy above Linglong's head. He said loudly with a very dissatisfied look that she should die. She raised her head and thought with a slightly worried look that she would not be able to withstand this attack. His attack was unable to reach her because Wang Jie had destroyed the dragon with his energy. He looked at him with a very serious look and asked, does he really like to play unfairly, right? He ran up to Xiao Chen very quickly, grabbed his head and ran a few meters. Wang Jie threw him aside with incredible force, and he hit his back hard on the ground. Mingyu was very worried about him, and loudly called his name. Linglong turned to her, and said that she saw her use the primordial destruction palm. She must be a noble lady from the divine Panwu dynasty? No wonder this guy was trying to curry favor with her. Mingyu was angry at her words and said that she should hold her tongue and stop insulting Xiao Chen. His kindness to her was not due to her status. She should not defile their relationship with her dirty speculations. Linglong was very surprised by this and thought, wait, was her brain affected by love like he said? This simply couldn't be. Xiao Yao's spirit appeared next to her and laughed, and asked his disciple, did she really think he was capable of lying? She asked, did she really think that Xiao Chen was treating her well not because of who she was? Then does she know who he hurt? Mingyu said with a dissatisfied look that his enemy was none other than the young master of the Jun family that she mentioned. Linglong looked at her with a smile, and said that she was right, this was their young master. He was the divine child of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao. With his mere status as the prince of the ancient Qinglong nation, even if he spent his entire life on it, he would never be able to touch even the shadow of the young master. The divine Panwu dynasty, the immortal dynasty, what a wonderful step, isn't it? Mingyu refused with a worried look and said that it was not like that at all. Linglong ran up to her, covered her mouth with her hand and said that even if he was abandoned by that guy, he had obtained something much better, a huge profit. It seemed that he thought so. If she couldn't help him against their master or even be with him, then he would insult her too and spread rumors about her everywhere? Xiao Chen was very angry about this and said loudly that she should shut up. He somehow got to his feet, called out to the eldest ancestor, and said that he was asking him to do something and destroy those dogs from the Jun family. The spirit of his ancestor, who was standing nearby, stood there silently for a few seconds and looked at him. He raised his head because he felt a bright energy, and was very surprised by what he saw there. He saw the mirror that was above them, and thought that those elders of the noble families were watching them through the heavenly mirror. He sighed and said that it was unfortunate that if it weren't for his desire to attack the dragon maiden in the dragon's nest, he would have removed him from here. Xiao Chen was very surprised by his answer, turned around and asked loudly, what did he just say? Immediately afterwards, Wang Jie walked up to him and grabbed his hair. He calmly looked at him and asked, this guy annoys him so much, can he kill him because of this? Mingyu, worried about his words, said loudly that he couldn't kill him. Wang Jie immediately turned to look at her with a very dissatisfied look. He used his skill to attack him with lightning, and Linglong jumped to the side to avoid this attack. He looked at her with a very dissatisfied look and told this young lady that she should watch what she said. The young master may have a compassionate heart, but he is not the type to waste pity. Is the Panwu divine dynasty sure that it wants to become an enemy of the Jun family? Mingyu was able to stand on her feet after his attack and thought that a divine child raised by 3 noble houses, even her father would be against fighting against him. What should she do in such a situation? Linglong looked at her with a thoughtful expression and thought that, speaking of which, if the young master's ancient holy body wanted to awaken the second anomaly, it seemed he would need to visit the Panwu mausoleum. She had an idea and happily called Wang Jie over and said that he shouldn't be so angry. This was the young master's personal wish, and had nothing to do with the divine Panwu dynasty. He looked at her with a puzzled expression and said that he wasn't angry at all. Linglong said that, however, Xiao Chen, they had to kill him. After all, he had offended someone he shouldn't have. Did she really want to protect him? Mingyu looked at her with a worried expression and asked what exactly would happen to her if she let Xiao Chen go. Linglong said that it depended on whether the noble lady from the divine Panwu dynasty was willing to condescend to him. Xiao Chen looked at her with a very worried look and said loudly that she should run away from here and not listen to them. Wang Jie hit him really hard with his lightning and said viciously that he was annoying him. Because of this attack, his body was badly fried and he lost consciousness and fell down. Mingyu looked at them with a worried look and thought that at this rate, none of them would be able to leave. She asked if she could just say directly what she wanted from her. Linglong said with a happy look that the two of them had a love stronger than gold. It was so touching. She walked up to Wang Jie, gave him the shadow-fixing pearl and said that she was asking him to help her take it. She could rest assured that they didn't want to take anything from her, they only wanted her help. After that, she knelt down and placed Mingyu on her feet. After that, Linglong gave a strong palm strike with a very evil smile, which surprised her very much. She was about to cry because of this and asked in a confused voice, "What is she doing? She should stop, put a stop to this and not hit her anymore." Wang Jie stood there and processed the information with a puzzled look. He became worried and thought about it. He shouldn't have insulted her, right? Elder June, who was watching this, said that up until now, the main roles were played by young people. After a while, Xiao Chen, who was bandaged and carried outside, woke up and screamed loudly out of fear. He calmed down and looked around with a confused look. He gritted his teeth and thought, where is he now? He remembers being caught by a certain Wang Jie. Mingyu came to him, calling his name and asking, has he finally come to his senses? Xiao Chen looked at her with a surprised look and said that it turns out that she was the one who pulled him out of there. He thought with a slightly worried expression that he hoped that she wouldn't talk about Xiao Yao. After all, he couldn't even defeat Wang Jie. If they hadn't wanted to get the ancient dragon fruit instead of taking the dragon bones, he had no room for regrets now. He raised his head and asked, by the way, did the June family treat her badly? Mingyu was embarrassed because he reminded her of this, and she remembered what happened earlier. Then Linglong took the pearl with a sly smile and asked, she didn't want this desperate image to spread throughout the ancient Panwu dynasty market, right? In the present, Mingyu coughed into her fist and said that it wasn't quite like that. She revealed her identity as the divine princess Panwu, and they were afraid of them, so they spared her. Xiao Chen believed her and said that everything was fine then. She called out his name and said that she couldn't be on his side anymore. He looked at her with a serious expression and asked if her guardians would arrive. Mingyu agreed and said that they had already arrived. Otherwise, they would not be here, they would be in the hands of the elders of the dragon nest. Soon, the divine dynasty will publicly announce the election of a spouse for the princess. Xiao Qing said with a serious expression that she did not need to worry. He would win against all opponents and marry her fairly. After all, they had made an agreement. At the same time, the nine-headed lion said that he asked to listen to him. Is it proper for an honored son of the June family to rummage through the treasures in the secret storage? Xiao Yao did not look up from his work, agreed and said that he simply did not understand. He happily picked up one of the items he found and said that all of these cost money. The nine-headed lion looked at him and thought that only idiots wanted to have too much money. Jiangxing said with a calm expression that this guy was always collecting small things. He asked, has she recovered yet? She has already done his 7th haircut. At this moment, Linglong and Wang Jie came over and called the young master. Xiao Yao turned around with a smile at his voice and asked, have they returned yet? He noticed that she was carrying a badly injured Bai Qi in her arms. He sighed with displeasure and thought that they had brought an intrusive person with them. He asked, what happened to her? Why would they bring this person with them? They both explained to him what had happened according to what she had told them. Xiao Yao looked into the small bag and said that the 4 bones of the supreme dragon, including the revered bones of the dragon ancestors, were an extraordinary treasure. He thought that he had heard that the bag of grains contained a huge space like Mount Sumigu. It was a wonderful artifact. Xiao Qin is actually not that afraid of commitment, right? His behavior is not very heroic. Even without virtue, he can do good things, he uses it to serve people. The nine-headed lion looked at Bai Qi with a very worried look and asked, what's wrong with her? Wang Jie told the young master that he knew he didn't like her, but he wouldn't leave her here to die. If he wanted to punish her, he would submit to him. Xiao Yao felt something strange and thought that something was wrong. He asked with an embarrassed look, does this girl remind him of his sister? Wang Jie began to shake with anger and wondered what was going on with him. He suddenly saw that he was disgusting and wanted to hit him. Because he was subject to chaotic baptism, he was now in confusion. Xiao Yao calmly said that he would not kill Boren. After all, it was because of him that he died. He already owed the dragon's nest. He looked at Bai Qi and asked, "Speaking of this, what is this golden thread?" He began to put it away in his bag, and Linglong said that it seemed to be temporarily sealing her dragon artifact. Xiao Qing used it to set up an ambush. Xiao Yao said with a smile that this was such a great find, he would take it away right away. He thought that this child's heart was destroyed, but she was still alive. The physiology of the dragon race is really amazing. He took out the dragon heart with a smile and said that fortunately, he carefully kept one dragon heart. Linglong was surprised when she saw that this heart was working and wondered what was wrong with this heart. She remembered Haotian and thought that this was the heart of that young man. At the same time, Bai Qi, who was in the other world, walked along a dark path and asked what kind of place this was and why was it so dark. She reached the end of the forest and saw a bright light ahead. When she came out, she saw a flower field, which surprised her very much with its beauty. Bai Qi walked into this field and heard some ringing in the distance, which attracted her attention. She saw a long wooden bridge and thought that she had heard that if she crossed the river of forgetfulness via the Naiha bridge, she would be able to forget her previous life. In front of the 3 live stone, there is no right or wrong, and on the Wanxiang terrace, she would meet Mingpa. Bai Qi caught a small petal that flew by and said that she understood everything now, she was already dead. She raised her head and said that this was the famous Yellow Spring Road. She walked forward and thought that there was nothing she could do, so she had to reincarnate. By the way, the scenery here was really amazing. It would be great if she had a soul stone. Bai Qi decided to walk further, and wondered what she was even thinking about. She started to walk up the bridge and thought that it would be nice to see the scenery in Hell too before she reincarnated. She didn't pay attention to what was flying at her and thought with a smile that she hoped that she wouldn't turn into a fool after tasting Meng Po's soup. She opened her eyes too late and was kicked by Haotian. Bai Qi landed on her feet, wiped the place where he kicked and asked why she had to fight to reincarnate. Haotian asked with a smile, who let her onto this bridge even though she wasn't worthy of it? He started laughing loudly and asked this girl with a happy expression, she didn't expect this, did she? Bai Qi looked at him, called him by name and asked why she met this unlucky child in this place. She asked with a thoughtful expression, wait, if she met him, does that mean she's really dead? Haotian walked up to her and hit her forehead with his finger really hard, which she didn't expect at all. She started to roll on the ground in pain and loudly asked this loser, what is he even doing? Haotian looked at her with a calm expression and asked, does he also want to ask her, hasn't she yet understood the difference between them? Bai Qi sat up and looked at him silently with a confused expression. He said that she shouldn't be here yet, so she will need to go back. She asked what he means? Haotian said that he meant that he can't do what he wants, but she still can. She needs to go back and not forget about what she wanted to do. Bai Qi started to push away from him, but she reached out to Haotian, who looked at her with a smile and asked, what is he even talking about? He should go back to her. She came to her senses in the real world, stretched out her hand and said that he should go back. The Azure Dragon Elder took her hand with a worried expression and asked loudly, has she finally come to her senses? He is very glad that she is alive. He looked at her with a smile for a few seconds, but became more serious when he looked away. He said that this time, his Azure Dragon clan owed a debt to the June family. Someday, they would repay them in full. Elder June asked, who needs gratitude from some insects? The Azure Dragon Elder became very angry at him because of this and asked what he just said. He quickly calmed down, helped Bai Qi up and said that it didn't matter, debt was debt. In his clan, no one repaid kindness with revenge. She asked with a surprised look, was she saved by the June family? The elder standing next to her said with a displeased look that they actually did it. Bai Qi looked at them silently for a few seconds and thought it over. She bowed to them and said that she was grateful for it. Linglong said with a calm face that she didn't save her, he only ordered her to be carried outside. By the way, although her heart was replaced, it would be hard for her to cultivate as before. After all, it was not her heart. Bai Qi said with a calm expression, in other words, she was already useless to the clan. She remembered what Haotian had said. Haotian had said that she should not forget what she wanted to do. She looked up at the sky with a smile, and said that this might be the best ending for her. At the same time, in the secret treasury, Xiaowen, who walked along a very long corridor, stopped at a wall that had a pattern emitting energy on it. He looked at it, and said that he had finally found this place. He touched this wall, released his energy, and the pattern changed color because of it. Immediately after that, he disappeared, and Zhuangjian had just arrived at this place. He took out an item that was glowing with bright energy, and thought that the sacred Yuan Tian sect was resonating with this building. He looked at it with a serious expression and thought, how did Xiaoan know about this? Some time ago, in the library of the Holy Spirit Academy, Xiaoan was reading a book and thought that the greatest Yuan Tian was incredibly strong. He heard that he once caused a great disturbance in the ancestral dragon nest and tore apart the highest of the myriad phoenix spirit mountains. He had almost no motivation, and in the end, he calmed down and left the historical stage. Legend has it that before his fall, he traveled to a foreign country and returned with a rare treasure. If he finds this treasure, he will obtain the invincible youthful exaltation. At present, when Xiaoan stopped in front of a wall with a pattern, he took out the item he found in the book and thought that this ancient talisman was a token for obtaining a treasure. He walked to the wall and thought that, by the way, these pillars seemed to be able to open. It looks like a real coffin. Xiaoan turned around and looked at the dark corridor he came from. He calmly asked the man behind him, did he chase him all the way here and still didn't want to show himself? Immediately after, dark energy started to emanate from the corridor. Zhuangjian walked out of the darkness and asked with a smile on his face, when did he find him? Xiaoan wasn't very surprised when he saw him and asked, so it was him? He didn't want to have a conflict with the Jun family. However, his pursuing the others, waiting for an opportunity to kill them and take the treasure, wasn't it too disgusting? Zhuangjian took out his sword and asked, who would want to steal his treasure anyway? He pointed the sword towards him with a smile and told the young master that he was here to fight him again. He didn't need to pretend to be a gentleman in front of him. Xiaoan calmly looked at him and asked, does he seriously want to fight here? Zhuangjian ran towards him very quickly and said loudly that he should stop talking nonsense and watch his sword. Xiaoan swung his fist and calmly thought that this guy was a maniac. He threw a strong punch into his body and pushed Zhuangjian away from him. He was able to stand up after this attack and landed on his feet. Xiaoan asked, does he really not understand the situation at all? The concentration of oil mist inside the great secret treasure, especially in the secret world, is much higher than in the world outside. He needs to divide his strength into 3 to resist the erosion of the turbid mist, right? He has the bones of the Holy King's arm, which will help him defend against this mist. In this place, he can't be his opponent. Zhuangjian quickly ran towards him with an angry look, and Xiaoan said that he does not want to offend the Jun family. He must leave here, and he will not kill him. He took a fighting stance and said that he does not kill those who are willing to accept defeat. He used the skill King's Will Fist and released his strong energy. Zhuangjian looked at the energy stream that was flying towards him with a calm expression. He swung his sword in front of him and reflected this energy to the other side. It crashed into the ground, and because of this, a very strong explosion occurred. Zhuangjian looked at him with a smile and said that he was already starting to irritate. Xiaoan, with a slightly worried look, said loudly that with this level of movement, he would not be able to defeat him. The place where the energy stream was reflected was destroyed, and a skeletal hand crawled out from there. An unknown creature climbed out of this hole, which looked at the people next to it with a smile. Zhuangjian noticed this monster and wondered, who is this anyway? The whole body of this monster was imbued with an ominous aura. He very quickly ran up to this monster from the side, swung and was about to attack with his mod. Zhuangjian delivered a very powerful sword strike, into which he put a lot of energy. His hand was shaking violently because of this attack and thought with a worried look that it could not break through his skin. The monster looked at him with a calm look and waved his hand. With this unexpected attack, he threw Zhuangjian very far away. He slammed into the wall with incredible force and began to cough up blood due to the strong impact. Xiaoan looked at what was happening with a calm look and was silent for a few seconds. He saw another monster standing behind the wall and thought, these monsters do not actively attack intruders? He calmly called out to Brother Jun. He decided to move on while Zhuangjian was surrounded by monsters and said that if he could survive, he promised him another competition with him. After some time, from the many coffins that were located in the walls, a huge number of exactly the same monsters emerged. Zhuangjian sat up and thought, who could these people be? Are they demonic corpses that came to life after being corrupted by the fog from another world? He grabbed his sword and jumped towards one of the monsters. He struck a very strong blow with this sword and was able to cut off the head of this creature. Zhuangjian looked at this monster with a serious expression and thought that it turned out that this could be done. Suddenly, 2 monsters decided to attack him from behind with weapons in their hands. Zhuangjian looked at these monsters with a surprised expression and wondered when these freaks managed to take weapons. He began to turn towards them and thought that he did not have time for this. Suddenly, the monsters began to freeze and Zhuangjian thought that it was the cold. Xue Huang very quickly ran past the crowd of frozen monsters and defeated them all with her sword. Once she was done with these monsters, she turned to her brother and asked if he was okay. Zhuangjian looked at her with a surprised look and asked his sister, "How did she get here?" Xue Huang said that the young master knew that he was fearless and easily angered, so he ordered her to follow him. She sent a voice message to the master using the jade tablet. Right now, he is already heading here. However, before that, they need to figure out how to deal with those people. At the same time, Xiaoyao stopped in front of the painting on the wall and said that they had arrived at the right place. He sent energy to his hand and said that of course, as the sister from his family said, Emperor Yan Tian's order had responded. He turned around and asked his aunt, "She did have an order, right?" Jiang Xingyi showed him a small tablet and agreed with him. Xiaoyao touched the wall, sent his energy there and said that in that case they should hurry. They go inside and he said that he was afraid that his brother and sister were in danger now. They all went inside, but the nine-headed lion remained outside and could not go inside. He said loudly with a shocked look that he did not have this thing. At the same time, Xingge was inside, opened her eyes and thought, is this the depths of Emperor Yuan Tian's hiding place? She noticed a large obelisk with inscriptions and she wondered, what is this? They all looked at the obelisk and read what was written there. Mountains to the south, mountains to the north, and snow covers thousands of mountains, reflecting the moonlight and creating immortal pictures that history exaggerates. Those who protect the immortal patterns are brave, they are few in number, but they are strong and have unwavering faith. Right now, there are 8,000 people who have maintained the border for 26 years. In order to repel foreign enemies and protect their lands and not desecrate the immortal carvings, they died in foreign lands. He mourns the death of these brave soldiers, so he buried their bodies here. Xiaoyao looked at it and wondered, is this the grave where Yuan Tian buried everyone who followed him? At the same time, Zhuangjian, who was surrounded by a crowd of monsters, loudly asked, how many of them were left and why were there so many? Xue Huang said that their siege level was very high. They don't even need to mention the use from the Xinqiao and Gaiyu worlds. Even the master from the Hadao world would be destroyed. Zhuangjian turned to her and asked, can't they teleport to escape? Xue Huang looked at him and said that the teleportation spell didn't work in the depths of the hiding place. Zhuangjian swung his sword and said that they should hold out for a little while longer. He ran towards the crowd of monsters and said loudly that the young master would be arriving very soon. Xiaoyao said that he should stop. Immediately after that, a very strong bright explosion of energy occurred in the crowd of monsters. He stood between the monsters and his brother and sister called him young master with surprised faces. Xiaoyao looked at the monsters in front of him with a calm expression and said that they should retreat a little. He took out several small flags that emitted a small amount of energy. He scattered them around himself and after that, a circle of his energy appeared. Xue Huang with a surprised expression thought that this was a triple spiritual lock. It prevents energy from being wasted and recharges spiritual energy at the same time. Jiang Shenjaisu walked up to them with a calm face, and this attracted their attention. She raised her head and said that she would help them all with treatment. Zhuangjian sat down in a meditative posture, and she immediately began to channel her energy into him. He turned to her with a worried look and called her name. He called out to the divine child and asked what was going on here. Jiang Xingyi looked at him and said that he was watching. Zhuangjian didn't understand what he meant and asked what he was watching. She asked if he hadn't seen the stone tablet at the entrance. He understood what he was talking about, and said that they had seen it but were busy chasing Shuan and didn't read what was written there. Jiang Xingyi said that these ancestors stood shoulder to shoulder with Emperor Tian and gave their lives to protect the country from foreign enemies. Xiaoyao is waiting to see if their souls are still connected to their bones. He said that he felt sad because their souls were trapped in their bones by a strong fog and they hadn't been at peace for a single moment in hundreds of years. Even now, their souls are resisting the evil energy and don't want to harm people. Otherwise, he would have already fallen under the swords of those heroes. He turned around and told his brother that he needed him to hand over his sword. Immediately after, Zhuangjian handed him the sword and asked him to take it. Xiaoyao took his sword and looked at the blade with a serious expression. He swung the sword sharply and left a cut on his palm. This greatly surprised his brother and sister, and they called out to the young master with worried faces. Wan Jie approached them and calmly said that they should not worry and continue to watch carefully. Xiaoyao calmly began to spray his blood in different directions. Suddenly, his blood that came into contact with the ground began to catch fire. Zhuangjian looked at this with a surprised expression and wondered, does the young master's blood ignite evil energy? Xiao Yao calmly said that the ancient sacred body, weak or strong, does not obey evil. He took a fighting stance with a sword in his hand and said that he would be their opponent. The monsters looked at him silently for a few seconds and suddenly all of a sudden they jumped towards him. Xiao Yao calmly looked at one of the monsters that was flying towards him and said that they should burn and purify themselves. He swung his burning sword and said that they should illuminate this underground world. He used the skill of the ancient sacred body, dung that turns into flames. The monsters that were engulfed in these flames all knelt down together and stabbed their weapons into the ground. They looked at them with small smiles on their faces as their bodies quickly disintegrated. After that, all of their bodies disappeared and only their swords remained. Xiao Yao raised his head and saw many souls that were released due to him defeating them. Zhuangjian and Xue Huang looked at this with very surprised faces and said that these were the souls of heroes who were hundreds of years old. Xiao Yao told the good heroes that future generations would cherish the generation and respect them. The souls that were floating in the air with calm faces looked at them as they hovered above the ceiling of this corridor. Xiao Yao thrust the sword into the ground and bowed respectfully to them. Zhuangjian and Xue Huang noticed this and immediately bowed to them in the same way. The two spirits, after hearing this, looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Immediately after that, one of them stood on the ground, knelt down, and extended the sword of energy to Xiao Yao. He looked at it and asked with a calm face, "The legacy left by Emperor Yuan Tian for those who deserve it?" He took the sword from the spirit's hands and immediately after that, a system window appeared in front of him, which said that the registration was successful. Emperor Yuan Tian thanks him for releasing his comrades. He received a 5-star reward, the Emperor's Sword. Emperor Yuan Tian's sword, this is the Jun family immortal killing technique, one of the most powerful techniques of the 5 swords. The sword is used like a spear. The sacred series of techniques were created from the power of the stars. The imprint was created in the sea god's castle of consciousness. This legacy was left by Supreme Emperor Yuan Tian for future generations. The souls began to disappear while emitting a glow like stars after this legacy fell into the hands of the Chosen One. Surprised, Elder Ji, who was watching this, loudly called out to the Jun family members and asked if they could explain what was going on here. After the child descended into the abyss of the secret treasury, they could not see anything in the heavenly mirror. Elder Jun said that it seemed like a strange fog was blocking the view of the heavenly mirror. Elder Ji said that this was not good, they had not explored inside, so they did not know what risks there might be. This is also part of the fate of these children, they cannot interfere. At the same time, Xiaoan, who had been running along the corridor all this time, saw a large building and thought that he had finally found the right place. He landed next to it and thought that he had a huge opportunity in the Tian Emperor's treasury. He noticed something stopping next to his throat and looked at it with a calm expression. Zhuangjian stopped the blade of his sword next to his throat with a serious expression while standing behind him. He said with a smile that it seemed like someone proudly declared that if he survived, they would fight again. The time had come, so he shouldn't run away. Xiaoan turned to him with a calm expression and said that he had told him that inside this treasury, he was no match for him. So why did he continue to insist? Xiao Yao walked forward and turned to his brother and told him not to worry. He put his hands behind his back with a smile on his face and said that he had used a small technique, and Chan Jian was no longer affected by the fog. The protagonist asked with a smirk on his face if he was willing to fulfill his promise and fight him again. Xiaoan with a drop of sweat on his face asked if he refused, would the entire Jun family surround him? The protagonist laughed and turned to him and said that he was joking. Xiao Yao knows that he is proud of the Holy King's sacred hand. Even the Holy King is just a saint. Since Xiaoan knows him, he must remember that he is possessed by His Majesty the Supreme Emperor. Xiao Yao asked with a smile on his face if he really wanted to attack him, would he still be alive now? Xiaoan clenched his hands into fists with a serious expression. He thought that he needed to calm down. It would not do him any good to start a conflict with the Jun family. Xiaoan closed his eyes with a smile on his face and said that it seemed like a fight was inevitable. He clenched his hand with a serious expression and enveloped it in powerful energy. Xiaoan quickly spread his arms, directing the energy flow to the side. He calmly addressed Zhuangjian and asked her to direct it. Zhuangjian, with an ominous grin, raised his sword and said loudly that this should have happened a long time ago. He, with a smile on his face, quickly headed forward surrounded by a purple aura and loudly asked, why this indecision and where is his courage? They quickly struck each other with beams of powerful energy. Xiaoan, with a serious expression, looked forward, raising his hand emitting a bright aura. He struck the energy flow forward with great force, creating a powerful explosion. Zhuangjian, with an ominous expression, looked forward. He quickly jumped to the side, directing a beam from his sword. Xiaoan, looking to the side, thought that in the end, he really is a member of the Jun family. This sword simply has a tyrannical aura. Xiaoan cannot continue to waste time. One blow will determine the winner. Everything that is transient is the law of life and death. Death is the end of life and peace lies in death. He sent a powerful stream of the vice of destruction forward. Zhuangjian thought with a serious expression that the cycle of life and death, the laws of existence, had converged to destroy the enemy with a single blow. This was simply an excellent move. In a formal duel, life and death are determined by fate. If he does not repel this attack, he will be torn to pieces. Attack against attack, they will see who will emerge victorious. He confidently raised his sword in front of him. Zhuangjian raised his sword up and used the 13th technique of the Emperor's purple sword. He swiftly slashed his sword downwards, shaking the heavens. Zhuangjian, holding the sword in his hand, swiftly rushed towards him through the whirlpool of energy. Suan, with a tense expression, swiftly looked to the side. Zhuangjian attacked him with a powerful sword strike with pure qi from the east. Powerful streams of energy swiftly exploded. The golden chains were torn apart by the onslaught of energy. Zhuangjian quickly slid across the ground coughing. He leaned his hand on the ground with an angry expression, raised himself up and looked to the side. Xiaoan quickly looked at him through the air currents. He looked down through the dark smoke with aloofness. Xiaoan asked with an arrogant expression, "Does he still want to fight?" Zhuangjian with a tense expression clenched his teeth and looked forward. He lay on the ground thinking that he had lost again. Xiao Yao quickly walked towards him and their direction. Zhuangjian with a sad expression turned to Sir. The protagonist calmly turned to his brother and said that they would discuss this later. He turned to Ji and said that he could ask one question. What happened to the fortress behind him? The chains on it have been breaking for some time now. Is this normal? Ji, looking frightened, quickly turned to the side and thought, what does it mean to break? These are 81 chains raised by the Supreme Being. How can the impact of the Divine Bridge level break the Supreme Being's chains? Ji, looking tense, plunged into the black whirlpool with emitted rays. He thought with fear, what is this? The chains on the building quickly broke. A powerful lightning bolt quickly struck the building, shaking the ground and raising a pair of dark smoke. Xiao Yao quickly rushed forward, grabbing Zhuangjian. He thought that this was very stupid. What ancient treasure! It was clear that this was the tomb of the Supreme Being Yuantian. The protagonist quickly looked forward and loudly told everyone to go back. Xiao Yao thought tensely that if his guess was correct, something big was coming. Supreme Being Tian stood in the smoke and looked down. Zhuangjian looked up and asked, "Is this person really Supreme Being Tian?" The Supreme Being quickly looked down. The protagonist looked up with a smile on his face and wondered, does he really want to kill? This is no joke of pressure, it feels like something very heavy is pressing on him. Why is there such a gap between the Supreme Beings? Those insects are very useless. Tian pointed his hand forward and grabbed Xiaoan's throat with black energy. He gritted his teeth and placed his hands on the dark energy rings and wondered, did he really come for him? Was it because of the ancient talisman? The Supreme Being Tian awakened because of his ancient talisman? The Supreme Being with a menacing look quickly clenched his hand into a fist. Xiaoan with a frightened look thought that things were bad and at this rate he would die. Xiao Yao quickly jumped to the side creating a powerful explosion. Xiaoan gritted his teeth and looked at him and wondered, why did he save him? Tian with a serious look and a bright aura in his eyes looked forward. He with an ominous look quickly jumped towards the protagonist pointing his fist forward. Xiao Yao looked at the fist in front of his face in surprise. It flew down with great force, creating a stream of powerful energy and breaking the earth's crust beneath it. When Xiao Yao was little, he loved to eat cake. But he couldn't afford expensive cakes. So he took a hard job for half a year to earn money. He finally got the cake he dreamed of. It tasted incredibly sweet. When the protagonist could eat cake every day without doing anything, the sweet cake turned into a cloying one that made him feel sick. The same thing happened with cultivation. A powerful stream of air quickly threw aside the stones on the ground. Wang Jie confidently quickly raised his hand to the side and loudly said that this was a battle of the Supreme. They can't help without causing trouble. Qinzhou looked forward and loudly called out to Xiao Yao. She looked at the stream of yellow energy in surprise. The protagonist confidently clenched his palms into fists and appeared standing in the rays of energy. The Supreme quickly looked at the protagonist standing in the streams of smoke. Tian grinned and beckoned him with his finger. Xiao Yao confidently rushed towards him, raising his fist with the intention of attacking. Cultivation is as easy as drinking water, and it is not arrogant. He slapped the Supreme Being's face with great force, creating an explosion of energy. It is as if he is trying to fill the emptiness of his past life. The heavens have given him so much strength. And strength is the shortest path to failure. Xiao Yao confidently sighed and clenched his fists and raised them up. He thought that the Supreme Being had run out of punching power, and there was nothing magical about it. His current strength was not even a tenth of normal strength. This means that he can suppress it even with the strength of his decayed body. The protagonist charged towards him with a determined look and thought that since that was the case, he too would fight with just physical strength. He could easily crush his equals even without cultivation. Of course, he could crush the elders. After the anticipation, all that was left was boredom. Moreover, these powers in his life were just a mockery of his efforts in his past life. The Xiao Yao from the past asked himself, does he see? No matter how hard he tries, the protagonist will only be able to match what the system gives him after reincarnation. He thought with a tense look, this kind of reincarnation that wiped out everything he had worked for was terrible. Xiao Yao hated the system for powers that weren't his own and wanted to live a miserable life. After all, he was given a miserable life. Isn't it fun to be the best and pamper yourself? Until the protagonist discovered that everything in this world had gone crazy. The strong freely bully the weak. There is no punishment in this world, the strong must pay for their actions. As long as they are not bullied by the stronger. As long as he is strong enough, murder and arson will be forgiven. Like a group of animals in human skin. Xiao Yao looked at the aura in his hands and thought that the heavens did not give him these powers to copy these animals, but to create a new law and a correct civilization. He wants to make this world the way he sees it. Xiao Yao wants every child to be able to eat cake. The protagonist took this upon himself and began to work for it. He found his purpose in life. Xiao Yao quickly slammed his fist against the fist of the Almighty, creating powerful streams of energy. Tian raised his fist with an angry look and looked at the protagonist, who flew off to the side. Supreme Yantian, no matter the inscriptions on the entrance. Countless souls of heroes, or 81 goals binding him. He was the first person Xiao Yao met after reincarnation and considered worthy of respect. He was a hero, and heroes should not end like this. The protagonist must free him. Every boy's cherished dream is to become a hero who fights for justice. Not a madman who kills without blinking. A powerful stream of energy quickly fell to the ground, shaking it. Xiao Yao looked at the Almighty with an angry look. They quickly headed towards each other, surrounding themselves with streams of light energy. The protagonist jumped aside from the flying stones of the destroyed ground. Xiaoan, with a tense look, clenched his teeth, thought that the protagonist's case was bad. It seems that he was fixated on something, not paying attention to the people around him. The hero must be given a worthy end. They quickly headed towards each other with an aura in their eyes. Xiao Yao, with a confident look, punched Tian in the face with great force, spreading rays of energy around. The Supreme One raised his hand with an angry expression and a bloody nose and flew down. He stopped and pointed his hand to the side, radiating energy. The protagonist stood on the flying rock and clenched his fists. Qingzhou looked up with a tense expression and asked, was this really a mistake? Zhuangjian, with an angry expression and clenched his teeth, quickly stood in front of her. He raised his hands up, stopping the huge rock flying towards them with a forbidden thunderstrike. He made a loud noise of pain with blood coming from his mouth, and thought that this was crazy. It felt like his organs were going to fly apart. Was this just an ordinary strike from the Supreme One? At the same time, the man said that this was a flower from the lower world. A rare treasure, but it was not worth a mortal fight. The man raised his hands and asked, why don't they divide it equally between everyone? He, with an angry expression, crossed his arms and said, it's easy for them to say, it only consists of 2 flowers. How can they divide it into so many parts? The man with a drop of sweat on his face asked if they felt the earth shaking. The guy quickly looked up at the collapsing ceiling. The people looked at the falling pieces of stone from the ceiling. They opened their mouths wide and shook with fear. The people quickly ran forward and loudly asked what was going on. This is the great teleportation talisman. They need to leave here quickly. The secret hall is shaking with energy. Xiaoan looked at the battle between the protagonist and the Almighty. Xiaoan gritted his teeth and thought that if this continues, we can forget about the treasure. Everyone will be buried here. He turned to the side and sighed heavily, and said that it does not matter. Xiao closed his eyes and joined his hands, concentrating the rays of energy into a crystal, and thought that maybe the fate of the heir of the Ji family will become a stepping stone for others. Zhuangjian, with a drop of sweat on his face, wondered if this light is reincarnation gold. Reincarnation gold is a precious metal from the immortal sky. It is filled with the power of the life and death cycle. This is a treasure for making imperial weapons. What is the child of the Ji family trying to do? Tian, with an ominous look, swiftly charged forward amidst the dark smoke. Xiao Yao, with a confident look, swiftly raised his fist with solar energy and prepared to attack. Powerful streams of energy quickly exploded, shaking the ground. They looked at each other with confidence. Xiao stood between them, directed streams of life and death energy towards them, and changed them. He, with a bloody face, damaged eyes, gritted his teeth and thought that even with the power of reincarnation gold, it was impossible to stop a top-level monster. The protagonist looked forward in surprise and said that it was him. Xiao loudly said for Xiao Yao to wake up and look back at his people. The protagonist swiftly looked at his injured comrades standing amidst the fog. Xiao, with an excited look, loudly said that the protagonist is the only one here who can resist the top Tian. If he continues to be stubborn, everyone will die. Tian quickly sent a stream of energy towards him. Xiao quickly flew down from the blow he received, breaking the earth's crust beneath him. He said nothing as he lay in a pile of stones. The Supreme Being looked forward with a smile on his face. He quickly turned to the side in surprise. Xiao Yao used his Wuyu technique, sending a stream of powerful energy forward. He was wrong about something. This was not a fair and just duel. The one he was fighting was not the real Supreme Yan Wu. He was an empty shell, driven by someone else's malice. The protagonist raised his hand up and sent a beam of the strongest energy downwards using a strike from the divine sword. Tian looked at the bright light in surprise and extended his hand towards it. He raised his hand up, surrounding his body with bright lightning. Tian sent a beam of purple energy upward and used the Emperor's first-class sword. They quickly flew towards each other. A powerful explosion of combined energies illuminated everything around. At the same time, the man picked up the stone and said, "This is that dragon freak." When he caught her, she was very close. The guy sighed while holding the stone and told him to take a look. She had broken the mountain in half. Could he really hold onto her sword? The man asked loudly in amazement. How would they know if they didn't try? The old man pointed to the stones and asked, "Is the entrance shaking?" A powerful explosion destroyed the stones, throwing them aside. The guy laughed loudly and said loudly in a trembling voice, "He finally escaped." The people looked forward in amazement and asked, "What's going on here? Why is everyone running out?" The guy, with beads of sweat on his face, stood in the middle of the crowd and said loudly, "The cave is collapsing. The Supreme Immortal's secret hideout has collapsed." The elder of the Jun family looked to the side and asked loudly, "Is the secret hideout destroyed?" The elder of the Ji family asked loudly, "What happened inside?" They should go and ask what happened. The elders rushed forward and loudly ordered everyone to retreat. Powerful streams of energy quickly scattered across the sky. Xiao Yao flew out of the hole in the ground holding a sword in his hand. He confidently raised his weapon and looked at Tian. He quickly attacked him with light energy. The swords flew at each other at high speed. They attacked each other amidst explosions of powerful energy. The elder of the Jun family loudly ordered the Jun family, "Isn't this their divine son?" The children of the Jiang and Ji families are also here. The elder of the Yang family asked with a serious look, "Aren't the Jun family against the demonic immortal supreme?" The elders wrapped themselves in an aura and loudly said that this is bad. These children of the divine sky bridge will not be able to deal with the divine supreme. They need to quickly intervene in the battle. The elders looked in surprise at the beam that appeared near them. The elder of the Ji family looked forward and loudly asked, "What's going on? Is this the sound of a zither and is it coming from the sky?" He said with a tense expression, "This is the protector of the Xiaoyao boy. This superior warns them not to interfere." The elder of the Jun house asked loudly with a puzzled expression, "What is he talking about? Would the Jun family allow a child to face a demonic immortal alone?" The elder of the Ji family looked forward with a stern expression and said that since this is the will of the Supreme One, they have to. He said loudly that they should trust Xiaoyao. The protagonist was enveloped in powerful energy, leaving a trail behind him, and quickly flew down. The disciples consisting of a yellow aura followed him. The elders quickly looked forward and loudly said that he was a good guy. These movements were the myriad sacred morning disciples. Xiao Yao used holy blood control while flying forward. Tian, with a bright aura in his eyes, looked at the bright light emanating from them. The protagonist confidently flew through the Supreme One, striking him. Tian, with a split shoulder, looked forward. He turned his head and asked, "Who is he?" The protagonist calmly introduced himself to him. The Supreme One, with a splitting body, repeated his name and said that Xiao Yao reminded him of an old friend of his. He is in the source of darkness in another world, alone against countless enemies. Zhuangjian looked at the sparkling talisman on Xiao En's chest in surprise. Tian looked at the talisman box in his hands with a serious expression. The Almighty, floating in the air between the rocks, said that it was his inheritance. This meant that Xiao Yao had freed his brother. He sent an aura to the box towards him, asking him to take it, and said that he deserved this opportunity. This box was only half full, and the rest was in the lower world. Tian quickly looked at the protagonist, and said that this jade talisman was a sign of affection between him and his partner. He looked down and said that if he had a heart, he should take care of her family for him. The Almighty clenched his palms into fists, and looked up and said that it was finally over, he must. Tian did not have time to finish speaking, he quickly looked forward. His sister looked at him with a smile on her face. The Almighty asked with tears in his eyes, was she really here to take him away? He quickly extended his crumbling hand towards her. Xiao Yao looked ahead at himself leaving with the girl and wished the teacher a good journey. A few days later, in Yantian City, people asked with smiles on their faces, did they see it? The other day, the Jun family's divine son killed a supreme demon with just a sword. This is simply some kind of magic. Now is the era of the Jun family's divine son. The guy heard that he currently has a 9-headed lion as a pet. The man said that he wondered if he needed more pets, he thought he could become one of them. The guy laughed loudly and asked, does he really think that with his appearance he would choose him? Xiao Chun, with an angry look, thought that everyone was talking about Xiao Yao. He must make the Jun family pay for what they did. People looked at Xiao Chun, who was emitting a dark aura, in surprise. After a while, he turned to the ancestor and asked, if they had lost the dragon bone, what should they do? The ancestor put his hands behind his back and walked through the forest, and said that the Jun family was indeed not easy to provoke. Continuing to deal with the Jun family could lead to the emergence of internal demons. Xiao Chun turned to the side with a serious expression and addressed the ancestor, and said loudly that he must become stronger. Only then could he become the son-in-law of the divine Panwu family and marry Mingwei. Only with the help of the Panwu family could they have a chance to rise again. Otherwise, they were destined to be trampled in this life. The ancestor calmly said that there was a way, though. Xiao Chun, with an angry expression, quickly looked at him and interrupted him loudly and asked him to tell him if there was a little hope, then he would definitely not give up. The ancestor put his hands behind his back and asked if he knew where the transformation of the blue heavenly dragon came from. Xiao Chun raised his hands and asked the ancestor to enlighten him. The ancestor said that the technique appeared when he unexpectedly entered the ancient nest of the secret world. It was an ancient nest, there should be an embryo of the ancient law. Xiao Chun, with a thoughtful look, rubbed his chin, said that the annals of the ancestral dragon, an ancient monster. He clenched his hand into a fist in amazement, and said loudly that could it be from the bloodline of the Azure Dragon. The ancestor agreed with him, and said that this guy seemed to have the supreme blood of the Azure Dragon. With the blood of the Supreme, his blue sky dragon transformation technique could become flawless. Of course, you have to be careful, if you awaken the ancient monster, it will shake the entire immortal world. Xingyu stood at the fence, put her hand on it and looked ahead, thinking that everything was fine with Xiao Yao on this trip. If she were alone, not counting Supreme Yantian, the little saint of the Ji family, the dragon of the ancient dragon nest, and even the 9-headed lion, would she be able to defeat them? The elder of the Yang family told her not to worry, they were true supremes. Not everyone could fight supremes like that lunatic from the Jun family. Even if he took action, he wasn't sure he could escape. The elder told her not to let her inner demons awaken. Xingyu, with a drop of sweat on her face, looked away and spoke to him. The elder, with his hands behind his back, said that in this way, the marriage of the guy from the Jun family and Loli needed her help. She also saw that the guy was a unique genius. Being friends with him would also help their Jiang family. Xingyu, with a drop of sweat on her face, asked how should she say this. Loli, who had not appeared for a long time, loudly said that she hated this guy. Besides, it was obvious that he didn't like her either. She asked with a puzzled look, Will their families be brought together by their hostility towards each other? The possibility of becoming enemies above, does she really not think so? Shingu said with a smile on her face that she would do her best to unite them. After some time, in the Ji clan in the Valley of Spirits, Xian, sitting under a tree with his legs crossed, radiates a bright aura. A powerful stream of air knocks a leaf of the tree off course. Ji Qingyi, the saint of the Rinxian sect, sat on a branch of a tree above his head and asked, "Isn't that Xiaoan? What happened to his arm?" Xiaoan looked up in surprise and turned to Qingyi. She quickly jumped down and took his hand in her palm and asked, "Is it really broken? Even the bone of the Sage King's arm?" Qingyi asked, "Who did this?" Xiaoan said with a smile on his face that he simply forced the superior to hit him. She asked with a puzzled look, "What happened?" Qingyi asked him to tell her the details of this. She listened to the story with a thoughtful expression, put her hand to her mouth, and said that this guy was able to defeat a supreme warrior, even with a weak bridge in another world. Xiaoan looked down with a grin on his face and said that his genius was surprising and awe-inspiring to those around him. Qingyi said that she understood now. If she had the chance, she would also pay a visit to the divine son of this old family. Some time later, in Xuanzhou, in the palace of the Heavenly Emperor, Xiaoyao confidently crossed his arms and thought that although he had only been in this world for 3 years, he was really lucky. So this time, he was sure to get a rare treasure. The protagonist folded his hands in front of the box and sighed and thought that the exciting moment of opening the box had come. Xiaoyao quickly brought his hand to the box and opened it. At the same time, in the Jun clan, in the fighting arena, the people looked at Zhuangjian, Wang Jie and Shui Huang in surprise. The guy with a drop of sweat on his face quickly looked forward and asked loudly, what was going on if 3 members of the sequence appeared on the battle arena at the same time? They looked at Linglong and said that now there was also a blonde girl. The guy said that it was Linglong, she was close to the Divine Sun. He heard that her cultivation had also reached the Divine Bridge level. Could it be that they were having a sequence battle? The man with a smile on his face said loudly that it would be intense. Xiaoyao with a smile on his face standing behind them said that he didn't think so, so he called them here. The people quickly moved to the sides and shouted loudly, saying that it was the Divine Sun. Zhuangjian with a smile on his face loudly addressed the young master. They gathered together and asked why he had gathered them. The protagonist raised his hand and said that everyone had gathered a bit early. Shui Huang asked calmly, "Is there any mission?" Xiaoyao with a smile on his face told them not to worry, he had good news. He threw him small bags and told them to take them. Wang Jie opened the bag, looked inside and asked loudly, "Are these really ancient dragon bones?" Zhuangjian, holding the bag in his hand with admiration, turned to the master with a trembling voice and said, "He is giving them such a precious treasure." The protagonist extended his hand and said that they can express their gratitude later. He asked with a serious look, if each of them received 1 set of dragon bones, how many would they need to refine them? Wang Jie looked forward with a serious expression and said nothing. He said tensely that at least 3 months, maybe several years. Xiaoyao extended his finger and said that they had 1 year. He said with a smile on his face that he was giving them 1 year, in order to refine the dragon bones and reach the single heaven. Then they could return to him. The protagonist clenched the palm of his hand into a fist and showed it to them. He said with a joyful expression that if any of them could not withstand his blow, they would be beaten. Wang Jie, with beads of sweat on his face, thought that he seemed excited by this. They quickly walked forward from the protagonist. Linglong looked forward with a calm expression. She put her hand to her face and turned to the master and asked if he found anything good in the box. Xiaoyao closed one eye, crossed his arms and asked how she knew about this. Linglong smiled and winked one eye and asked, if he didn't get something better, would he really split the dragon bones? The male lead walked up to her with a sarcastic expression and said in a trembling voice, as he thought, Linglong knew him well. She said that she had known him since she was a child. Xiaoyao said that it was a secret for now what he had gotten. Linglong would find out when the time came. He asked if the Jun clan had any immortal essence treasure. She said that the immortal essence was something from the immortal sky, it was very rare. Linglong spread her arms out to the sides and said that from what she knew, even the Jun clan had little. The male lead looked at her and laughed sarcastic. He grinned and put his hand on his chin and asked, so there was something after all? Linglong, with a drop of sweat on her face, thought that it seemed like it would all be over soon. After a while, in the Zilong nest in the secret sky, the elder snapped his fingers, looked down and quickly showed several gestures. He loudly said for someone to come. The assistant, surprised, addressed him by status and asked, What kind of orders are these? The elder said that he had been conducting rituals for several months. He turned his head to the side with a malicious grin on his face, and loudly said that he had caught a glimpse of the future. The elder loudly told the assistant to convey this prophecy to all the dragon clans. Twin dragons awaken, Zulong will prosper. At the same time, Princess Baiyu of the ancient Scarlet Bird Kingdom held a fire in her hand from which the elder's words were transmitted. She looked at the blazing fire and asked, "Are these empty words? But who knows?" Baiyu said with a calm expression that not long ago, a dragon maiden was lost in the secret vault of the Supreme Yen Tian. The princess joined her hands, connecting the fire rays in them. Powerful streams of fire quickly flew towards her. Baiyu quickly directed a beam of energy at the stone. The fire burned a huge hole in the stone, creating streams of smoke. She looked at the trace left by the beam and the dark smoke. The assistant, with an enthusiastic look, loudly addressed Her Highness and asked if she had already broken through to the united sky. The princess, with a calm look, said that she had only just stepped onto the first step. Thanks to the dragon energy, a gift from Mr. Xiaoyao. Fire nourishes wood, hence her rapid advancement. She asked what brought her here. Perhaps it was something important. The assistant crossed her arms and turned to Her Majesty, and said that there was news from the front. The ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom declared war on the ancient White Tiger Kingdom and the Black Tortoise Kingdom. Baiyu, with a thoughtful look, put her hand to her mouth and said that something was wrong. The balance of the Four Symbols Kingdom had not been disturbed for hundreds of years. It's impossible for it to be destroyed so easily. Could there be someone behind it? The assistant said loudly in surprise, Her Highness is very perceptive. Indeed, there are many warriors of unknown origin in the Azure Dragon army. The princess thought with a thoughtful look. Her father was still in seclusion. Now is not the time for decisive action, but if someone dies, it will be bad for them too. If the Azure Dragon Kingdom takes the other two kingdoms, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom will be destroyed. So they must not hesitate. Baiyu turned to the side with a determined look and said loudly to convey her order to the generals to gather in the palace. They must unite with the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Kingdoms, in order to repel the Azure Dragon Kingdom. The assistant bowed loudly, agreed with her, and walked to the side. The princess, with a tense look, held a green stick in her hand, thought that she would try. After some time in the Emperor's heavenly palace, Xiaoyao turned away with a hurt look and said that there were problems again. He would return to seclusion. The protagonist, with a captivating look, said that if only he had mushroom broth with bones, celery fried with beef, sour fish boiled in water, 5-spice marinated ribs sour, spicy duck blood, marinated cuttlefish with pepper, spicy crab and rabbit in sauce, duck and sweet skin and green pepper with pork organs, he would come out of seclusion. Linglong asked with a puzzled look, what bones and beef did he mean? Xiaoyao looked at her with a pitiful look. She calmly said that she would try. Linglong confidently looked forward quickly and thought that from now on her battlefield is the kitchen. First, she will deal with the bones, chop them into small pieces, the meat should remain. Vegetables are easy to deal with, you just need to chop them. Fish is more difficult, you need to remove all the bones. Linglong threw the meat and vegetables into the pot with a determined look and thought that she needed to control the fire. This is very important. She cooks the rabbit and chicken together, and will deal with them at the same time. Linglong confidently turned her head to the side quickly and thought that everything was excellent, as expected of her. Baiyu sadly said loudly to her, think to help her. The ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom has gone crazy. They start wars everywhere. Linglong, carrying food on trays in her hands, quickly stumbled and fell to the floor, dropping all the food. She told the princess that she caught it. The spent ingredients were consumed by the pet. After some time, in the White Tiger Palace, the wall quickly broke, throwing stones to the sides. The great general of the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom, Chi Ri, the virtual god Sky, looked ahead with an angry expression, clenched his teeth, and said loudly that they were already here. The lord of the Azure Dragon Kingdom, the Holy Sky, quickly entered the building with his assistants. He said with a malicious smile on his face, and laughed that it had been a long time since they had seen their old friends. The lord of the White Tiger Kingdom and the lord of the Black Tortoise Kingdom looked ahead with grins. The lord of the Black Tortoise Kingdom wondered who the people in black were behind him. The lords with angry faces thought that because of him, they had lost many high-level cultivators. The lord of the Azure Dragon Kingdom, with a malicious grin on his face, turned to his old friends and asked why they were resisting so stubbornly. The lord with white hair and veins protruding on his face loudly addressed him and asked what exactly he was planning. The dark-haired lord said with a smile on his face that he was simply following the orders of young Xion. The lords asked loudly in surprise, could it really be the young master? The dark-haired lord said that it was true, the master had given instructions. When they subjugated their nations and handed over the fragments of the compass, they would spare them. The lords with menacing faces quickly looked forward and addressed him. Ri loudly told him to shut up. He confidently pointed his hand forward, enveloping it in fiery energy, and said that the son of the scarlet bird was born from fire. He must die in the flames. The general, with tension, quickly jumped forward, attacking with energy, and loudly said that he would never become a servant of his despicable master. A man with a mask over his eyes with a smile on his face quickly hit Ri's body with a powerful stream of energy passing through him. Ri looked down in fear, coughing up blood. The lords loudly addressed the general in horror. The man in the mask with a smile on his face looked forward. The lords looked at the many drops of blood in astonishment. The dark-haired lord turned to the brothers with a smirk on his face and asked if they wanted to die like him, in the flames. At the same time, Bayur slammed her fist onto the furniture with great force and said loudly that the ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom had gone too far. The assistant looked at her fist in surprise and turned to Her Highness and told her to look at her hand. The princess sighed sadly and thought that she needed to calm down. Being angry would not help. The main thing was to find out who supported the ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom. She looked to the side and said that this small scratch did not even need treatment. Linglong calmly held her hand and looked at her. Bayur asked loudly with shame, what was she doing here? Linglong asked with a puzzled look, why was she surprised? Didn't she send for her? The princess happily quickly hugged her and said loudly that it was wonderful. She extended her hand and asked, did she come alone? Linglong said that she wanted to come alone. She turned to Zhuangjian and said that she did not come with him. Bayur asked, who is this young man? Linglong said that he is the 10th in the line of the Jun family, a gentleman who wields a sword. The assistant crossed her arms and said that he is a follower of the free young master. The princess raised her fists in front of her with an enthusiastic look and asked, is he really a member of the Jun family? So does this mean that the free gentleman has expressed a desire to lend a helping hand to their country? Zhuangjian placed her hands on her hips and said that the gentleman is currently in seclusion and does not suspect anything. He said with a serious expression that since their ancient vermilion bird kingdom was under the Lord's control, they had no need to let anyone treat them disdainfully. They could now bring him up to speed. After a while, in the Azure Dragon Hall, the assistant turned to the Lord and said that the item he had ordered had arrived. Xion looked forward with an interested expression, resting his cheek on his hand. He extended his hand forward and lifted the items up with his aura. Xion quickly pulled them towards him, taking them in his hand. He said loudly with a smile on his face that this was good, and that the royal lord had not disappointed this marquis. Now all that was left was a fragment of the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom. After a while, in the ancient Vermilion Dragon Kingdom, the lord turned to the lord and said that there was something that might not be worthy of mention. Perhaps the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom was not as easy to deal with as the white tiger and the black tortoise. The gentleman, sitting at the table with two girls, asked, does the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom really have strong people? The lord said that this is not entirely true, but it seems that the princess of the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom is related to the divine son of the Jun family. The gentleman, with a grin on his face, leaning on his hand, asked, is it really the child of the Jun family who is most interested in an ordinary princess from the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom in the Three Kingdoms? Moreover, even if Xiao Yao and the princess are close, should he be afraid of him? The lord, with a smile on his face, put his hands on his chest, bowed and said, of course, the gentleman is a very important person. He is worthy of standing on the top of the immortal sky and despising all creatures. The gentleman, with a grin on his face, said that it is good that the lord understands this. Next, he needs to gather troops from the Three Kingdoms and attack the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom. The gentleman, with an ominous look, loudly ordered him to bring him the last fragment of the compass. The lord, bowing, agreed with him. The lord extended his hand and told him to wait. Since the lord mentioned the princess of the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom, he heard that this princess was Bayur, an exceptionally beautiful woman. The lord raised his hand with a smirk on his face and ordered the lord to bring her along with the compass. He said with a confident smile that he wanted to try the mercy of the divine child of the Jun family. After a while, the bloody swords were stuck in the ground under the evening sky. The last defeat of the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom at Nanming Pass. Bayur confidently clenched her hand into a fist and quickly looked forward holding a sword in her hand. Linglong looked at her from amidst the clouds of smoke. She turned to the princess and asked if they needed to go to the battlefield. Bai Yu asked with a serious expression, since the king had not yet emerged from seclusion, who else but her should fulfill this duty? This was already the last line of defeat for the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Once the battle begins, Linglong needs to leave her. They won't stop just because she's from the June family, and at best they'll kill her. Until the June family's divine son shows up, it's just a dead end. Linglong asked with a serious expression, does the princess really want to die? She suggested that she go with her to the June family and return with the divine son after coming out of seclusion. From what she knows about him, he won't ignore it. Linglong quickly looked at Bai Yu with a smile on her face. She looked at her and said that she was a princess. When a city falls, the kingdom falls. Everyone can escape, but not her. The children of the Vermilion Bird live like fire, and die like it. Bai Yu, who was enveloped in fire, said that when the wings burn, turning to ashes and merging with this earth. She ordered the old men, women and children who were unable to fight to gather in the royal city. The princess asked Linglong if she had the strength to protect them. If she really couldn't, she should at least help start a fire. They would choose to return to the divine fire rather than die from the blade. Linglong looked down with a sad expression and said that she understood. They stood with their backs to each other, and their heads down. Bai Yu raised her hand and apologized to her friend for everything. Linglong looked angry and thought that she needed her own army. A few days later, at the city wall of the pass, the princess looked at the army heading towards her with a frightened expression. The knights sat on their horses with confident looks and held spears in their hands. The princess looked frightened and wondered, could this really be the Black Army? The assistant turned to Her Majesty and said loudly, this is the Jia army from the ancient Black Tortoise Kingdom. Aren't they allies? Bai Yu gritted her teeth, looked down and said that the Black Tortoise Lord was in mortal danger. General Suing Yu of the ancient Black Tortoise Kingdom looked at the palace wall and loudly called out to the soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and told them to listen to him. He introduced himself with an angry look and loudly said that this was his advice. They had better surrender and not allow a meaningless fight. The princess stood above and loudly called out to the general. She loudly said that they were allies. He should have known what kind of people the Vermilion Bird was. Bai Yu with an angry look enveloped herself in a fiery aura and loudly said that the Vermilion Bird deities were born in fire and died in flames. As long as the divine fire burned, the Vermilion Bird would not die. The soldiers enveloped in fire quickly raised their spears and loudly said that they were born in fire and would die in flames. In his mind, the Lord Yu asked, what is he waiting for? Could it be that the ancient kingdom of the Vermilion Bird is more important than the life of the ancient kingdom of the Black Tortoise? The general gritted his teeth, raised his sword up on his horse and called out to the Jia army, loudly telling them to listen to orders. Bai Yu looked down, raised her hand and called out to the children of the Vermilion Bird, loudly telling them to listen to the command. The princess loudly gave the command to kill them. The knights quickly rushed into battle amidst the streams of fire. At the same time, a powerful stream of energy quickly flew out from the heavenly imperial palace of the June family, breaking its roof. Pieces of stone and wood quickly flew down, creating clouds of smoke. The protagonist scratched his nose with his finger from the fallen pieces of stone. He came out of the stream of smoke, put his hand on his hip and loudly said that he had finally come out of seclusion. Xiao Yao, 12 years old, hates seclusion the most. He jumped for joy and loudly said the menu that he called Linglong before seclusion. Wan knelt down, enveloping his body with powerful lightning. He and Xue Huang looked at him and greeted the divine son from seclusion. Xiao Yao looked at them with an indifferent expression and asked, are there only the two of them? Where are the others? They said that it was a long story and it began 2 months ago. The ancient kingdom of the Azure Dragon. The protagonist listened to their story and asked, are they quite impudent, right? Wan with a tense expression thought that he had a very powerful counterattack. Did he really break the last time he returned to the sky? Xiao Yao confidently created a bright energy ball in his hands and concentrated it to create a talisman. Wan looked at the hand in which the talisman flew in surprise and wondered, is this really the tiger talisman of the June family? The protagonist raised his hand and addressed the elders and said that each of them had half of the tiger talisman. They must mobilize the 4 guardians, the wind, the forest, the fire, and the mountain, each with 10,000 soldiers. Then they must head to the ancient kingdom of the 4 elephants. Xiao Yao said with a serious expression that he wanted to see who was brave enough to touch someone from his family. After a while, on a high mountain at sunset, Shui Huang waved the talisman in her hand and said that although she was the heir of the Jun family, this was the first time she had come into contact with the family's personal army. She looked at the talisman with a sad expression and asked, "What about him?" Wan, sitting on the edge of the mountain with his hand on the grass, said that he was the same way. He said with a thoughtful look that among the younger generation, perhaps only he, as the Divine Son, personally controlled the family army. Guardian of Shadow and Wind, Imperial Guardian, Fire Cavalry, God Guardian of the Mountains. Wan heard that even the weakest of their warriors had achieved the cultivation of the Nirvana sky. Considering that there are as many heavenly and divine fire heavens as there are stars in the sky, the Divine Sun easily commands these masters. Wan looked to the side with a serious look and said that the management of this elite was entrusted to the two of them. Shui Huang stood up, clenched her palms into fists and asked, speaking of the Divine Sun, what did he think of him? Wan quickly looked to the side and said that he did not know, but Xiao Yao is strange, or rather his thinking. His logic is not like anyone else within the 9 immortal heavens. He does not have the arrogance of all the immortal heavens. As for his cultivation, he is like a mortal from the lower world. Wan asked with interest, why did she ask that? Shui Huang always does everything as it goes and keeps out of sight. Why did she ask such a delicate question now? Shui Huang said calmly that it was just like that, she was just. After a while, Jian Tian closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in front of the pond. The protagonist with a malicious smile on his face carefully snuck up on him. Xiao Yao with a smile on his face put a bow on his grandfather's head. Jian Tian quickly shook with anger. He sat next to the protagonist and said that he heard that Xiao Yao was mobilizing the guardians of the wind, forest, fire and mountains. That's right, you need to build up a reputation step by step. The grandfather calmly asked why he was looking for him. The protagonist with a pitiful look and folded his hands asked, can't he just come to visit his dear grandfather? Jian Tian quickly scratched his head with his fist and said loudly that he knew him, he wouldn't have come without a reason. The Lord calmly thought that his body and mind were in perfect harmony. Even he couldn't fully penetrate the depths of this child. Who knows what kind of immortal energy the Jun family is possessed by? The last time Xiao Yao sat here, he was so small. The protagonist with a smile on his face laughingly said that he wanted to ask him for something. Jian Tian looked at him with an interested look and said that he knew it. What did he want to ask him for? The grandfather quickly looked away with a frightened look. Xiao Yao, holding a green talisman in his hand, turned to the grandfather and asked if he knew what this was. Jian Tian looked at him with an angry look and said loudly that this thing was very dangerous. Where did the protagonist get it? Xiao Yao, with a puzzled expression, moved his hands with the talisman to the side and said that it was in a wooden box given to him by the Supreme Tian. Grandpa, with a drop of sweat on his face, wondered, could it be that he brought it from Cheng? So the real body of this thing is in another realm? He, with a serious expression, raised the candle in front of him, illuminating his face, asked, has Xiao Yao heard of the 7 secrets of the immortal realm?